On the road to MotoGP, this is FAB-Racing.
Well, hello and welcome everybody to the final round of the FAB-Racing Championship here at the South Wales Karting Centre, the Clandau circuit. My name is Ross McIntyre. Joining me today is Tom Lomas. How are you feeling, Tom?
Really good, yeah. We're going to have a really good weekend here this weekend. We've got some really close championships that's going to come right down to the wire. It's going to be great to see.
Oh, it definitely is. This is a double points round here today, so suddenly a lot of the championships that we thought were done and dusted blown wide open. So we're just going to have to wait and see what carnage, chaos and excitement is going to come out today. But let's head into the paddock and see what some of the riders feel coming into the weekend. Right, so we've intercepted some of our championship contenders looking into this double points round at Raro. So Filip Starowiak, you're coming in hot on the tails of the front seat. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good at this track. I like it. It's my first time here. Got a lot of points to make up in the championship, but it's possible.
Well, it's a double points round. You've really clocked onto some form recently, so surely you've got your hopes up.
Yeah, I've got my first win at Rara, and that's kind of unblocked me to more wins, so yeah.
Well, it was our first 2 wins at Rara, if I remember correctly. But yeah, as you said, that's unblocked you. So, you're coming in hot on form. Is there any pressure on you this weekend? Are you just looking to have some fun, see what happens?
There is some pressure, because obviously I want to make up as much points as I can in the championship, but it's the last round. I kind of want to do as best as I can. So.
Awesome, great stuff. And as well, Ethan, how are you feeling looking forward into this weekend? So it's a bit loud at the moment. How are you feeling looking into this weekend?
I'm feeling a bit pressure because I've only got a 15-point gap and there's a double points round, so I'm thinking I just need to win against Mason in 2 races, and I think I just have to finish the next.
Well, it's almost could be one of those things where it's best just to come home on the bike, even if you finish, 4th, 5th, if you're just coming across the line, because it's double points. Surely that's a good result.
Yeah, if I just need to beat Mason 2 times, then I basically just need to finish behind him, and then I can just not crash.
And obviously it's very, very close between you 3 at the front of the championship. Is there any pressure on you as well, or is it just kind of a friendly rivalry and whoever comes out on top comes out on top?
It's a bit of a friend rivalry between me, Philip and Mason, but even if Mason beats me, I'll still be happy for second.
And what does the future hold for you then, looking forward into next year?
Now I don't really know what I'm doing. I might be going to Spain doing pre-Moto 4, but I don't really know what I'm doing yet.
Well, Spain doesn't sound too bad. Thanks, Ethan. I'll ask you the same question as well, Philip. Next year, what's your plan?
Yeah, hopefully I'll be doing BTC for the next 2 years, maybe. We just need to pick a team now, so... But yeah, I think I'm going to be doing BTC.
Well, good luck for the both of you for this weekend and the future. Let's see what Clandau brings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So, Clayton, coming into the final round here at Clandau, how are you feeling looking forward into the weekend?
I'm feeling good. I just topped the 70 session and I'm just taking it easy and just trying my best.
Well, top in the 70s practice session, that's good to hear. It's been a pretty solid season for you so far. Looking to get involved in some championship fights in this double points weekend?
Yeah, the 50 I need to really push on because Marco's a tough challenge, and the 70s I'm going to try my best and try and get a win.
Well, that's great. I mean, if you're topping sessions, I'm sure you'll be definitely up there on the podium at least. Well, how's your season gone in general so far anyway, coming into this final round?
It's gone good. I've had a couple of DNFs, but apart from that, it's all fine.
And what does the future hold for you?
BTC, and I've done Donington Park, and I did better than I thought.
Well, that's great to hear. So expecting a clean sweep of all the races in British Talent Cup next year then?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, great to hear from you, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Casey O'Gorman selected for the Red Bull Rookies Cup in 2022. How do you feel?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm over the moon, but I think a lot of it is down to how well I did last weekend. I went into that weekend knowing I had to do quite a lot to win the championship, and I did it, and that's clearly helped with the selection.
Talk us through your season then in the British Talent Cup.
Well, I started off the first round really good. I got double win, and I went to Knock Hill, and I got taken out, but then I broke my neck and my arm. I missed 3 rounds, 5 races. When I came back, I was 91 points behind at Donington, and a race had been cancelled at Thruxton, so we had an extra one at Donington. And I came second, first, and first. And then I kept finishing first or second, and I finished off the podium once.
Being selected for the Red Bull Rookies Cup is very prestigious still in 2022, and you'll be up with some very big names for the future.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do really well in it. I think I can. After what I did in Estoril at the beginning of the year, I think I can do good.
All right. And you're here racing at FAB-Racing this weekend, back to your roots where you won your early championships. Talk us through why you're back here racing.
I'm just getting ready for the last round in Valencia for ETC, preparing, getting bike fit, ready for the weekend.
All right, well, best of luck for next year and for this weekend.
Thank you.
So we're down in the paddock here at Clandau, and we're going to try and ambush Bernie Hook over here, Mr. Mini Moto himself. Excuse me, Bernie, can we have a chat? Oh, he's going over to rescue someone. Well, we're going to go over it now. He's back up, he's fine. Hello, Bernie, how you doing?
Matt's here. Matt loves an interview.
Too far.
Talk to Matt. And Josh. He's going to win the championship. Go and speak to Josh.
So, well, I was just trying to let everyone go past. It's a bit noisy. Yeah, it's a bit noisy over here. But how are you feeling coming into Clandau?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, just got to deal with the Birkins, which is a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, they're a tenacious pair. You know, you doing anything else this weekend? You know, you seem to be a hop around.
Over there, have a look. I'm a FAB-Racing factory rider. Look at the Metro kit. Come and look. Look at this.
Oh yeah, you're.
Look at that. With 17-inch wheels, which are easy to ride. I'm struggling with 17-inch wheels. I normally ride 12-inch wheels, and it don't go around corners.
Bernie, size does matter then.
So yes, size matters. Yes, 17-inch is difficult.
It's too big, you don't know what to do with it.
Come on, we'll get Rob over as well. Come on, Rob.
Come on then, what? Yeah.
Tell us about your new bike then, Rob.
Tell them about it.
We were stupid enough to bring it this weekend for Bernie to run it in for our endurance race that we're building up to. So we shall see how he gets on. And he's now realised that on the bigger wheels, like most of the Moto Team riders, were moaning how difficult it is to get round the corners.
So how much does he owe you when he crashes it?
The bill's racking up slowly. He's already put a scratch on the handlebar. I mean, what are we going to do?
But yeah, so it's looking pretty slick. Is this what you're bringing next year then?
We just bring it out for fun. So when the BSB lads are finished, they come and race at the end of the year, and we go and do an endurance race at Mallory. So yeah, it should be good.
Awesome. Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Rob. Here we find Rossi Ballant. Rossi, how you doing?
Yeah, all right, you?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. So, coming into the final round this season at Clandau, how's your championship gone so far?
It's been all right, actually. I've missed a couple of rounds. Just chasing Taylor, really.
Well, it's double points this weekend, so it's a prime opportunity to do it. What's your thoughts coming in? Obviously, you're on the Friday at the moment. It's got a night's sleep and then race one tomorrow. Are you feeling pretty confident?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. All I got to do is just top every session, which is hard because I keep falling off.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Is Clandau a track you're not particularly confident at then?
I've only been here once, so it's learning it again.
Yeah, we've been finding that with a few of the riders. Obviously, Fab hasn't been here since 2019, so it's quite, well, not a new track, but not a recent track. So do you think that might come into play as the races wear on, just kind of the mental kind of trying to work your way around it?
Yeah, because every time you go around the track, you can find a new line, and it's getting the right lines to go quick enough, so...
Well, at least the weather's looking like it's going to stay dry looking forward into the weekend, and looking forward into the future as well. What does next year hold for you?
I have no idea what next year holds yet. And this track's quite grippy in the wet as well, so I wouldn't mind it being wet or dry.
Well, just have to wait and see. Well, thanks for joining us, Rossi, and good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Taylor, coming into the last round then, how are you feeling your season's gone?
The season's gone quite well. From this lead, I wanted to get top 5 in the championship. Then that lead, I picked up 4 race victories off the bat, so I thought I got a shot at the championship here, and Rossi was there as well, so Rossi's giving me a fight. But at the minute with the lead I've got, as long as I finish all my races this weekend, I've done the title, so I just got to be calm and collective.
So there's a confident feel in the camp this weekend.
There's a little confident feel, yeah. Still.
Is there any complacency though? You're aware that
I'm aware Rossi Badham's right there, and if I mess up in a race, it's double points. That means he can claw back 50 points and another 50 points. So as long as I stay on the bike, I should be alright. But he will be applying pressure because he's a quick lad.
So with double points this weekend, then is there any sort of strategy, any plan with that, or is it just get it across the line as efficiently as possible?
If I can go for the win, I'll go for the win. Granted, I'm within the limits of the bike. If Rossi's there, I tow him and try and pass him. But if for some reason I drop back a bit, I'd rather just stay on the bike and get the points in, rather than trying to push and lose it.
So with all that well and done, and the season wrapped up, what's your plans for next year?
Well, I'm going into the RAF. I should be applying soon, so then I'll go in and do my pilocy. And then maybe they can take me through the 300s, 400s, 600s, and maybe BSB, Superstock 1000s.
Well, best of luck with that. That sounds brilliant.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
So Annabelle, coming into Clandau now, how are you feeling looking forward for this weekend?
Well, I'm kind of happy, but it's mixed emotions and that.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't really seem very happy. You just sort of stood there a bit like a lemon. It's all right too if you're a bit nervous. I know it's a bit awkward having a camera shoved in your face, but as you're, it's looking like it's going to be quite a nice weekend, nice and sunny. You hoping the results are going to be nice as well?
Yeah.
Just yeah.
Just yeah.
And how's your season run overall? Coming into this weekend, has it been a year you can be proud of?
Yeah, since it's my first year racing, so yeah.
And bear in mind it's been your first year. What's next year looking like in the future? Are you planning to, stay in rookies, move up maybe?
I'm planning to stay in rookies and then move up to Metro Kits.
So stay in rookies, win a load of races, win the championship, and then go win Metro Kits as well.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks for joining us and good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, Archie, we're here at the final round here at Clandau. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
Feeling pretty positive, have a 49-point gap over my main championship rival, and so far so good, just learning the track and trying to sort of win, really.
And how did you feel practice went yesterday? Do you think you have a good understanding of the track here at Clandau now?
Yeah, I had a few tumbles yesterday, but I've now learnt where all the bumps are, so looking forward to today.
And how are you feeling about today? Double points on the cars today. Are you aware of the rival and the challenge that could be coming from the riders around you?
Yeah, it's sort of just got to keep a clear mindset about the championship and not worry about it too much and just get on with the racing.
So as long as everything goes to plan today and you do come out on top, what's the plan for the future? What's your ideas for next year?
Well, next year hopefully I'll be racing Metro Kits and maybe even have a little go on the minis, we'll see.
Well, that's brilliant. I hope you have a really good weekend and best of luck with it.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So Bailey, we haven't actually spoken to you this year yet, so why not just run us through how your season's gone?
The season's gone all right. I was racing in the minis at the start of the year in the LC Elites, but now I've gone to 50s at the ends because I got too big for the minis.
That's good to hear, and obviously last round of the championship as well, double points up for grabs. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
I'm not that deep into the championship because I've only just joined, so it's going to be fun and interesting to see how it ends.
So plan, I guess, is just come in, have some fun, get some points, see what you can do.
Yeah, and then next season I'm going to try and get some points maybe and try and head up in the championship.
So presuming then the plan for next season, staying in 50s, seeing what you can do, looking forward?
Yeah, really. I'm not planning on going 70s too soon yet. I want to do a full season in the 50s.
Oh, that's fair enough. I mean, obviously here at Clandau as well, is this a track that you're a fan of?
Yeah, it's nice. I like the corners. One corner I'm not a fan of is the one down there because it's not round, it's jagged. But I've only been on this track before once, and that was in 2019, so we haven't been on it in ages.
Yeah, it's obviously been a while since Fab's been here. So do you reckon it could be a track potentially where experience could come into play, or is it just kind of fresh ground for everyone just because we haven't been here since 2019?
I feel like it should be fun here. So it will be new for some people, so a lot of people will get some more experience here. But it's a very nice track in general, very nice, and it's got nice straights as well.
Well, thanks very much, and good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Right, well, I'm here with Matt Birkin then as he comes into the final round of the Senior Mini Moto Championship here at Landau. How are you feeling this weekend?
All right, yeah. Third, so my brother might win it, so all I need to do is take Bernie out. I don't know I'm going to do it yet, but I will. Flatter him.
So is there any tactics, strategy coming into this weekend that you're thinking about, that you could deploy some cheeky tactics?
Just take Bernie out. Just don't try and get him as far back as you can.
So how has the season been as a whole so far? Have you enjoyed it? Has it been a good one?
Yeah, I'm just too fat this year, so I'm not doing very well. Keep crashing.
And what's your plans coming out of this weekend then? Looking at the back tail end of this season, what's your plans going into next year?
Same again. Come here and have a good weekend. It's a good weekend. The nightlife's just as good as the racing.
Just come and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, just enjoy yourself and just try and hurt Bernie. Don't let him finish. He's too old to be winning now.
Well, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, now standing here with Dylan Mellor. Dylan, how are you feeling?
It's okay. I'm back here at FAB. I've raced here for a couple of years, and it's just great to come back and race on like the pit bikes and just have a bit of fun. And I moved up into the BMC 300 class for this year and last year, and I found it quite well. But just coming back here and do some pit bikes, it's like got us a bit of training in for like the season. And just I find it like nice to come back.
Well, I mean, of course, it's nice to have you back for starters, but as well, you know, FAB's such a friendly, loving community. You must be feeling right back at home.
Yeah, it's nice to just come back and see all my friends and like come see to see all the old tracks and just try and get faster on different bikes.
And well, you heard you mention you're on the pit bikes this weekend. Anything else you're doing, or is it just that?
Sorry?
I heard you mentioning. Sorry, it's quite loud, isn't it? I heard you mentioning that you're on the pit bikes today and tomorrow. Are you on anything else this weekend as well, or just those?
It's just the pit bikes this weekend. I have tried to get a ride on like a Mini Moto. I've got to try and go back down, but I don't think anyone has one for us to ride this weekend.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate, but you know, how are you feeling then on the pit bike? Obviously, you've been out there yesterday. Have you been out this morning?
No, not yet. I'm out in the next 2 sessions, I think. I don't know. But yeah, the pit bikes are quite good. Easy to trick around, and it's just easy for some track time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Clandow's a great track to get some track time on as well. It's lovely and sunny here against all odds here in Wales. Very tricky technical circuit. Is it a couple of races you're looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm hoping to be up there as I'm leading the championship at the moment by 2 points. And it's still points this weekend, so I'm hoping to get up there and win the championship.
Well, that's great stuff to hear. Thanks for joining us, Dylan, and great luck out there this weekend.
Thank you.
All right, Finley, how are you this weekend? How are you feeling coming to the end of the season? What's the feeling across the season? How's it gone for you?
It's a bit weird being second in the championship and not thinking I was going to even get fifth.
Is there anything you could grab this weekend? What are you looking for to get out of it?
Trying to get 3 seconds in the pros and maybe a few fourths in the elites.
And with double points this weekend, is there anything on the cards that you think you might be able to jump up into the winning the title or anything like that?
I don't think I'll quite win the title, but I think I can get second.
And how are you feeling on this track this weekend? Have you had some running in it? You've had a chance to have a go at it?
Yeah, new track for me. I quite like it. It's just a bit bumpy down there.
And what are you thinking in terms of weather this weekend? Have you had the chance to look at any of the radars? Do you think it's going to be dry, wet? What do you expect?
I hope it's going to be dry because I'm used to riding in the dry more than the wet.
That's great. So what's your plans for next year then? Where do you go from here?
We're probably going to go pros and 50s because we've not got an LC.
Well, that's brilliant. Thank you so much for having a chat with us. Good luck for next year.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Well, we're here with one of our returning faces to FAB here at Clandow this weekend, Johnny Garness. Johnny, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm really excited for riding in the Stream 200. It's been quite a while. You know, I've grew up here since I was little, worked all my way up through the classes, and it's just great to be back.
Well, it's great to have you back, of course, and it's as I said, it's been a little bit of a while. How's your season gone now you're away from it all?
Yeah, my season's actually gone alright. We've had quite a lot of ups and downs, but a couple podiums, a couple DNFs, but it's just been, another learning curve, just a better step for next year, just make me more prepared and make me more ready and stronger.
And what is your plan for next year?
I think we might do the same British Talent Cup and European Talent Cup, but we don't know what team we're going with next year, but we'll just find out.
Well, fingers crossed. And moving back to this weekend, I noticed the bike you're standing next to. It looks bigger than you are, but I've been told by Little Birdie that that's what you're going to be riding this weekend. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, that's the 105, and then over there I've got my 65. And I'm just going to keep on switching with Dylan Mellor. Yeah, he's having a go on that. And we're just going to keep on switching each sessions and see which one we prefer. It's going to be good.
And is Clandau a track you're familiar with? I know the few of the riders coming into this weekend not quite happy with how little experience they've had on this track, but bear in mind you're coming back in, this is the first round you're here this season after, being away doing other things, shall we say. So is it feeling a bit nervous, or are you just happy to be back looking to have a bit of fun?
Yeah, just a bit of fun, not really nervous, nothing to lose, nothing to win, just having a bit of fun, laugh, and yeah, it's been, I think, last time I've been here in the 70s, and that season we didn't come here, so this is my second time I've been here in the Mini and the 70s, almost like very start.
Well, it's great to have you back, Johnny, and it'll be great to see you out on track, so thanks so much for joining us and good luck out there.
Right, thank you.
Right, so Harrison, coming into the final round of the season at Clandau, and how's your year gone so far?
At Clay Pigeon, I got a win and another win, and then at the last race, I got third in the pros. And then in the Elite at Clay Pigeon, I didn't do so well. So we've got the first season, which I got a second and a couple of thirds, and then Red Lodge, third, I think I got a fourth and then 2/3.
Well, that's the most detailed season rundown we've had all day, so thank you very much. And how are you feeling coming into Clandau? Are you feeling pretty confident on the bike?
Yeah, so I'm one of the only people in the pros that have been here before, and in the elites there's only 4 or 5 of us that know this track.
So it's I guess you've got that experience coming into the weekend then.
Yeah.
And well, obviously it's a double points weekend as well, so if you win a race there's 50 points up for grabs on 3 races as well, so a maximum of 150 points. You're looking to make up a few spots in the championship today maybe?
Well, considering I've missed 2 rounds, I can gain 150 points on my championship rivals, so I think I'm currently 4th or 5th in the championship, but I could get 3rd.
Well, that's good to hear. And well, what's your plans for the future? What are you thinking for next year?
So next year I think I'm going to stay in the pros and the elites, and then the year following on I don't know what I'm going to do, but when I get to 12 years old I'm going to do the British Talent Cup in BSB, and then I might move up to Junior Supersport, and then try going to European Talent Cup, and then up to Moto 3.
Well, again, very detailed plan for the future. Well, good luck with that and good luck with this weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Luke, coming into the final round here then, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I had a solid season on the LC and just getting to grips with the Metro kit, and I'm just edging close to my rivals, so good weekend so far.
And as a whole, as we approach this weekend, how do you feel the season's gone?
I feel it's gone pretty well, like I said, on the LC, and I've just learned massive stuff on the Metro kit, so I'm just really pleased with how it's went.
Looking at this weekend then, with the races ahead, what do you hope to achieve this weekend? Do you think that some good points are on the cards, super points this weekend?
I think I'd like to get another few podiums on the Mini, because I'm in a few tenths off the quickest, and on the Metro kit I'd just like to get near my rival Bill, because he's always been just one step ahead of me.
And so then going into next season, into next year, what are your plans for next year?
We're going to do the same again, but I think we're going to do some training on a 70 as well.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Luke.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right, I'm here with Oliver. Oliver, how has the season gone for you so far?
The season's gone pretty well for me so far, because I'm leading the rookies, and it's just a good feeling.
And how is the feeling as you come into this final round? Is there confidence? Is there complacency? Or are you're not feeling that just yet?
I'm confident that I'm going to win the championship, and at the same time I want to. So it's like I want to win it, and I know I will.
That's always good to be confident like that. Are there any sort of worries, any sort of hiccups you're concerned about, or is it pretty much plain sailing? You just want to get it across the line?
Just get it across the line.
That's brilliant. So what's your plan for next year then? Where do you go from here?
I will go to the pros and race with Lewis Hull.
Are you looking forward to that?
Yes, because I know his lines and it's very nice.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Oliver.
Thank you.
My name's Oliver and I'm in the Rookies. First race. Yeah, it's going good so far.
And so is this your first race of the whole season?
Yeah.
And how much are you looking forward to? Have you been out and a chance to practice so far on the circuit?
Yeah, it's been going really, really good. I didn't expect the track to be this good.
And what experience have you had on tracks similar like this before? Or is this the first time you've ridden all together?
I've done a few practices.
And have you ridden tracks other than this one, or is this the track you're most familiar with?
I've never ridden around here, but it's going good. Very, very good.
What are you looking forward to this week, and what are your aspirations to look forward to this weekend and then into the future? What are you looking at?
I'm looking forward to getting...
Success and happy your name in the
We found some pit bike guys. So we're joined here in the pit bike boys by Jay and Chris. I'll start with Jay. How are you feeling looking to Landau?
Landau's not one of my favourite tracks, but it's gone really well this morning. We're only a 10th off my PB so far, but I know a lot of the other guys are going to get a lot quicker because it's their first time here, so I'm expecting a lot of people to be catching me.
And you obviously double points here. You're looking for a good end to this season, get some nice points?
Yeah, it's going to be really tight for third in the championship between me, Chris and Reese. I think there's 12 points between us, so with the double points rounds, it's going to be really, really close.
Well, that's perfect time to go over to Chris then. Chris, how are you feeling?
Good. First time here. It's a very bumpy track and getting there with it. I'm 0.1 off Reese and 0.4 or 5 off Jay, so it's going to be a good weekend and 12 points in it. So
yeah, 12 points. I mean, are you feeling a little bit of pressure maybe, or is it all just fun and games between you guys?
No pressure, it's all on Jay, the pressure. Ex-champion, he's got years of experience. This is my second year and Reese's second year as well, so yeah.
So looking to be the David to the Goliath then here?
That's it.
Well, fair enough. And well, Jay, back to you. What's the future hold for you next year?
I'm hoping to stay with Moto as a brand next year. I'm hoping we bring out a new bike, a bit of an improved bike for next season. That's about it. We're also going to be competing in the Moto Team class next year, but that's going to be on a different bike because the rules and regs have stopped pit bikes from using that. So we've now got a Honda 125 CBR. So we'll be doing that class again next year as well. And we're hoping to wrap that championship up this weekend as well.
Brilliant. And you are looking to carry on the YouTube channel as well?
Yeah, the YouTube channel will carry on. Hopefully do some more different things next season, but I've got a few things planned, but it's a bit money dependent as well.
Oh, that's fair enough. And then Chris, to you as well, what's the future holding?
Future, back here next year hopefully. Give it to the front lads this time.
Yeah, go win a load of races.
Sorry,
go win a load of races.
That's it.
Stay injury free.
Yeah, missed a couple of rounds with a broken collarbone this year, so hopefully stay on the thing next year and top 3 again.
Well, that's awesome. Well, thank you too, and good luck this weekend.
Cheers.
Well, we're now here with the other Miller, Owen. How are you feeling looking forward into Landau?
It's some good competition out here, like Rossi Banham, Taylor Lawrence, obviously my brother as well. Yes, good to be back.
It's great to have you back, of course. I mean, what have you been doing this past year, and how's it all been working out for you?
This year I've been doing 300s in BMC, and I've been doing pretty good in that. but at Donington my bike blew up, so I had to go on to the higher bike, which we didn't want to do for the last round, so we ended up getting our borrow over 650, which I rode that last weekend, and I was up at the front group, so yeah, that's pretty good.
And what does the future hold as well then, after we talked about the past? Is it just carrying on the same thing? You're looking to move up anywhere in the world?
Well, next year we're doing MRO 600s in Bemsey, so going to see how that goes, and then maybe from there junior super stock.
Families, their friends who have all come along to watch. You know, we've got a really big turnout of riders here today, really big turnout of spectators as well, which is great to see coming into this final round. And there is just, you know, such an air of passion and excitement, and you know, you can just tell that everyone's looking forward. And even if there will inevitably be riders coming away disappointed from this weekend, but you can tell they're still just looking forward to it so much.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant nonetheless. And this circuit is beautifully along a road. Just along the back straight there is an actual main road, and we've seen all day long people parking up along the bank, along there, standing at the fence and having a look at what is happening out on track. I will say right now, what is happening on track, you're not missing anything special. We've got qualifying out there at the moment, and it looks like we've just had someone who's unfortunately taken a tumble there. So yeah, red flags are out. That will be the end of the qualifying two for the pit bikes for now. Yeah, we've got some people lining up already. This is the second qualifying zone session for the pit bikes. We had one this morning. We've got, I believe, Taylor Lawrence, who is actually one of the favourites in the pit bike championship with the silver helmet there, who has gone down, and the medical vehicles are being sent now across the track. I'm not exactly sure where they're going. Hopefully everything is okay there. That is Taylor Lawrence, who you did see an interview with. He's looks like he's up there. He's given a round of applause. He looks like he's all right.
Yeah, it looks like it's all okay. He's walked away from it, but a bit of a shake of the head there. Clearly disappointed with that one. P2 in the session when the red flag came out, so we'll be lining up P2 for race 2 and 3 tomorrow. But yeah, big shame for him. And yeah, that's just a real surprise there. You know, you don't expect to see someone of Taylor Lawrence's caliber going down. He dominated the first 2 rounds of the championship. That a double weekend opening in Lid. You know, I believe he took all 4 race wins. 4 race wins out of 6 even, should I say, that time out. And I think we're not going to be getting underway again, unfortunately, in pit bikes. There is they're going to be heading back into the pit lane by the looks of things. So that will be it for the pit bikes until their race 1 later this afternoon. But yeah, big shame for Taylor Lawrence there. Hopefully not a lot of damage to the bike, and not a lot of damage to his confidence either, because coming in, he's leading this championship by 122 points as it stands from Rossi Banham, and with double points available, that we were talking to both Rossi and Taylor before, and it's a friendly rivalry. It's always friendly rivalries here at FAB, but they are well aware that all it takes is one bad race, and suddenly you start to sweat, because the guy behind you, or the guy in front of you, suddenly they're breaking away or they're getting closer. 50 points for a race win, that is a lot of points available.
It absolutely is, and like we said, 150 points across all 3 races that we'll have this weekend are up for grabs, 50 from each. And Taylor Lawrence, that we've just seen go down, if he can't get up into the next race or whatever, or he misses a few rounds here or doesn't score points, that gap can quickly close down. Yes, it's 122 points at the moment. It's a nice gap. He's going to be confident with that gap, but with 150 points on the cards, anything can happen this weekend.
Oh, it certainly can, and anything will happen. FAB tends to have a tendency to cause chaos and excitement wherever it goes, and I'm sure the South Wales Karting Centre is not going to be any different, especially as it's the finale of the championship, this double points round. There's just more tension almost than before, and you can see there actually quite a big crowd turning up as well, which is a great to see. You don't often see the biggest of crowds, shall we say, rocking up for the FAB-Racing rounds, but we've actually got a fair few spectators rocking up, which is great to see.
This circuit, we've even got a bit of a grandstand there. You can see there's a bit of a raised platform where spectators can go and stand just down, just after the hook, out of the first, second and third complex, and you can see them there stood having a nice there's a better angle for you, looking over the track, and anyone can come down and stand there as far as I'm aware. So a very, very nice little turnout there for the crowds to be here. It's brilliant to see. So the track is a little bit quiet at the moment. There's not much going on after that last red flag and that last incident, but hopefully we can get some more stuff going again soon. But hello and welcome to FAB Racing. My name is Tom. I'm joined by the wonderful Mr. Ross McIntyre here, and we're going to be with you throughout this weekend to take you through the final round of the FAB Racing Championship here at Clandau. How are you feeling about this?
Oh, I'm more than excited. Round 7, the Nova Racing, finale here at Clandau. The sun's gone away, but the excitement certainly hasn't.
Absolutely.
And just waiting for the last few qualifying sessions to get underway. I think they've just finished clearing up Taylor Lawrence's off. I don't think there was any debris on the track. Just make sure he's all okay. We did see him standing up there, so he's all good. But yeah, you can just tell that everyone is so looking forward to this weekend, as with every FAB weekend. But there's going to be champions walking away from this one. Only one championship has already been decided in the sidecars. I don't think anyone would be surprised by that. Mick Williams has absolutely run away with that one this year, as he does every single season, and so he's already walked away with that one. And but we've got a few ones that are very close to being wrapped up. We could be seeing in the first race today in the AC40 Pros, one of the championships being wrapped up immediately. So that is a possibility. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. So there's some championships that are very, very close, and with this double points, it's just super tight. But there's some of them which are almost done. All the riders really need to do is just bring it home across the 3 races.
That really is the case. And the beautiful thing about FAB Racing, the reason that so many people love it, and like you've seen the spectators that are here today, is because it's got 10 different, essentially, championships in one. There's 10 different categories, 10 different classes that are all going every single, every few weeks, every single round. They're going as hard as they can to get points and get performances, because this is a platform for them to really show their skills and to give an example of what they can do. We've got bikes back on track, which is always a good thing. after that last red flag. We've got the MK Mini GP50s, that's a big word, that have gone out there now to do their second qualifying round. So yeah, hopefully we'll see some more good results from this.
Yeah, indeed, we will. Obviously, the metro kits, this is when it really starts to get serious for these young riders. Of course, we have guys as young as 6 out there racing in FAB, which really makes me feel old, and I've not even been 17 a month yet. But yeah, the metro kit bikes, the first gear bikes that a lot of these young riders are getting onto, this is where it really starts to get serious. And obviously FAB as well, it's an official partner series to BSB. It's on the road to MotoGP, that Dorna program which they run. So it's a lot of these guys are looking to be the stars of tomorrow, and you can already see there's a lot of talent out in these fields, both in the 50s and the 70s, which I believe we will have coming out for their last qualifying session a little bit later on. So there is a big field of talent. We've seen some fantastic riders coming through as well through these championships. I mean, we've got riders like Eddie O'Shea, who's been doing Red Bull Rookies this year. Obviously, we've got Scott Redding, who was part of the initial FAB Championship. He's a bit of a household name now across the world in bike racing. So a lot of these guys are looking to be, the next superstars in the world of bike racing. And it's great to see them getting their start out here. And as well, what makes it even better is just how close the Metro Kit Championships are, because obviously to get into the Metro Kit Championships, you do have to compete in one full season on a Mini Moto, where they can hone their skills, and obviously then you step up. It's a much bigger bike, much more power, much faster, and obviously it's got gears as well, so you can really hit the top speed down the straights. The 70s can actually hit 100 miles an hour at full chat, and these 50s can hit 80 at a push. Not quite sure we'll be hitting that, but we do have a very long back straight here at Clandau, so they'll be getting some serious speed down there. And so it's the first real proper bike experience for these guys, and it's just amazing how close it is. In the 70s, we've got a 3-way fight for the championship going on. Here in the 50s, we've got a 2-way fight going on, and just a very competitive field as well. So it's awesome to see these young riders getting out there and just absolutely giving it their all and showing us what they're made of.
It absolutely is, and like you just said there, yeah, this is one of the championship fights we're going to have to keep an extra close eye on this weekend. It's the MK GP50s. Clayton Edmonds is leading it currently by just 21 points from Marco Holt. So everything is still up for grabs here this weekend. One thing going one way and another thing going another can change. I think it's very unspecific, but a very, very, very big championship swing could be on the cards this weekend. Clayton Edmonds has won 3. Marco Holt has won 3, so it's 3 each in terms of the rounds we've been to so far, and all of the first and seconds have been shared between Edmonds and Holt. Third place is the one that's up for grabs more than anything else here in this category. A few different drivers taking third place, riders have taken third place throughout the season so far, but first and second has only been between Edmonds and Holt, so it's going to be close between them. It's definitely going to be one you're going to want to watch.
Oh, of course, these guys have just been at each other's throats the entire season. Obviously, it's a friendly rivalry, as I said earlier. It's such a loving community here at FAB. Everyone gets on super, super well. So on track they may be bitter rivals, racing each other tooth and nail to the line, but off track, they're best mates. So it's really great to see. It really stays on the racetrack, and I'm sure that Clayton and Marco, they're going to be fighting it all the way down to the wire here this weekend. But whoever wins, I'm sure they'll be gracious in winning, and the other one will be gracious in defeat, I'm sure, because of course there can only be one winner. That's how it works, unfortunately. But it's going to be a phenomenal few races for these guys. I'm sure we've been seeing them battling out on track all season long, and I'm sure that will not change this weekend, as we're just coming up to just over 5 minutes left to go in qualifying 2, and it is currently Clayton Edmonds on provisional pole position. A 49.359 is currently the fastest lap of this session so far. Harry Payne in P2. Marco Holt's only down in P4 at the moment, so he's got a bit of time to gain up at the moment.
If I'm not mistaken, Marco Holt was a little bit later coming out than all the other riders that are out there at the moment. He's only completed 1 lap so far, so hopefully he can get back up to speed, or he might even have come back into the pits. I don't know if he's having some issues. Hopefully not, because that obviously will put his championship challenge a little bit into the up into the air. But hopefully he can get everything sorted and get up to speed and have a good qualifying attempt.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. One thing to note as well, Clayton Edmonds has absolutely smashed the lap record already around here for the Mini GP50s. The lap record previously was set when we last came to Clandau back in 2019, before all this rubbish with lockdown and all that kicked off. And that was set by Harrison Crosby with a 50.404. He set a 49.359, so that's a second faster.
Yeah.
Across the practice and the qualifyings in the morning, I wasn't seeing a lot of times getting super, super close to the lap records. We were seeing maybe a second off. So to go a second faster than the lap record already, and we're not even at the end either. The track's really come good over the last few minutes, or Clayton Edmonds has just absolutely switched on. 0.4 of a second ahead of Harry Payne in P2. He is absolutely flying at the moment, and well, you can tell he really wants to get on with the job this weekend.
He really, really does, and you know, he's got that 20-point buffer. He's at the top. He's going to be sitting comfortably. He's got position already. He just needs to hold on and make sure that he doesn't drop any points. If he can make sure he secures all the points he needs, he can hold his position and do what he'll be in a comfortable position. It's going to be Marco Holt that's going to be the one that's feeling the pressure. He's got to make up those points. He's got to make that 20-point gap up, and he's got to make it count. And so far, being in the pit lane, having these struggles in qualifying, it's not going to be giving him any sort of passion or any sort of good feelings about this weekend. I'm struggling for the word there, but you know what I mean. He's going to be nervous going into this, let's say.
Yeah, and as well, again, it's important that he keeps that. Obviously, it's good that he's nervous. Well, not good that he's nervous. It's good that he's feeling something, because you want to be excited. You want to be on your toes to have your best performance. But as well, it's important that you have a strong weekender if you're in such a tight championship battle, because of how the points have changed. Again, this is a double championship points round to shake up the finale. So if you come at first or second, instead of it being a 5 points difference, 25 points to 20, it's 10 points, 50 to 40. So that's an even bigger gap. So it's all to play for. And once again, hello if you are just joining us here at FAB. And again, if this is your first time watching FAB, you've got no idea what's going on. Well, I'll let you tell you. FAB is the official partner series to British Superbikes, and is part of Dorna's Road to Moto GP programme, and is also a pathway, definitely a pathway up to the British Talent Cup. And it is one of the premier mini bike championships in the British Isles, formed back in 2004, and it has provided an opportunity for young riders to gain an insight and experience into motorcycle racing on track, and from a very young age as well. And as I said earlier, the riders were looking to be the next big stars in the world of motorcycle racing. And it's FAB's provided training and proving grounds for many a young rider across the years, and many of them gone on to compete in BSB, World Superbikes, MotoGP, and so much more. And then there's a 5 stepping stone series for riders as young as 6 as well. So you've got the 5 junior categories out here. So you've got 3 on the Mini Motos, and then the 2 metric classes, and as well you've got 5 categories for some of the older riders as well, if they want to still have a whack around as well. Some of the sidecars guys, they're getting up into their 40s now as well, which is impressive to still be out there at such a grand old age. I'm not trying to call them old, but that's what I'm aiming for anyway. But then as well, you've got guys out there who are as young as 6, which is ridiculous.
And of course, we've actually seen this weekend at FAB a rider on a bike. It's not been any of the official categories, but during the lunchtime breaks, we've had a few young riders, learning their wheels, learning how to ride a bike properly, and it's been brilliant to see. They've been doing very, very well. Just be going around a couple of simple laps, learning the track, learning how to do it, and hopefully in the next few years we do see them properly graduate up into the FAB ranks.
Yeah, of course. We always love to have new riders along. I don't know if younger the merrier is, but the more the merrier, definitely, because it just makes everyone else feel old, frankly. But we do have such a talented, a roster of riders, and as well, to have some of them, so young and to be so talented just from the get-go is absolutely unbelievable. And as I said, this series is definitely a pathway to the British Talent Cup. You see so many riders making their way up there next season. You saw earlier in the interviews a couple of the riders saying, yeah, that's where we're going next season. That's the plan. The plan is to get into the British Talent Cup and prove what we can do. Again, we've got a couple riders from the British Talent Cup this year who graduated from FAB. Some old familiar faces. I'm sure we'll be covering who they are later on, as the checker flag has now come out for the Mini GP 50 qualifying 2 sessions. It will be Clayton Edmonds on pole position. Harry Payne comes home in second. Marco Holt only third there, 4 tenths off, nearly 5 tenths off in P3 from Clayton Edmonds. So Edmonds has given himself a very, very nice buffer there. However, we know that Holt is absolutely lightning away at the lights, so it is absolutely all to play for here. I don't actually know, as I say that, Mark Holt's just improved to second. So Mark Holt ever so slightly improves. Wow, 2 thousandths of a second quicker than Harry Payne. That is ridiculously close.
Very close.
It works its way onto the front row of the grid. And again, Marco is supremely good away from the light. So, that front row is going to be an electric one to watch later on.
It really is. And Marco Holt in the end only managed to do about half the laps that Clayton Edmonds did. Maybe if he got those extra 5 or 6 laps, he could have been up to the same pace. But 4 tenths off, like you say, 2 thousandths behind, ahead of Harry Payne, I should say. These guys are going to be starting side by side on the grid. It's going to be one you're going to want to watch, because that is going to be close. Like we say, 20 points in that championship battle, so anything is still on the cards there, starting side by side on the grid. He's going to really fancy it, isn't he, Marco Holt?
Oh yeah, he definitely will be. He's right there alongside his championship rival in Clayton Edmonds, and this is the perfect opportunity, not just for him but for both of them, really, to show what they're worth, to go toe to toe for this championship. And I know obviously that Clayton's been competing up in the 70s as well. Marco hasn't, so it's Clayton's kind of got more to do in that sense. So Marco knows that he can apply the pressure, because Clayton's not just thinking about this; he's thinking about other things as well. Marco can come in and just solely focus on this and go, this championship is mine. It sounds a bit weird to say mind games because they're so young out there, but it is what it is. These guys are young, but they're super competitive. They are the stars of tomorrow. They are the riders that we're going to be seeing on the TV screens internationally in a few years' time. And they're starting young. They've already honed their skills, and they're starting to get that mental game on top of it as well. So it's going to be fantastic to watch what these two guys do out there tomorrow. And as well, Harry Payne behind as well. Don't count him out. Luke Fitcher as well. There's a real, few, really big names on that 50s grid. And, Luke Fitcher down in 5th. I think he'll be trying to work his way through. I think he would have been hoping for at least a 4th place to be with that, that big group up the front. So I think he'll be trying to slice his way through tomorrow. And, Harry Payne as well. That'll be interesting to see. But again, if you are just joining us here at Clando, hello and welcome to what is a very special double points finale here for the 2021 FAB-Racing season. And boy, oh boy, we're just getting into the last few qualifying sessions now, Tom, and it's been exciting so far, and the racing hasn't even started yet.
Absolutely, it hasn't. This is all building the foundations for what we're going to see from this racing, because we know what the championships looks like. This is now going to be saying this is what we're going to look like when we get into the racing. So we've got the pit bikes out there now, and we're going to be having a look at Casey O'Gorman. He's come down to FAB this weekend after having a little bit of a break off, but he's just managed to incredibly graduate into the Red Bull Rookies for next season. He's very excited for that. We had a little chat with him in the interviews there at the opening, didn't we? And he's really looking forward to graduating to the Red Bull Rookies next year. What do you make of his performance?
Oh, well, obviously he's had a fantastic season in the British Talent Cup. Missed a couple rounds, still coming away champion. It's been awesome stuff from one Mr. O'Gorman. And he's coming in today. Obviously the Talent Cup season has ended, so he's a few of the Talent Cup guys actually have just come down, decided to give it a bit of a go on the pit bikes in the Extreme 200. You can see there, getting a bit sideways on his way into the final hairpin. But yeah, O'Gorman, he's had an absolutely fantastic season. To be selected for Red Bull Rookies, it is no mean feat, and very, very well deserved in my opinion. He's an electric rider. He's just one of the ones that immediately attracts your attention when you're watching him out on the track. He's just fantastic. I mean, he's obviously we've only set an outlap, but he was the fastest of those outlaps, which doesn't really mean much. But yeah, he is just absolutely brilliant. We've got a few of the BTC riders out there today as well. We've got Casey O'Gorman, of course, as well. You'll be seeing features of Ryan Hitchcock, Johnny Garness, Carter Brown. All these guys have just rocked up today. Partly for fun, partly just for a bit of track time, keeping their skills up. But it is fantastic to see, some old returning faces to FAB. These guys have all come through FAB-Racing and have gone on to do big things. Casey winning the British Talent Cup in such phenomenal fashion when he missed some of the rounds as well is just superb. And it is great to have him back, as it is all of those guys as well. And very welcome here in Glandau, I'm sure. It's been just a bit of a smile on everyone's face when everyone realises Casey's back, brilliant. And he's out there at the moment on the pit bike in the Extreme 200 class, doing an absolute fantastic moment. Let's just hear from Casey from a little interview we had with him earlier. Let's just hear what he had to say looking into Glandau.
Casey O'Gorman selected for the Red Bull Rookies Cup in 2022. How do you feel?
Oh, it's amazing. I'm over the moon, but I think a lot of it is down to how well I did last weekend. I went into that weekend knowing I had to do quite a lot to win the championship, and I did it, and that's clearly helped with the selection.
Talk us through your season then in the British Talent Cup.
Well, I started off the first round really good. I got double win, and I went to Knock Hill, and I got taken out, but then I broke my neck and my arm. I missed 3 rounds, 5 races. When I came back, I was 91 points behind at Donington, and a race had been cancelled at Thruxton, so we had an extra one at Donington. And I came second, first, and then I kept finishing first or second, and I finished off the podium once.
being selected for the Red Bull Rookies Cup. It's very prestigious still in 2022, and you'll be up with some very big names for the future.
Yeah, I'm hoping to do really well in it. I think I can. After what I did in Estoril at the beginning of the year, I think I can do good.
Right. And you're here racing at FAB-Racing this weekend, back to your roots where you won your early championships. Talk us through why you're back here racing.
I'm just getting ready for the last round in Valencia for ETC, preparing, getting bike fit, ready for the weekend.
All right, well, best of luck for next year and for this weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, Casey O'Gorman there, absolutely phenomenal. He rocked up at Ella Park last round and absolutely smashed it there. Took 70 points from that, absolutely amazing, and he'll be looking to do a similar thing today, that's for sure. His first round, and he won it all.
And well, that's what he's doing at the moment. He is currently on provisional poles. We see that Jack Andrews having a problem with the bike. I'm not sure if he's gone down or if it's just conked out, but he's wheeling it away, so that could be his session over. But yeah, currently a second quicker than Johnny Garness in P2. So those BTC guys are rocking up here and absolutely smashing it on the pit bikes. One thing to note as well, Ollie Horner, who's running in the Extreme 200 on his Mini GP70 bike, currently P3. So great stuff from Ollie Horner. I was a bit surprised when I turned up yesterday and was like, oh, he's running in the Extreme 200s as well on his 70. But yeah, P3 for Ollie Horner's great stuff from him, and that'll be valuable track time in his quest to gain up championship positions as well in the 70s running. We should have I believe we do have the 70s qualifying after this for their second qualifying. And we just actually had it in my ear. Apparently this is the last qualifying session. My mistake. So we won't be having that, but they'll be back out for race one later on. But Casey O'Gorman anyway, almost. Oh no, I've been told I was right actually. So it is. We do have the Mini GP70's second qualification after this, and then after that we have the Moto Team qualifying too, and then we've got the first of the races. But yeah, Casey O'Gorman, Johnny Garness as well up there. Those two just absolutely doing an awesome job at the moment.
It really is, and I mean this is we've talked about close championships. This one is closer than a lot of the rest. A lot of the riders in this have missed a few rounds, have competed in a few places. I mean, our leader Dylan Mellor has only won one of the rounds, and he currently finds himself fifth in this qualifying session. So, this championship really could go any which way you want. I would say 150 points are on the cards today, and let me just quickly check. 150 points covers it all the way down to all 40 riders. So it really could go anywhere. There's been 40 people that have competed in this championship across the season. We've not got 40 of them here today with us, but I'm sure nonetheless we'll see a very surprise winner from this championship, that's for sure.
Well, we certainly will. Of course, Dylan Mellor, your current championship leader, leading by 2 points from Jack Andrews, who we saw having that issue earlier. So that's not how Jack would have wanted his championship quest to begin. But again, there's 150 points available here, Tom. Exactly. So it's very, very easy to make up lost ground if you need to. As long as you can make the races, if you finish, you are gaining points. So that's the main thing, because suddenly it's such a different round from normal. So it's you can't afford, but you can't afford to have a bad race, but you can afford to have a bad qualifying, because you can make that up across race 1, 2 and 3.
I will just jump in, and say Casey O'Gorman, who we've just been talking about, is actually only 60 points off of the title in this category. Could he come in and just do the final 2 rounds and win it? Quite possibly, if he really wanted to.
He could.
And had a flawless weekend. That's not off the cards.
I mean, championship leader Dylan Mellor is in 6th at the moment, so it is possible. I mean, Jack Andrews has only missed 1 round as in 2nd. Dylan Mellor's done missed 2 rounds and is leading. It is possible. Mathematically, realistically, not sure, but mathematically, Casey O'Gorman could walk away with this championship today, which would just be absolutely insane. He'd get himself a nice little championship trophy. Of course, the winners of each race get a medal, and then the championship winners do get it. Whoa! That was a big slide there from one of our other returnees as well from the BTC, Johnny Garness, on the number 57. That was a huge slide coming into the final turn, getting the 2 wheels very, very sideways there. But yeah, he's currently P2 as well. So Johnny Garness, hot on the heels, 9/10 off of Casey O'Gorman. He's also had a pretty good season over at the British Talent Cup. Another FAB graduate that we're seeing returning here as well, partly for fun, partly for track time. But yeah, he's doing a great job as well. So Johnny Garness, that was a very impressive display of bike control into the final hairpin there. and he's doing a great job out there on the pit bike as well at the moment.
He really is, and it's really, these are great to see, all these youngsters coming through, getting experience in other categories and coming over to Fab and showing that we've got the talent, we can do it. And this is another great example of Johnny Garness, who as far as I'm aware, this is his first round on the Extreme 200, so he's rocked up here to make his mark and to get some points on the cards. And he's going to be chasing Casey Gilman for everything he can to make a result here this weekend. Very quickly, I will just say a lap record that has ever been set around this circuit in Fab was set on the Extreme 200 bikes back in 2019 when we were last here by Richard Holmes Williams. He's not on the bike out there today, but that time he set was a 46.972, and the best that Casey Gilman's done is a 47.3, so he's only 4/10 off the lap record of this circuit in Fab completely in all the different categories. He could be here to set it this weekend, so that would be on the cards, and we'll keep an eye on it because I think that definitely could tumble.
Yeah, it certainly could. We've already seen one lap record going already today. Could we be seeing a second? We'll just have to wait and find out. Whoa, that was another big wobble there for Johnny Garness coming out of the final corner. My goodness me, you can tell he's pushing superbly hard. And, awesome display of bike control that you're seeing right now. Clandau was not an easy circuit. Well, we were talking about this yesterday. Me and Tom walked around the track after it closed yesterday. We're just having a look at what we very quickly came to realise, that this is not a circuit that bikes are supposed to go around. Obviously, all of the circuits that we visit here at Fab are karting tracks, but this is, it sounds weird to say, but it's more of a karting track than most. It is super, super tight. It's just designed for a kart ground and not a bike. So we're throwing the bikes out there anyway, and it's tough for the riders. Coming down, the middle sector is super, super technical. You've got that big right-hander, which a lot of the riders have been complaining how bumpy it is as the checkered flag comes out in a few seconds now. It's a few seconds to go, and there you can see it being waved. So one more lap for Johnny Garness. But it's just not a track at all the bikes are supposed to go on. A couple of tracks that we can get this season that we've been to, the bikes have worked. The Rower comes to mind. It was pretty good racing there. You could tell that the riders were enjoying it. It was a track where bikes can go round, in an efficient manner. This is just not a track that has been designed for bikes, and we're doing it anyway. So you're going to be seeing some incredibly bike control. There is the man though that will be on pole position, coming out of nowhere. Casey Gilman hasn't set a new lap record, unfortunately, but not so far in this session anyway. It's a 47.354, 7.5 tenths faster than Johnny Garness in P2. Ollie Horner in P3 as well. That's a very nice display from him. Championship leader Dylan Mellon down in P6. Second place Jack Andrews down in P8. So we could be seeing a very, very big shake-up. I don't know, because of the double points, we will be seeing a very big shake-up here today.
Absolutely. This is one that you are going to want to tune in for all three of their races this weekend, because, like I said, all 40 contestants in this category. We haven't got all 40 here today, but every single person that has taken part in this category this season could potentially grab a title. All of them are within 150 points of each other. So, it's definitely going to be one you're going to want to watch. It's going to be very, very close indeed.
It certainly will be indeed. And another thing to note, Carter Brown as well, struggling out there. It seems he's one of the other British Talent Cup riders that we're having return. He's just not quite been on Casey and Johnny's pace today, it seems. Not sure if he's just not been settled on the bike. He isn't enjoying the track. One of the things that a lot of the riders were complaining about when we were walking about the paddock yesterday is they just don't like the track. They can't get the bikes to work around here, which is a shame, but that's really not what you want if you're coming into a championship fight. However, it is the big qualifying session though. The MK Mini GP70s heading out for their second qualifying, and boy oh boy, it is going to be supremely close. We've got our championship trio up the top: Sparks, Foster, Soroviak. Soroviak being a bit of a late contender coming into this, kind of unlocked himself at Raro, where he took 2 race wins, and it's just been an absolute charge ever since. And of course, Sparks leading the way, has a 15-point gap back to Foster in P2, who has a 27-point gap back to Soroviak in P3. Of course, this is the one that everyone wants to watch anyway, Tom, but even more so now.
Absolutely, it's so close, this category, and no more than between the top 3 riders. Like I say, Sparks, Foster, Soroviak, they have taken every single podium step all season long, bar one, which went to Ollie Horner back at round 4, which would have been Clay Pigeon. So at Clay Pigeon, that was the only time that those 3 were not the 3 riders on the podiums, which is absolutely phenomenal. It is, like you say, 42 points covering the top 3 riders. It's incredibly close. This is the one that's going to really come down to the wire. This is the one that you are not going to want to take your eyes off. this is going to be where you want to be watching this weekend, because this is, you know, probably one of the biggest classes that we're going to be watching all weekend, and it's been so close between these three contestants all weekends, or all season long, not even a weekend long, all season long, but it's going to be absolutely brilliant to watch.
Oh, it certainly is, and obviously the metric Mini GP70 is the fastest bike that these junior guys can get onto, and it is, of course, you know, the one that everyone watching, and the one where you see the riders going on to stuff like the British Talent Cup, of course, with a 50cc liquid-cooled engine, 6-speed gearbox with a hydraulic front and rear brakes. The 70s can hit 100 miles an hour at full chat. That is ridiculously quick, and you can be as young as 8 and be on these things. As long as you are 8 years old and you've done a full season on a Mini Moto, you can get out there and ride these things. Absolutely unreal. There is Foster, currently P2 in the championship on that purple 88 bike. He'll be looking to certainly get very close to pole position, if not get pole position in the second qualifying session. He's very, very good on the starts as well. He will be the one to watch when the lights go out if he doesn't get pole position, because again, cast my mind back to Raura, he was awesome. You know, he took, I think, out of the two of the 3 starts, he did take the race lead from them. One of them he unfortunately had a tumble almost immediately afterwards in the rain, but then one of them he streaked off and put in an absolutely masterful performance and won the race. So he will be one to watch on the starts. Soroviak and Sparks, though, when the racing comes forward, that is their forte. That's their moment. That being said, though, Sparks currently on pole position with a 47.849, and Soroviak only in P4, Foster in P3. Ronnie Harris currently pitting it in P2, 4 tenths down on Sparks. So a great lap there from Ronnie Harris on the 66 machine. That's great stuff from him. But Sparks, Foster, Soroviak, I'm expecting those are going to be the top 3 in this session. And well, if not, Harris could be quite an irritating obstacle come the races.
Yeah, it's great to see Ronnie Harris up there. We also had Ben Jolliffe up there for a little bit of time, but he's been knocked out now by Soroviak, Foster, and Clayton Edmonds also getting up involved in the top 5. But we've seen a few different pole sitters already. Every single lap they're getting faster here. It's gonna be, get my words right, it's gonna be one you're not gonna want to miss here. This is gonna be a wonderful pole position. It's Ethan Sparks, like you say, who's currently doing it. Ben Jolliffe, another fantastic lap up to second place.
Foster.
And Mason Foster now jumps up the timing table 3/100ths of a second over his rival Ethan Sparks. So very, very close times. All of these are very, very close.
Indeed, they are already breaking the lap records. That's the second lap record we've seen tumbling today. Previously, it was set by Eddie O'Shea, who did Red Bull Rookies this year, back in 2019 when we last came to Clan. That was a 48.146. Mason Foster just set a 47.731, so 4 tenths of a second quicker than the lap record. Philip Soroviak now, 47.731, so the times are tumbling, and the top 3 are trading places here at Clandau. This is going to be a fantastic session. We've just got under 6 minutes to go here. Do not turn your eyes away as Sparks goes on top of a 47.4. That's nearly 3 tenths of a second on Soroviak. My goodness me, this is going to be one of the most tightly contested sessions of the day. Do not even blink, because you will miss it. It is going to be fantastic.
We've got 5 minutes left in this session, and every single time they come across the line, it is changing. We're getting a different pole sitter every single minute. It is absolutely phenomenal to watch this. Ethan Sparks back on top with a 47.4, but Soroviak, Foster, Edmonds, Jolliffe, they're all fighting for that pole position, and they're all up there that any of them could take it. This is brilliant.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic. Of course, these 3 are the ones to watch. Sparks on that 62, Soroviak, who we're seeing on screen now, on that blue 75. He did have blue hair for a while. I think it's kind of gone away now. And then Foster as well on that number 88. Those are the 3 that you need to keep your eyes on, because those are the 3 that are fighting for the championship. Those are the 3 who are going to be battling it out all weekend long, and they are doing so now. Soroviak, I think, had a bit of a cool-down lap last time out, and I think as well he's just encountered traffic, so might be having to just let this lap slide. Don't want to overheat the tyres, of course. I'm sure all these top guys are running new tyres this weekend, because they'll be wanting to absolutely push the limits of what their bike can do. They will be wanting to secure themselves, there we go, at the best possible position. Let's see what Soroviak does when he comes to the line now. Does improve on his previous lap, but is still a second off of his best. So yeah, I think once again just throwing that lap away with the traffic, letting the tyres cool. Obviously not letting them get too cool, because you do still want some grip, but just letting the bike bike settle, let himself get in the right frame of mind. This will be a push lap now. Now this is the corner. These next two corners I was described as yesterday's by some of the young riders as the trickiest on the circuit. That big right-hander as we cut away to Ethan Sparks now. This right-hander, not this one, the next right-hander there, that's the left-hander anyway. This right-hander here is really awkward because it tightens badly on the exit. And then the next right-hander, the track surface is, well, to put it lightly, awful. It is bumpy, it is rough, there is potholes on the racing line. So it's you really need to get it right there. But you can also apparently pull off a mega overtake round the outside there if you get it right. So it could be a corner to watch. Let's see what Sparks can do as he's heading down that long back stretch. You can just see how quickly these guys are going down there. I'm not quite sure they'll be hitting the full 100 miles an hour, but they'll be getting very, very close to the line now. Goes Sparks. What's he going to do? Doesn't quite improve, but his best lap time now, 47.126 with 3.5 minutes to go. They're still tumbling. It's Sparks from Foster. Harris is in P3. Soroviak's fallen down to 5th. He needs to get a better lap timing because at the moment Soroviak just isn't going anywhere.
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking here, we're saying that this top 3 is where you want to be looking, obviously for the championship it is, but in this qualifying session and in this race isolated on its own, our top 8 contestants are separated by a second. It's very, very close at the top, and really any one of those could be here to take pole position today. Well, yeah, right now we've got how long? 2 minutes, just under 3 minutes left in this session. It's very close. Filip Soroviak, who is in 5th place, but he's only 6 tenths down on the leader. He can find that time somewhere around this lap and get up there. And we've got someone who's just stopped at the side of the circuit. I'm trying to see if we can find out who that is. That's very unfortunate. If what's the 125? Well, that's Ben Jolliffe, who has been up there fighting.
Oh, and he's done, isn't he?
He's done in 4th position, but there he is, climbing over the barrier. That's Ben Jolliffe, who has been, you think at one point he was one of our pole sitters. He's now down in 4th position, climbing over the barrier, and that's the end of his day.
Helmet off with a little shake of the head as well, so he's clearly not happy. I mean, he took his helmet off, so that means you can at least speak to him. Of course, rider code is that if they come back to the paddock with the helmet still on, you leave them alone. They're not too happy. 2 minutes to go in the final GP70 qualifying session of the year, and it is going down to the wire. Sparks from Foster, from Harris, from Jolliffe, who we just saw there finishing his session early. Soroviak in P5 as well. And as Sparks comes to the line, does he improve? No, he does not. I think it's starting to get to the point where they're just getting to the limit of the lap times that they can do. Sparks currently on pole by 1.5 tenths of a second here. This will of course decide the grid for races 2 and 3 tomorrow. Race 1, the grid was decided earlier. Of course we'll read that out to you when we get to that race a little bit later on this afternoon. But let's see if Sparks can improve on his best lap time as he's just heading round now into the back section of the track, coming through into the Spitfire chicane just before the Spitfire straight. Now this is where it's get the best exit you can, get the throttle down. He will get a slight toe off the riders in front, which will help him tightening, getting right down onto the back. Does he improve coming to the line this time round? He does indeed. It's a 47.0. Oh no, he's gone down. Oh, and that's a big tumble for Ethan Sparks. That's big tumble.
That's just after turn 1, isn't it? Into that big hook chicane, the first one you look at there.
Red flag.
That's a big tumble. It's a red flag. He's just set the fastest lap. He's just set the fastest lap, and he's had a big tumble there.
Oh, that's a bit off the bike, I can see. Oh,
and
no.
He's gone the other. Is that the front fairing, or is that more than that?
That's not good.
There? That's not ideal for him. He looks all right. He looks fine. He came off quite early in that tough little accident there. He's picked up the last bit of his bike and he's lifted it off to the side of the circuit, but he did that with a lot of passion because he just did a 47 almost flat 47.074 just before that, which puts him a 10th clear of second place. Ronnie Harris is currently in 3rd. I don't know if that's going to be the end of this session.
I think that will be because we've only got 20 seconds to go.
That's
disaster for Filip Soroviak in 5th place. So one of our championship contenders only down in 5th. Surely that's a lot more pressure on the young rider's shoulders. Yeah, just a big disappointment for him. I think he was gearing up for one final lap, and then Ethan Sparks, just a small mistake after such a big lap. You know, it's so easy to do when you're just absolutely pounding out the lap times. Just give it a little bit too much into turn 1, and it is a very tricky corner, and the bike just high-sided, and that was that. Over he went, and a big shame for there, and some big damage to the bike it's looking like as well. Hopefully he'll be able to get that repaired for race 1, but it will be pole position for races 2 and 3 nonetheless. And just trying to read what his body language, I can't quite tell what he's feeling because he's just kind of just standing there looking at it like, oh well, I've gone off.
I'm not sure if they quite realise that's the end. We've still got some bikes on the grid who are being let go, but I think that'd be to come back round to the pit lane. I can't imagine they're just turning around now and going the wrong way down the grid to get back to the pit lane. So I think that will be the end of this session for sure. I'm not sure if Ethan Sparks even quite knows he's just done an incredible pole lap, and he's gone almost 1.5 tenths faster than the person behind him. But he's done a great lap there, 10 laps overall, with his final lap being his best with a 47, like we say, almost flat. Absolutely phenomenal for Ethan Sparks. He'll be happy, and hopefully they can get that bike going for the race, and hopefully it doesn't affect him in any way for the racing ahead.
Yeah, well, hopefully, but then you got to think, his last time on the bike going into race 1 was him going over, and as well, the bike, you can do so much to repair it if it is badly damaged, but it's not going to be, fresh out the factory fixed, is it? And you can just see it being wheeled back there by one of the marshals, and Ethan just kind of solemnly walking alongside him. So yeah, big shame for him there, but that will be the final GP70 qualifying session of the season, and it will be Ethan Sparks taking pole position. I do believe we have one more qualifying session after this before the races get underway. But yeah, wow, Ethan Sparks, bittersweet pole for him there, with a fantastic lap for pole position. I was 2.5 quicker than the lap record, but at the same time, going down, bringing out the red flag, it's a disaster for him. It's a disaster for Filip Sorowiak as well, down in 5th. You can only come away and think, what's going to happen now?
Yeah, well, like you say, last time you were here at Rowra, you saw him, Sorowiak that is, do an absolutely incredible job, taking 70 points in total from that round. He took 2nd place overall in the last round. He was getting his championship fight really back on. It was so close at the top, but that will be disappointing for him. But he won't be. That was not the end of it. You don't get points for qualifying 5th. You get points for finishing in the race, and he's going to be starting that race eyes glued on Mason Foster and Ethan Sparks ahead of him, knowing that he's got to get past them, he's got to catch up to them, and I'm sure he will, and hopefully he does very well in the race ahead of him.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for him, of course. We were speaking to him earlier. You would have seen in the intro when we were interviewing him, he said that Rowra kind of just unblocked him almost. He was just looking for that win all season long, and then wins to Rowra, and suddenly we're seeing a new Filip Sorowiak. Yeah. He's just absolutely flying, and that is a very disappointing 5th place for him. I'm certain that he would have been gearing up for a big final lap. Of course, Sparks going down put a halt to that. He will be disappointed, but as you said, he's going to be dead set focused on moving forward tomorrow and today as well. He's going to be wanting those points. He's coming up. He is 3rd place in the championship currently. He's the one trying to make that late rise, that late challenge, and to do that, he's going to need every ounce of his talent that he's got and all the confidence in the world to find his way around here at Clandau.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I think the best thing, the most important thing we can take away from that qualifying session is whilst the bike had a bit of a big impact there for Ethan Sparks, luckily he managed to get away from it. He managed to sort of abort as soon as he could and get clear of the bike, so that he was fine. He walked off straight away, went and picked up the bits of debris that had come off his bike, and he was okay, and that's obviously the most important thing we can take away from that qualifying.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Of course, straight back up when he went down, walked over as you said, so clearly no injury there, so that's absolutely great to see. So if the bike is repaired, he can get back on later and he'll be fine, or physically anyway. Mentally, that's another question entirely, but we'll just have to hope he's still got the confidence on 2 wheels. And yeah, the bike, that was a big hit. We saw big chunks of debris coming off that. Big shot. Well, it was a disappointing qualifying for Filip Sorowiak, not so for Ethan Sparks. Well, it kind of was though, because he went off, but we'll hear from both of them now when we interviewed them earlier. And let's hear from our pole sitter after that tumble and the man in P5. Right, so we've intercepted some of our championship contenders looking into this double points round at Rowra. So Filip Sorowiak, you're coming in hot on the tails of the front two. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good at this track. I like it. It's my first time here. Got a lot of points to make up in the championship, but it's possible.
Well, it's a double points round, and you've really clocked onto some form recently, so surely you've got your hopes up.
Yeah, I've got my first win at Rowra, and that's kind of unblocked me to more wins, so yeah.
Well, it was our first 2 wins at Rowra, if I remember correctly. But yeah, as you said, that's unblocked you, so you're coming in hot on form. Is there any pressure on you this weekend? Are you just looking to have some fun, see what happens?
There is some pressure, because obviously I want to make up as much points as I can in the championship, but it's the last round. I kind of want to do as best as I can. So.
Awesome, great stuff. And as well, Ethan, how are you feeling looking forward into this weekend? Sorry, it's a bit loud at the moment. How are you feeling looking into this weekend?
I'm feeling a bit pressure because I've only got a 15-point gap and there's a double points round, so I'm thinking I just need to win against Mason in 2 races, and I think I just have to finish the next.
Well, Well, it's almost could be one of those things where it's best just to come home on the bike, even if you finish, 4th, 5th, if you're just coming across the line, because it's double points. Surely that's a good result.
Yeah, it's just if I just need to beat Mason 2 times, then I basically just need to finish behind him, and then I can just not crash.
And obviously it's very, very close between you three at the front of the championship. Is there any pressure on you as well, or is it just kind of a friendly rivalry and whoever comes out on top comes out on top?
It's a bit of a friend rivalry between me, Philip and Mason, but even if Mason beats me, I'll still be happy for second.
And what does the future hold for you then, looking forward into next year?
Now I don't really know what I'm doing. I might be going to Spain doing pre-Moto 4, but I don't really know what I'm doing yet.
Well, Spain doesn't sound too bad, thanks Ethan. I'll ask you the same question as well, Philip. Next year, what's your plan?
Yeah, hopefully I'll be doing BTC for the next 2 years, maybe. We just need to pick a team now, so... But yeah, I think I'm going to be doing BTC.
Well, good luck for the both of you for this weekend and the future. Let's see what Clondalk brings. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
There we go then, our first and unfortunately 5th place there, Ethan Sparks and Philip Robbia, talked to us yesterday about what they wanted from this weekend, and I'm sure they probably would say a few different things now if we'd have interviewed them. But anyway, Moto Team are now out there on the track doing their qualifying too. It is Bernie Hook, who is a legend in the senior Mini Moto paddock, who is also now, or at least his name is on the system. This is the category that's designed to confuse commentators, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
The rider doesn't necessarily have to be the name we've got. As long as the number on the bike is right, then they're allowed to compete. It's something along those lines. It's very confusing. So the names we'll be giving you is the names we've got in our system. That might not necessarily be right. So Bernie Hook on that 51, that is the FAB Tech bike. So this is the one that has been designed and built by FAB for, I believe, endurance racing later on in the year, but also just to bring it along for the Moto Team here at the end, just to give it a run and give Bernie Hook a bit of a time on it and a bit of a chance in it.
Yeah, exactly. We've just given Bernie a bit of a ride out there. We're currently sitting on the pole position time, and he's just, his best time currently a 53.855, which is not bad at all. But as you said, FAB have decided to give him an opportunity out there on this much bigger bike for Mr. Mini Moto himself, and he's currently doing all right, isn't he? Provisional poles, not bad going. Still just under 6 minutes left to go in this qualifying session, so still plenty to happen. Fingers crossed that he doesn't wreck it, because that's a big bill in his name if he does. But he's doing a great job out there at the moment. But as you said, this is very much the category to confuse commentators, confuse viewers alike, because the name that we're seeing and the names that we'll be reading out are the names that the bikes have been entered under. However, that isn't necessarily the person on the bike, which is just, for example, Jamie King. I might be him out there. I don't know. I guess I'll find out in a minute.
He told us yesterday in the paddock it wouldn't be him for the first 2, but potentially for the third. But he wasn't sure, so we don't know exactly what's happening this weekend. If you hear us referring to numbers or just calling it Team Jamie King or something like that, that's probably the best way we can get around doing this, because as much as we'd love to know exactly who it is out there right now, we don't have the exact data to do that. We've asked them to tell us, but they've obviously got better things to do.
Yeah, exactly. There's the 107 of Elliot Newton coming to a stop by one of the marshals posts there. Hopefully he's able to get it going again. That is, I believe, Jamie King's bike, and that is definitely not Jamie King on it. I can confirm that much. If it is the 76, if it comes out, I think that is the 76, so that's definitely not Jamie King on it at the moment. The same thing happened back up at Rower, and we're up at Rower. He ran a competition on his YouTube channel, his Pit Bike Sonic YouTube channel, which he runs. A great YouTube channel, by the way. You should watch it. I think my shoulder features in one of his videos at some point. I know, wow. International superstar I am. And he occasionally run a competition on his YouTube channel over at Pit Bike Sonic, so let someone have a go on his pit bike here for the Moto Team running. And it is Can just had it in our ears that is not Jamie King. We'll get back to you on who it is in a minute. But up at Rara, it was Josh Birkin, if I'm not mistaken, who got given a go. And I got told that while he was stood next to me, immediately forgot. And then so I was like, hang on, Jay stood next to me in the commentary booth. Why is he on the list? And it was literally 20 seconds after he'd said, Josh is on the bike today. So that was one of my highlights, it must be said. So I'm not sure. I assume he's running a competition for this one as well. But again, he said to us Manchester. He might be on it for the second one. He probably will be on it for the third one. He doesn't know, so
he
we'll
wants
just have
to
to
wrap up the championship, basically. He wants the beauty of wrapping up the championship, and looking at the championship, it is him at the top of it. The Jamie King bike is at the top of it there, with a difference of 83 points to the number 8 of Jason Pugh. Again, don't know if it's Jason Pugh or not. It's the number 8 of Jason Pugh, who is behind, 83 points behind. So this championship is still open. A lot of stuff can still happen here, so it's definitely still one to keep a look at. But it's Jamie King who is leading the 76 bike, but not Jamie King who's out on track competing under his name. There's somebody else out there. At the top, we're looking at Darren Anderson's bike. Not sure if it's Darren Anderson on the bike. He's currently at Boston. He's just got past Bernie Hook with almost a second clear of him, in fact, 8/10 up the road from him. So Darren Anderson, or the 133 bike, is probably easy. I mean, we've inquired. We're going to try and find out who it is on that bike. We're not entirely sure just yet. Hopefully we can tell you some more details on that. But 8/10 clear at the moment. So whoever it is out there, if it is Darren Anderson, they're doing a good job.
There's a few that I definitely know are out there on the right bike. So Bernie Hook, we know he's out on the FAB bike, but he's luckily listed just as Bernie Hook, so we know that's him. I believe that Jason Pugh's out there, Charlie Ems, Iona Glover, I think they're out there on the correct bike. The rest of them, I genuinely have no idea, so it's going to be a bit of a guessing game.
We've been told Philip Joyce, Vince Bailey, Phil Applebeck, Iona Glover, Elliot Newton, and Darren Anderson. In fact, Darren Anderson, I've got a tick next to him, so it is Darren Anderson out there. Apparently, we do know that. And Mark Pollitt, they are all they have fed back to us and told us that they are on the bike. Well, they did yesterday at least. Again, that might have changed overnight. So
course.
This is it's a very fun category because it changes all the time. So Darren Anderson, as far as I'm aware in my notes, he is out there. He's currently also 17th in the championship, having only competed previously at Red Lodge. He's come back now for this round, so let's see what he can do.
Indeed it is. So we'll just have to see what happens here, as we can just see there on the 133 turning into the final corner a lot smoother than we're seeing some of the PB 140 guys taking it earlier. As we were just we're just hitting 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go in what is not just the final qualifying session of the season for these guys, but the final qualifying session of the season. Full stop. After this, we're heading straight into the first races.
That's it for FAB. Qualifying FAB at least. It's
qualifying
done for a year. Until next year, we're not going to be qualifying again. Well, hopefully not, unless something disastrous goes wrong in a new qualifying. I don't know. I'm not going to try and think what might happen because that would be an absolute nightmare. But as far as we're aware, it's racing next. So I'm looking forward to that, and it should be the AC40 Pros first, or the
It is the AC40 Pros. Pros, then rookies, just to confuse us. But it will be the AC40 Pros heading out for race one, hopefully in just a few minutes time. 50 seconds left to go then in FAB qualifying. Full stop as the Moto teams look to put an end here at this double points round here in Clandau, the South Wales Karting Centre. Bernie Hook there on the number 51 FAB-Racing bike goes fastest with a 52.468. Wow, that's very, very close. 7.5 hundredths of a second to Darren Anderson in P2. And of course, another thing to note is that we've got two categories as well in Moto Team. You've got Moto Team Open, which has been done up a bit, and the Moto Team Stock, which is like it's been bought as from the shop, so absolutely nothing has been done to the bike. The only way that you can tell at home what class they're in is when we tell you.
Yes.
There's only I think there's 3 stocks out there, so you will have a full podium at least. There's only 3 stock teams out there. Checkered flag is now waving, so this will be the final qualifying laps of the season here for FAB-Racing in the Motor Team and for FAB as a whole. And let's see what Bernie Hook can do. Will he improve just to have a bit of a safer gap? Darren Anderson, Jason Pugh. Darren Anderson doesn't improve, so Anderson, Pugh, King, Jackson, those bikes all not improving. Neither does Bernie Hook, actually. Apparently he's already finished his lap. I've been lied to by the timing system. So looks like that's going to be it for qualifying for FAB. Absolutely. Bernie Hook on the 51 FAB bike takes pole position.
That's great to see. I mean, Bernie Hook is a legend in the paddock. He's a lovely bloke. That,
he's Mr. Mini Moto,
we had a
isn't
great chat with him yesterday. Absolutely, he is. He's Mr. Mini Moto. So to see that class also comes over to the other classes, he's got the skills across the board by the looks of it. So he'll be happy to come across to that. But that is it for qualifying, and that's it for FAB qualifying across the year. As you say, the racing is next, and this is where the points are scored. So this is where we're going to be getting a bit excited about what can come next, because the AC40 Pro Championship is what's up next, and we'll be coming to that as soon as we can. But this is the bit. Archie O'Brien can win the championship in this race, which is going to be absolutely phenomenal.
And it's going to be, it's very easy for him to win the championship in this race as well, because all Archer O'Brien has to do in this AC40 Pro Race 1 is finish, and the championship is his. In order for this championship to go to Race 2, Finley Polehill, who's currently in P2, has to win, and O'Brien doesn't have to finish. There we can see someone having a look along at the side of the track. Unfortunately, we're not hooked up to the PA today, so we could give him a shout out in his car. I'll give him away from the commentary box anyway. He probably can't see us up here. But nice to see some spectators just stopping along the road again. It is this is not tucked away, Clandau, the Clandau karting track. It is literally just plonked right next to the road. We missed the turning yesterday. I got picked up from a coach yesterday by one of our cameramen, and we literally just drove straight past the turning. Which you didn't see it coming, because it is literally just a left and you're there. But as I was saying though, Archer O'Brien, all he has to do is finish the race, and the AC40 Pro Championship is his. Finley Polehill has got it all stacked against him. He's the only one mathematically left in the championship, but again, it's mathematically, realistically, O'Brien has one hand on that trophy, and we've just got to wait and see, because, it's going to be, again, he's just got to finish the race and it's his.
That is exactly it. It's going to be very much up there. It's going to be one that you're not going to want to miss, because, like you say, Archie O'Brien has dominated this category all season long. So he should be ready to go for the championship, you think, here. Like you say, unless something disastrous goes wrong and Polehill can take it.
Indeed it is, and we should be getting underway on our green flag lap in a moment. You can see all the riders up on the grid. 8 riders out there in the AC40 Pro, so why don't we run through the grid for you? We'll in a minute anyway. And you can see they're all just all sitting, and there is one of the race steward heading underway. We will get the grid going for you now, and it will be the one and only Archer O'Brien starting on the pole position. Austin Johnson starts alongside him. Then it's Harrison Day and Finley Polehill, the last championship contender, filling out the second row of the grid. Then it's Lewis Hull and Byron Johnson, not quite on his brother's pace today here, unfortunately. Let's see if he can make that up in the race. And then rounding out the grid, we've got Harley Baker and Callum Maxwell in P8. So only 8 bikes out there today in the AC40 Pros, which is a shame. We'd like to have seen a bigger grid, but I'm sure that will not take away from the action and the excitement, because again, it's all resting on what Finley Polehill can do, because he is the one who's basically going to decide what happens in this championship. We've seen as well, Archie O'Brien, he's had some reliability issues this year with the bikes. Cast your mind back to Raura, did not in this category, but up in the LC40s, 2 of the 3 races he didn't start. He pulled up to the grid and then the bike just stopped working. So he's had some bad luck here. So Finley Polehill, he could take this to the second race. We just have to wait and see. As I can see now, there is O'Brien in his brand new Spider-Man helmet, pulling up into the pole position slot. Let's see what happens, Tom.
This is going to be an absolutely brilliant race to watch. You're not going to want to miss it, so keep your eyes glued on it. They get in there, they get some of the bike side, all the dads helping out as always. And Byron Johnson, casting our mind back to Clay Pigeon a few rounds ago, was absolutely rapid off the start, so keep an eye on him. You can see him there in the middle of your image, and there we go, the flag goes up. It goes down, they walk off to the left. We can't see the lights, I'm going to tell you when they're going. And they get the engines revving. Are they ready? There they go, off they go. And it's a great start once again from Ralph Alterton, who gets a good start away as they go down into turn 1. All 3 wide almost as they get through into the first corner. They get all through. And that is Archie O'Brien down to second place. And it is Austin Johnson, I believe, who jumped him off the start.
I believe it may be. I'm not sure if that's just they quickly swap places across the timing screen. No, it is, you're right. So Austin Johnson takes the lead on the first lap of the race here, down into turn 1. Harrison Day is well making places. Finley Polehill still in P4 as it stands, but Austin Johnson takes the lead away from Nine. And who's that having a bit of a problem? And the red flag is out. So we've got a red flag.
What exactly is happening here?
Hang on.
We've got a red flag.
We've had.
I think we might have had someone come off somewhere around the lap. Could have been a false start. I'm not quite sure what has happened here. They're pulling everyone.
I don't think anyone has any idea what's going on.
So Marshall's running around on the track. I can see out the commentary box window, but by the looks of it, I think all of our runners are still running.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a false start. It looks like we're going to have a restart here because, we've got a Marshall back on the track with the flag being shown for the start. So I think we are still running all of our runners as they come back round to reform the grid and start all over again. A bit of a dodgy start. Like I say, we can't actually see the lights from where we stood, so I thought it was okay. It looks like maybe someone missed the lights or something went wrong. So we'll restart, we'll go again, and hopefully this time it's all good. I'll let you take it this time.
Thank you very much. Well, I can actually see through. I can see through Archie O'Brien's visor. He's got a clear visor. As I can see through his visor. I can see the concentration on his face. He's a bit annoyed that they're going again, but it will be lights on, lights off, and we're underway once again. It's a fantastic start this from Archie O'Brien, and he keeps the lead away into turn one. Austin Johnson cannot do anything, so it will be Archie O'Brien that leads the way coming through turn one. Finley Powell, I think, did not make up any places, so it's still O'Brien. It says once again on the timing screens that Archie O'Brien was just pipped off the line by Austin Johnson, and that's someone standing there with a red flag again. I'm not sure if they were happy or not with that start, but we're still going round. But as it stands, but it will be Archie O'Brien leading the way from Austin Johnson in P2, and Harrison Day and Finley Powell staying where they were. Lewis Howard, really didn't get a great start there for him, unfortunately, down to P8. So the last three riders all made up places, but it will be Archie O'Brien leading the race on lap one, and getting ever closer to the AC40 Rookies Championship.
Absolutely, and Austin Johnson now, you can see him tucking in behind Archie O'Brien down the back straight. It's such a long straight here that we're going to see that quite a lot, trying to get a bit of a toe behind them, but as they come through to start their second lap of their 10 today, you can see that that is Spider-Man himself, Archie O'Brien, in that wonderful helmet, being followed by Austin Johnson. He's got the gap at the moment, he's got the time to him, and he is holding that position, which he didn't on the last restart. A little bit controversial, I'm sure that might be, but on the restart, Archie O'Brien, he does hold it, and he makes sure that it counts this time.
Yeah, great start. In fact, a perfect start for Archie O'Brien. That is exactly what he would have wanted. And Austin Johnson, if anyone's going to give him pressure, it is him. So it's not all over yet for the number 91 rider. He's still got a bit of a point to prove. You can see there that those lead two breaking away from the pack already. Harrison Day in P3, he's a second and a half behind Archie O'Brien already, 1.2 seconds behind Austin Johnson. So those front two breaking away already. Austin Johnson just following Archie O'Brien round. And one thing to note, actually, I just remembered this. I was talking to Archie earlier. I was just walking through the paddock, having a conversation. He's had pole position at every single round of the AC40 Pros Championship. It has been an absolutely phenomenal year for him in this class. And again, if this wasn't a double points round, he would have already wrapped up the championship as well. So he's still got a little bit to prove. Yeah, he could be winning the championship now. As it stands, if we finished as we did, he would be winning the championship. But it's not over yet. That's very much to say. It's a 9-lap race, so we've still got plenty of time. 7 laps left to go. And as you said, Spider-Man himself. Let's see if he can sling his way up and get that trophy. Currently leading the way, 0.7 of a second from Johnson, just broken away a little bit in the middle sector. And that actually looks a lot larger than 0.7 of a second. As we will have to see what the gap is when he comes to the line. Apparently it's already 3 seconds back today in P3 as well, so Finley Polhill's chances slipping away. And as they cross the line now, it's saying 1 lap, that's wrong. 1.8 seconds, so he's just made a second on that lap alone. Unbelievable from Archie O'Brien, he's really turned it on now.
Let's not forget Finley Polhill here, for any chance to have another go at this championship, needs to finish first, and Archie O'Brien needs to have an issue and not finish. So right now it is looking absolutely brilliant for O'Brien, but looking back at Polhill, who's currently sat in fourth, as you can see on your timing tower on your screens, if you get the words out, he's 6.3 seconds back already to his title rival. So if you're Archie O'Brien, he doesn't have all this data that we do. He's out track, he's head down, he's racing, but there's a bit of confidence in there. This is going to go well, isn't it?
Again, you can see through his visor. There on the screen, as you can see through his visor, you can just see, he doesn't really seem to be focusing that hard. He's just kind of out there on a Saturday afternoon ride, to be brutally honest. It's a bit weird having clear visors nowadays. Typically the theme with motorsport is riders and drivers tend to have tinted visors, not just to block out the sun, but to block out so their opponents can't see what they're doing. But Archie's rocked up with a clear visor here today, so we can see exactly what he's doing. And he seems to be pretty chill. He's not even broken into a sweat yet. So awesome stuff for him. He knows he's controlling this race. And again, when we were speaking to him yesterday, when I was speaking to him earlier, cool as a cucumber. He knows what he's here to do. He's in 2 championship contentions this weekend. Right now looking like it's going to be 1, because as it stands he will be wrapping up this one on race 1 of 3, which would be awesome for him, of course, just taking all that pressure off his shoulders, and he's only got to focus on the other one, and he is leading the other one as well, up in the LC40 Elite. And of course they'll be racing a little bit later on for their race 1, but it is O'Brien leading by a big chunk now. 2.8 seconds was the time at the last delta, and I can visually see now already it's a lot more than that. Let's see what the gap is as Johnson crosses the line now. 4.4 seconds. He's put in 1.5 seconds on him on one lap.
He is absolutely flying at the front. He's, like you say, you can see through his visor. He doesn't even look too stressed about it. He is just having the time of his life out there. He's enjoying himself. He's letting the bike go for a ride with him. He's just having a nice Sunday drive at the front by the look of it, but he's having a great time. He's leading, like you say, almost 5 seconds now already. It's absolutely phenomenal, and we have got a bit of a replay of the second start to see how he got away and see how it went, and here you go, you can have a look now and see. That is Archie O'Brien on the left side of your screen. This is it, and it's a brilliant push away from there. He got straight up, straight on it, and Austin Johnson tried to get up the inside, but he said no thank you, not today. Cut him straight up from the outside, closed that door and said not today, you're not coming through into the corner just yet.
Yeah, indeed, it was a great start for O'Brien, and again, Archie has been one of the standout stars for FAB this season. Again, as I said, pole position at every single round of the championship for the AC40 Pros. He's just been phenomenal, and I'm super excited to see if he's able to wrap up both championships and to see what he can do moving forward as well. Of course, I'm assuming it won't be too long till he's on the Metricals either next year or in a few years' time, and stepping onto the bigger bikes, the geared bikes. That's when I think we're really going to see Archie, really see what he can do, because right now he's looking like a mercurial talent. Just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, you're seeing already, Austin Johnson is by all means a very quick rider, and Archie O'Brien is just, not to be rude, but it's making him look silly out there. That is no disrespect to Austin Johnson. He is fantastic, but Archie is just on another level, it seems, this year.
He's on another level on the bike, but off the bike as well. He's such a wonderful character having the Paddocks there. Every time you walk past him, he didn't even know us that well before this weekend, being new commentators coming in, but every time we see him now, he's giving us a smile, he's having a chat, he's a lovely bloke on and off the bike. He's wonderful at racing, and he's wonderful at just being a nice guy and having a chat as well.
Oh, absolutely. No, he's a wonderful kid. We always try and interview him here at FAB, in the pre-race shows, because you always want to have a chat, because not only he's very well spoken, I think is the words I'd use, but as well, he's just a really nice guy just have a chat to. He's very easy to talk to, very knowledgeable, very intelligent kid as well. You can tell he's super switched on almost immediately. I mean, when I met him back at Rowery, and I recognised his name because I didn't really know anybody, but I kind of knew a couple of the names that when I was coming into it, and I recognised them. I was like, oh yeah, you're supposed to be quite good, aren't you? And then just literally spoke to him for 30 seconds, and immediately was like, yeah, this kid knows what he's talking about. This kid is on it. But we are going to be heading on to the last lap now. You can see the yellow and black crossed flag there, and just one lap to go, and Archie O'Brien, it's been a performance to decide a championship, hasn't it? Well, there's not really much else to say. He's already got one hand on the trophy coming into this race, and he's just got a few corners left to go, and he'll be wrapping up that AC40 Pros title.
It has been an absolutely dominant performance from Archie O'Brien all season long. He's won 4 out of the 6 rounds so far, and he's going to do the first race here. He's going to win it as well, and this is going to be enough. He's going to make a huge points difference. It's going to be an absolutely incredible achievement. He has not even had a blink of an eye in this championship to anyone else as he comes through the Spitfire straight towards the back straight, the huge long back straight that we have here at Glandau. He is in absolutely phenomenal, and there he is, the superhero himself with his Spider-Man helmet on. He's been a superhero all season long. He's done absolutely phenomenal as he comes around the final hairpin corner to cross the line and cross the checkered flag. That is your champion. Archie O'Brien crosses the line, and he's done it already after race 1. He's taken the championship. It is absolutely phenomenal. What a superhero.
A little bit of a wave to the camera
as well.
He's
so happy. Look at him. You can't blame him though,
exactly.
Can you?
Again, cool as a cucumber. You saw inside his helmet once again with that clear visor as he waves to the camera, and just no emotion, just hello, how you doing? I've won the championship.
Oh, I'm sure there's some emotion more than you can see below the eyes.
Once he brings it back in, of course, we will need to confirm post race that he has been legitimately champion.
Yes,
but officially, we don't know, but to all intents and purposes, he is your champion of the AC40 Pros. It will be Austin Johnson coming home in P2 and Harrison Date in P3. Finley Polehill, unfortunately, just not able to do anything there in P4, and that falls out of the championship fight. Byron Johnson will be P5, Harley Baker at P6, Callum Maxwell in P7, and Lewis Hall, I think, unfortunately, didn't actually make the start according to our timing screen. So that's a big shame for him there. But Archie O'Brien, what a performance, what a season. You can see there, just super chilled there as he's coming back into the pits, and there'll be celebrations tonight in the O'Brien camp, I'm sure.
Absolutely there will, and look at that, a lovely hug with, that must be Dad at the end of the pit lane there, saying, well done son, you've done so well, we're so proud of you, what a result. He'll be absolutely buzzing with that. He must be over the moon with that, and like you say, a wonderful performance across the board from all the riders in that in that class, but it has been an absolutely dominant performance from Archie O'Brien to come through all the rounds and be able to take it before, we've got 2 more races still to go in that class. He's already taken the crown, so he must be absolutely thrilled with that. But we can't stay on the pros for too long. We can't dwell on it because, yes, the championship's wrapped up there, but we've got another championship fight happening right in front of us in the AC40 Rookies. Oliver Hall is our leader there, but Matthew Thomas is not too far behind him, so we've got to keep an eye on this one now, because this is going to be the future pros. They're going to be the future people. They're going to be coming up and maybe, giving Archie O'Brien a run for his money next season. But they've been absolutely brilliant this year, haven't they? What can you tell us about that?
Well, it's been a fantastic season for Oliver Hall for starters, and it is Oliver Hall. I got told I called him Ollie a couple of times at Rara by accident, and I got taken aside by his dad the other day, and he was like, if you call him Ollie one more time, I'm going to come into that commentary box and I'm going to beat you. So it is Oliver Hall. I am sorry for calling him Ollie. It is Oliver Hall, but he's had a fantastic season. One rider out there to notice as well, though, in the AC40 Rookies, Chloe Gleeson on pole, the first ever female pole sitter in FAB-Racing history. That is a phenomenal achievement for her, and just fantastic stuff. And we'll be getting underway for the green flag lap now. And as I said, Chloe Gleeson taking her first pole position and the first female pole position in FAB history, with your championship leader Oliver Hall lining up alongside. Then it's second in the championship, Matthew Thomas in third, with Beth Ashby in P4. There's Annabelle McCarthy and Ollie O'Gorman rounding out the third row, with Jensen Bishop and Rex Austin P7 and 8. Then there's Bradley Curtis and Seth Mason Hayward rounding out the top 10, followed by Josh Perkins and Zach Speed Hennigar. Then you've got Taylor Riley, followed by Archie Hooper, Sebastian Gaslowski, Oliver Polhill, Daisy Polden, Lucy Curtis, and rounding out the grid, it is Preston Baker and Matthew Jennings in P20. Another thing to note from that grid as well, Zach Speed Pennegar got concussion on Friday. He had a tumble on the bike, got concussion. I ran into him yesterday, had a big bruise on his head. I was like, mate, you all right? And he was like, yeah, I got concussion, I feel really sick. I was like, right, so you're not taking part this weekend, are you? No. Yeah.
He's passionate.
So he's going, so he's on the bike with concussion. Last time I saw him, he broke his collarbone, and now he's on the bike with concussion. Fair play to Zach Pennegar.
Right, well, here they come then, round for the third last time. I don't know what the word for the third last time is. You know what I mean, though. For the last, the third penultimate. I can't. Penultimate second to last. So
yeah, there you go.
But like you say, it's Chloe Gleeson here who will be on pole position. But alongside her is Oliver Hall. You can see him there with his head down on your right hand side, talking to his dad. He's absolutely excited for what's going to happen here. This is then your first of 3 in your final round here today, as they get ready. The flag is lifted up in the air and they get ready for the lights to come on. He moves to the side of the circuit. The lights, I can see it now. It's coming on. And it's on, it's off, and off they go, and there we go. Wow, Chloe Gleeson gets away. Archie O'Brien's going to want to get up the inside into turn 1, and he does. It looks like he's just on.
Oh!
She comes back up the inside into the second half of the hook, and she's done him.
Wow,
Chloe
what
Gleeson,
a start!
Absolutely phenomenally takes Archie O'Brien, and then we've had a little bit of a clash there as the few people that were running towards the back of the field have come through the hook, but Archie O'Brien and Chloe Gleeson. Sorry, not Archie O'Brien. Oliver Hall.
Too much focusing on the pros.
And Chloe Gleeson having a wonderful little tussling for the turns 1 and 2 there.
Yeah, phenomenal. Indeed, unfortunately, I did also actually miss out that we actually had a second page. We actually also have Oliver Wilson and Taylor Tomlinson on the grid. Unfortunately, I missed out on those guys. I do apologise. But yeah, great start there for Chloe Gleeson. Oliver Hall poked his nose at the inside, and she was having absolutely none of that. Back round the outside, slammed the door into the left, and she does lead this race. I think it's oh no, and Oliver Hall's having a go down into the final hairpin. Will he trust her? No, she shuts the door again. Great defence there. And as I was about to say, as they come again, is he going to have another look to the inside? He does. It's a fantastic move from Oliver Hall up the inside into turn 1. Brilliant stuff from your championship leader. But Chloe Gleeson, she's not going to take no for an answer. She will be fighting back, I'm sure.
And Matthew Thomas as well. Let's not forget him. He's up in this top 3 battle as well. That is Matthew Thomas, not far. Chloe Gleeson, Oliver Hall, Matthew Thomas, all 3 of them going very, very hard here. We've got another one stopped just at the back of the grid there. I think that is at the bottom of the hairpin. But absolutely phenomenal. And we've been saying all weekend long, that back straight into that hairpin, we're going to see toes, and then we're going to see some people diving up the inside, going around the outside, finding a line. It's going to be great to see how we go into that. But I didn't expect turn 1 to be exciting as we've seen it already.
Oh no, well, 2 big lunges by Oliver Oliver Hall. One didn't work out and one has now into the lead of this race, and they're battling once again. This is Gleeson and Thomas, I believe, behind. Gleeson trying to break the toe coming into the corner, and she does so successfully. But yeah, great move there from Oliver Hall up into P1. And well, Chloe Gleeson now, what can she do to try and fight back against the championship leader? What I was going to say, unfortunately, those riders caught out at the start. I believe it was Daisy Polden and Oliver Wilson were the two who had a tumble at the start together. And the rider who we saw stopped, I'm not quite sure how that was, unfortunately, but hopefully they've been able to get going once again. Oliver Hall there with a purple lap time last time out, a 1 minute. 0.326. That's the fastest lap we've had so far in this race. Now he's got the clear air in front of him. Now he's trying to go. Gleeson meanwhile behind, trying to defend from Matthew Thomas, and Thomas will be wanting to clear her as quickly as possible because Thomas is in this championship fight and he needs all the places he can get.
Absolutely, it's Matthew Thomas is the one that could stop Oliver Hall from having an absolutely dream season. He is currently second in this championship, 78 points behind Oliver Hall. If he can get up past Gleeson and then get up past Oliver, that's where he's going to be looking. He's going to want to win a lot of these rounds and get more points than Oliver if he wants to close this gap and look at a championship. Like we say, 150 points on the cards this weekend and only a 78 point gap, so it's not impossible. Anything can happen in these mini moto races, that is for sure. You know, these things are, let's say, not the most reliable motor racing vehicles that are out there, but yeah, so we will not put anything up for grabs just yet because everything is still up for play.
I mean, these things, they're not exactly slow, are they? Obviously the AC40, which has for air-cooled 40cc engine, if you're technical like that. The rookies, they go around, they can hit 48 miles an hour. They're not slow. They've got a restriction on the exhaust which separates them from the pros. It's only a 0.4mm of restriction, so that's the only difference. But also can just confirm that Archie O'Brien has indeed won the final championship officially in AC40 Pro. So Archie O'Brien officially is your AC40 Pro champion. So he can now definitely celebrate that one. But yeah, these things are not slow. They all almost thought there was going to be a bit of contact there between those two riders coming down the back straight. Unfortunately, the camera angle deceived me.
Chloe Gleeson's overtaken Oliver Hall again. According to our timing screens, Chloe Gleeson is leading this race again. Oliver Hall has dropped back down to second place. And the number 25 of Chloe Gleeson has taken over. I'm not sure if this is a transponder issue or exactly what is happening. I'm not sure if we missed that. I don't know.
She's very close.
Exactly what we're seeing. But Chloe Gleeson apparently now is a 10th ahead of Oliver Hall.
Well, on screen we can see Oliver Hall is still ahead, so what's possibly happened is Gleeson's just been slightly ahead coming to the line, because obviously a 10th is barely anything in distance. So that's possibly what happened, is she's been slightly ahead when they come to the line, and then Oliver Hall's just pipped her out into turn one. But as they're coming into the Spitfire chicane, she is very, very close, and she could be trying to have a dive up the inside. We saw her doing a fantastic defensive manoeuvre a few laps earlier on Oliver Hall. Let's see if Oliver Hall can do the same. I don't think she's too close. No, so she's not close enough this time to go for the dive. So Oliver Hall maintains his lead despite what the timing screens are saying. It's a 5/10 gap now.
I do think we might have missed something there, and it might have just been back into turn one. Hall managed to get back ahead, but now Hall is leading again from Chloe Gleeson, and hopefully that battle will continue, because this is great racing to see. And like, see, Chloe Gleeson has she's had a great season in terms of, you know, she's been consistent, she's got points in every single round, but she's never been near a podium yet this season, so she's going to be really wanting to finish in a top 3 position in this race. That would be amazing for her, wouldn't it?
Of course, again, the first female pole sitter in FAB history. You know, that is definitely something to be proud of. You know, even if she doesn't win this race, she's giving Oliver Hall another look again. I said Ollie, I'm sorry.
No.
She's all over the back of Hall there, all over the back of the bike, trying desperately. It seems that she's just catching him in all the wrong places. She's catching him into that Spitfire chicane, which is just not being able to get past because it's such a difficult location to overtake, and then just not being able to get past and losing all that time around the straight again. Yeah. So she's just catching him in the wrong place.
Absolutely, and don't worry about calling him Ollie, because I called him Archie O'Brien, so I feel like I'm in the worst position now. I'm so sorry for doing that. That is, of course, Oliver Hall, not Archie O'Brien, leading this race. Archie O'Brien, he was in the last round. We got very distracted by him, but it is Oliver Hall now that does lead him. So our order as we currently go into the last couple of laps: Oliver Hall is leading, Chloe Gleeson in second. Matthew Thomas, the title rival of Oliver Hall, is still finding himself in third place, dropping further and further back from those front 2. Beth Ashby finds herself in 4th with Ollie Gorman in 5th. Annabelle McCarthy, her name doesn't quite fit on my thing, so I have to look there. Annabelle McCarthy is in 6th with Rex Austin in 7th. Seth Mason Hayward finds himself up in 8th with Bradley Curtis in 9th. Josh Perkins finds himself in 10th with Jensen Bishop in 11th. Taylor Tomlinson takes 12th. Zach Pennegar 13th. Archie Hooper 14th. Sebastian that name is confusing me a little bit. Sebastian Gazlawaski, I'm going to go with, is up there as well. My timing screens have now gone a bit weird. It says that everyone is in first place, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
We'll just ignore that.
I can't give you much more.
We're on to the last lap of the race anyway. If we don't see any changes across the rest of this race, well, Oliver Hall will be within 5 points of taking the title. If Thomas has a tumble or something, then Oliver Hall will win the championship. All he needs is, is an extra 5 points because of this double points round again. He's another rider where if this wasn't a double points round, he would have won the championship already coming into this weekend. But he's got one corner to go for Oliver Hall, and Gleeson is getting closer. Well, not one corner to go, unfortunately. I thought they were on the final straight, but they're not. But it's Gleeson getting closer. Will she challenge into the final corner? I'm not sure. She's looking a lot closer this time, though, than she has all race long while she's been in second. But it won't matter because Oliver Hall is going to maintain the lead into the final quarter and put one hand on the trophy. It's Oliver Hall who comes home to win race 1 in the AC40 Rookies, sticks a fist up in the air. You can see how much that means to him. Beth Gleeson comes home in P2. Chloe Gleeson, apologies, comes home in P2, and well, she doesn't display any emotion, but I'm sure she's delighted with that. But at the same time, it will be bittersweet because she was so close to a win. Matthew Thomas will come home in P30. You can see a bit of a nod of the head there to Oliver Hall. Fair play, well raced, she says. But come on, as they give each other a bit of a thumbs up between the two. A very good race between the pair of them. But Oliver Hall, 5 points, that's all he needed to get the championship in this race. That is one hand on the trophy.
Absolutely, and for Chloe Gleeson, that is her second place, and she's raced very, very well for it. She'll be really happy to be able to take that away. Her first second place of the season so far, so she'll be absolutely happy with that. So, your final rundown then, it is Oliver Hall that takes first place from Chloe Gleeson in second. Matthew Thomas takes third place from Bethany Ashby in fourth. We then go down to fifth place, who is currently taken up by Annabelle McCarthy. Ollie Gorman takes sixth with Rex Austin taking seventh. Seth Mason Hayward takes eighth with Bradley Curtis in ninth. And then to the top 10, which I couldn't quite get to you before, is Josh Perkins in 10th, Jensen Bishop in 11th, Taylor Tomlinson in 12th, Zach Pennegar 13th, Archie Hooper 14th, Sebastian Galawaski in 15th, Oliver Polhill in 16th, Lucy Curtis 17th, Matthew Jennings 18th, Daisy Polden 19th, and Patterson Baker comes home in 20th.
Indeed. So that is race 1 done for the AC40 Rookies. And the air-cooled Mini Moto classes for the juniors, that is them done until tomorrow, and that will be their final day. You can see there, just some celebrations between Oliver Hall even. I keep calling him Ollie, I'm sorry. Oliver Hall and his fellow riders. They know just how much that means to them. Within 5 points of the championship now. All he's got to do is win the next race, and he will be taking the championship. And what a race we've just seen. But hello and welcome anyway to the finale of FAB-Racing here, the Nova Racing at round 7 here at Llandau, the South Wales Karting Centre, and we've seen 2 fantastic races already, and we've got a whole lot more lined up, haven't we, Tom?
Absolutely we do. We're going to be going over to the senior mini motos next. We've already seen Bernie Hook have a great time in qualifying, but this is where he shines. If you did miss him in qualifying, he absolutely loved it, and also he had to go on the Moto Team bike as well that FAB have brought here this weekend, and he was great there as well. So Bernie Hook, he loves this. He's championship leader at the moment, but the Birkin brothers are not far behind, and this is going to be one you're going to want to keep an eye on, because we spoke to, I think it was Matt Birkin, didn't we, yesterday, who said that it's going to be his aim to make sure that Bernie does not win the championship one way or another, even if that means he doesn't win it. So it's going to be a good one to watch, isn't it?
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, the senior mini motos boys, they're all one big family. They're all together having a laugh. There is no essence of rivalry between them whatsoever.
Absolutely not.
They're all in it to have a laugh. The Birkin boys, Josh and Matt, and as well Bernie, they're all just standing around having a laugh, just having a bit of a jolly. So they say that, but really they just want to have a good hard race. And even if Bernie doesn't win the title, much to the Birkin's horror, it's not going to be the end of the world for them, I'm sure. But it will be Josh Birkin taking pole position here. One of the other Birkin that we didn't speak to yesterday, but there is another one, and they wear identical garments as well, which is very annoying. But it will be Josh Birkin on the pole with the slightly more orange overalls of the Birkin brothers, followed by Will Howarth in P2, then Bernie Hook, Mr. Mini Moto himself, and your championship leader coming home in P3. Then the other Birkin, Matt, in the slightly darker overalls in P4. You've got Nick Bennett P5, Chris Yeomans P6, Ashley Thompson in P7, Ross Michael P8, Callum White in P9, and George Renix rounding out the top 10, followed by Jamie King in P11, who's bought himself a Mini Moto. He's rocked up and he's doing a senior Mini Moto now as well, so let's see how Jay King gets on. Rooting for him is not the word I use. I think we're all hoping he has a terrible time out there in the commentary booth. Just kidding, good luck out there, Jay. Alberto Ventio is P12, followed by Richard Kinnard, Elliot Searle, Neil Skinner, and Paul Bayliss rounds out the grid there for the senior Mini Motos. And it's going to be an exciting race as always here in the senior Mini Motos. These guys do know how to put on a show for a crowd, and I'm sure they're going to be giving that their absolute all here as the riders just pulling into their grid slots now. Will Howarth was very rapid on that formation lap. Josh Birkin on the other hand was not. And once again, just to clarify, if you can't tell the difference, Josh Birkin is the one with the slightly more orange overalls, and Matt Birkin is the one with the slightly darker orange overalls, because they wear absolutely identical clothing now, which is really annoying because they used to have at least different helmets, and now they don't even have that, which is a commentator's nightmare. But we will be getting underway in just a moment's time as we'll wait for the of course the lights to go on, and then they will go out, and we'll be underway here in the senior Mini Motos class for race 1. The flag bearer moves out of the way, and now just got to wait and see. It's lights on. There was a big jump stop there, so it could be going again.
Will Howarth.
Will Howarth with a big jump start is getting told to move back. And lights are still on, and lights have gone out, and then they're going to go back on again, I assume.
Okay, this has been a bit of a messy start for the senior Mini Motos. This is not what they'll have wanted. Here we go. Let's try again.
Let's try again. Lights on, lights off, and we are underway in the senior Mini Motos. It's a great start for Will Howarth from P2, and he takes the lead, and as well Bernie Hook from P3 goes into P2.
Bernie
Josh Birkin with a dreadful start there, unfortunately. This didn't go anywhere, it seems, but Bernie Hook up to second. Will Howarth takes the lead as well, and even with that giant jump start, he will lead this race on lap 1.
Absolutely will, yeah. Will Howarth, a great start there, and I think second place could be a better start than first place in this, because you get a great line into the inside turn of turn 1. You can have a great little look up there, which is exactly what Will Howarth did. But Josh Birkin got very bogged down and gave Bernie Hook, who was right behind him, ample room to now come through. And look, he's already got the lead. He's already now getting in behind Will Howarth, trying to get a bit of a grid from him. And it's Will Howarth from Bernie Hook in first and second. And is that one of the Birkin brothers?
That is
Josh Birkin, our race pole sitter, who is now out at the start of the straight. So here they come through. Josh Birkin now falling down the order very quickly. It's Bernie Hook who takes the fastest lap behind Will Howarth in second place. Matt Birkin then from Chris Yeomans is your top 4 currently. And look how close these guys are racing. Bernie Hook so close behind Will Howarth. He wants that spot, and Will Howarth having a bit of a bump there through that corner by the looks of it, having a bit of a struggle. And Bernie Hook's going to look to make every single advantage out of this, isn't he?
Indeed he has. Jay King. And Bernie Hook getting very close, having a look up the inside. Maybe that would be a very brave move. He decides against it. Probably the more sensible thing to do in my opinion, but I'm not the one on the bike, and Bernie is absolutely insane out there in a race. He is all over the back of Will Howarth, isn't he? Looks like Jamie King's unfortunately dropped out already. I know he was struggling with the bike earlier on, just couldn't get it working, and there is Bernie Hook going to the inside. Mr. Mini Moto
He's done it.
Takes the lead. Can Will Howarth get the switchback? Maybe he does get the shoot off the corner.
Close.
It's very close into T1, but it will be Bernie Hook taking the lead with a very lovely move into the final corner.
This is Mr. Mini Moto. It's what we say, isn't it? But he also showed earlier he's got it on the Moto Team bike too. But Bernie Hook, no, he's absolutely flying out there. He's kind of, I say he's unrivaled. The championship is still very close. But Bernie Hook, he's just got the pace. He's confident. He's always very, very good. He's always there scoring points. But Howarth is not letting him up. Look at this. He's having a look at the inside now. Will Howarth trying to stand him up in the corner. He can't quite get close to him though, and he's not giving up. He's not said, right, Bernie's past me. Let's lift off a little bit. Then no, he's still going full speed at this, and it's Matt Birkin behind him who the one that said, I don't want Bernie to win this, and at the moment he's not even got a say in it. He's too far behind Bernie.
Yeah, indeed. And Howarth having a look once again and can't quite make anything out of it, so they're still very, very close, these two. Don't count this battle out yet as Bernie pops a wheelie down the straight. A bit of a lunge to the inside from Will Howarth. He is not giving Bernie an easy time out there, is he? And Matt Birkin, meanwhile, did set the fastest lap of the race that last time out, so he is closing. Oh, these two are battling. As I was saying, unfortunately, we did lose Jay King, I think, before the start, even potentially. I know he's having problems with the bike, mainly because in qualifying earlier, as I was walking back to the toilet, and he kind of awkwardly pushed the bike up next to me when it's broken, and then just walked off. It was a very sad Jay King indeed. So hopefully he's able to get the bike sorted out for the later races. Just not quite working out. Oh, Will Houghton once again very, very close. All the while they're battling, Matt Birkin is going to be closing in, and there is Matt Birkin behind. You can see him closing. And Will Houghton having a look to the inside once again. Not close enough or not brave enough. I'm not sure which, but he's still right on Bernie Hook's tail coming to when he has a look again to the inside. Oh, has to stand on the brakes once again because Bernie Hook is just not taking it at all. He's just slamming the door in Howard's face, and I think we're going to have a very, very nice last 5 laps.
That is definitely for sure. I mean, Will Howarth is not letting him go here. He's saying, look, Bernie, I've got 4th place in this championship at the moment. He's up there with the Birkin brothers, so every point counts, and we know that so much in a double points round, so he wants this win so badly, and it's the Birkin brothers that really will be gutted from today. Matt, so close to catching them, but just cannot get into this wheel-to-wheel fight we're seeing right at the front here between Bernie Hook and Will Howarth. I mean, these guys are so close, less than a tenth separating them as they came across the line last time. I think it's going to be less than that again. Will Howarth just isn't quite brave enough to stick it up the inside of him there. He doesn't want to ruin at least a 2nd place. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. But he's tucked in so tightly behind him. Look how close. Every bit of straight they get, Bernie Hook is getting right down to the bike. He's getting right in there. In fact, they both are. Will Howarth not giving up any room over Bernie Hook, but Bernie Hook just doing everything he has to do in every corner to keep it right. And these guys now, they're going to be coming through into the last couple of laps. And you imagine it was saying like this. There is, that's Josh, I think, isn't it? He's found himself back on the bike. He had a bit of it off on the first lap, but he's found himself running back now, currently in P8. Is he still falling down the order, though, as he comes across again? That might be P9. It is P9, so he might be nursing a bit of an issue on that bike. Unfortunately, he is currently 2nd in the championship, 36 points behind Bernie, but it's not looking great for him right now.
I'm wondering if Josh has had another down somewhere, because he was running in P5 earlier on. He managed to get himself back up to P5, so I wonder if he's gone off again. They are tenacious, the Birkin boys, I will say that much. It wouldn't be a senior Mini Motos race without one of them having an off of some sort. And you can see they're just not running particularly quickly in a straight line, so I'm wondering if he's just having a few problems out there on that bike.
And at the front, I believe, as they've come across the line, Howarth has got Hook. I'm not sure exactly what's happening here. We've got a 10th up on Howarth over Hook, though, now. And at the front, everything is a change. I'm trying to see if I can get them out the window whilst you try and have a look at on track. But this is great racing at the front now. This is going to be close. And there you go. Yes, no, that is Hook still ahead, is it?
No, that is Howarth.
That is Howarth. Similar overalls there. But that is Howarth now leading from Hook again. These guys, we knew they were going to be racing hard. It looked like Hook just sort of had things under control. But maybe it's like this. The back mark is getting in the way, causing a bit of traffic. That's going to be pulling them apart. And look, you can see now Hook even getting pushed back into Matt Birkin behind him. So Howarth is saying, what a day, I'm running away at the front now because Matt is going to be giving Hook a hard time behind me. And look at this as they come through the across the start finish straight back down to the start line. I'd say Matt Birkin is indeed closer. He's only 3/10 behind Bernie Hook. Bernie Hook 8/10 now behind Will Howarth.
Yeah, this is great for Matt Birkin. 2 laps to go here and race one of the senior Mini Motos. And suddenly, coming across this traffic, Matt Birkin is suddenly been catapulted back into this lead fight. This is going to go down right to the wire. I think a 3-way fight for the lead. Who doesn't love that? And, Howarth, he's trying to push as hard as he can without overriding the bike. He doesn't want to come off here, this late into the race while he's leading. That's just, it's embarrassing and damaging to your championship hopes as well. Hook, meanwhile, will be desperate. Oh no, Hook's in the wall! Hook's in the wall, I don't believe it. Bernie Hook down to P3 in the wall. Birkin up to 2nd.
Absolutely fine. That is our championship lead. Of course, Bernie Hook taking a tumble there. And this is why we are saying all day long, never give up. 150 points on the card, because a tumble can cost you everything. And I think he's back up and running. I think he did get back on the bike.
Yeah, I can just see
and
that.
he is still running in 3rd place, I believe, as he's crossed the line again. But he's now 6 seconds down the road from Matt Birkin, who inherits 2nd place. But it's Will Howarth who has kept his nose clean in this race. He knew as soon as he lost it to Bernie Hook, he wanted to hold on, he wanted to keep it. And Howarth is only 120 points clear of Bernie. With 150 points still to play, he could still take this title. If everything goes his way, it still could go well.
Indeed it could, but it's only a few corners to go for Will Howarth, who absorbed the pressure like an absolute magician. And as he's coming down the back straight now, what a performance he's seen. He's challenged Mr. Mini Moto, and he's come out on the top. Rounding the final corner, it will be Will Howarth taking race 1 of the senior Mini Motos, and Matt Birkin coming home a very sweet P2, I am sure, and gaining some points on Bernie Hook as well, who will come home behind him after that tumble, which is a big shame for him. He does still manage to come home in third, but when it could have been second or first, that is just not what you want to be seeing. Chris Yeomans will come home in fourth, while it will be Nick Bennett in P5, George Rennick's in sixth, or Ashley Thompson will be seventh, and Callum White. Josh Birkin recovers to P9, while Alberto Venteo is in P10, Elliot Searle in 11th, with Ross Michael in 12th, Paul Bayliss in 13th, and Richard Kinnard in 14th. And then unfortunately we did lose Neil Skinner and Jay King, as I mentioned, but Will Howarth, what a performance from him. Giving it to Bernie Hook and then some, then getting past him, absorbing all that pressure, and when Mr. Mini Moto faltered, he rose through and kept his cool and comes home with a win.
Absolutely, and I mean, for Will Howarth there, I think there's a few riders out there that would get past by Bernie Hook and think, okay, I'm just gonna probably leave that now. That's Mr. Mini Moto. He's passed me, he's done me in, and he's taken it, but he didn't, and he actually made it past on track. He made the overtake count, and he had an absolutely great race. Yes, Bernie then felt the pressure and ended up putting it into the tyres just before just at the end of the Spitfire chicane, just before the main back straight, but he recovered well. Will Howarth, an absolutely flawless race from in there, absolutely phenomenal.
And well, we can see there, coming up now, just on the dummy grid, is the Mini F1 sidecars. Now, we did lie to you earlier when we said that they're all championship fights today, because coming into this weekend, to the surprise of no one, if you've been following this season of FAB, or any season of FAB for that matter, this one has already been wrapped up, which coming into a double points finale is phenomenal. Mick Williams and the number 26 machine have already taken the championship. There are 180 points clear of the M's pairing on board the 76 in P2 in the championship, so they are already champions, which is absolutely obscene when you consider this is a double points round. There's 150 points up for offer with a race win, so obviously a massive congratulations to them already, but they've still turned up to the final round, still going to give it a crack by I think that's nearly 3 seconds there, which as expected, they are the absolute dominant force of mini sidecar racing in the UK. Again, if you're new to FAB, get used to this. Mick Williams will drive away at the start and will win. This might probably happen. It will be cool if this happens. That is what will happen, I can guarantee you. The guy he's just electric. The bike is fantastic. The pairing is fantastic, and they've just got it right. They've just got to absolutely bang on. And again, 2.8 seconds is the pole position time for Mick Williams from Mark Parker and P2. But don't be put off by the dominance of Mick Williams, because that doesn't mean that it's going to be a boring race, because the rest of the grid will put on a show. These sidecar guys are not afraid to get their elbows out at all. They will be rubbing while they're racing, and it is going to be a phenomenal display, I'm sure. We've had a few sidecars out there having some issues across the weekend so far, and as well, they weren't able to get actual practice sessions in yesterday because we ran out of time. There was a few red flags. We actually ran out of time, so these guys have only been running since this morning. So it's a relatively new experience for these lot, but as they head out on their green flag lap, it will be Mick Williams on the pole position as expected. Mark Parker lines up alongside him, and it's John Hosker in P3 with the M's pairing in P4. John Keats is 5th with Jason Greenstreet in 6th, and it's Vince Bailey in 7th. And we've got 2 new squads coming in for this final round, which is great to see. As always, Chris Impey and David Harley rounding out the grid in 8th and 9th place. And indeed, those two being new to the championship in the final round, which is great to see. It's always nice to see new contestants in the final round. So I'm not complaining about it. It's always great to see a big grid, and especially in sidecars, which is usually one of the smaller grids of the series. But it's also where some of the racing is most fantastic. I mean, casting your mind, but there's been a few rounds. The M's pairing, they're always fantastic off the start. They'll really be trying to push their way through. And again, it's a series where reliability means so much, where the pairing means so much, because it's sidecars, and it's not like normal sidecars either. It's a mini sidecar, so the passenger riding on the sidecar has basically like 2 square centimeters to stand on. So they may not be going as fast as an actual sidecar, but they've got nowhere to stand. It's obscene.
Absolutely. So here they come then. Mick Williams, keep your eyes on him. He's in the Red Bull liveried sidecar on pole position. In second place, you've got, of course, Mark Parker, who's going to want to give him a challenge there. The flag bearer currently holding it as a good form up, and as everything gets ready to go, he's going to then slowly move to the side of the track, and then we'll see the lights come on and go off. And it's going to be Mick Williams, you imagine, who has been flawless all season long, moving. He's gone to the side, the flag bearer's on, the lights are on, the lights are off. It's hold for a long time, and Mick Williams, there he goes, look at him. No contention, he's off. He's already around the first corner, and he's already finished the lap, probably. He's so quick, he's miles ahead already.
Yeah, well, that was a perfect start. Not the perfect start, though, for John Hosker. Really could have been a bit better for him. And as well, going for second, Mark Parker just didn't really move anywhere, to be honest. He's down to, fifth, I believe, fourth maybe. Can't quite tell. Unfortunately, there's a few people out there running red chassis, so it's quite hard to tell. That being said, though, John Keats making up places. That's good for them. We were having a big chat with them last time, weren't we? He's got big plans moving forward for the future. But of course, he's got big plans for this weekend at Clandau as well, and he's getting well underway. Mick Williams, and that's a few seconds already. There's the I don't think we really need to say anything else. The guys on that sidecar, they're just phenomenal. You can see visually the gap is 3 seconds, I'm going to guess. We'll see when they come to the line in a moment. But it is Mick Williams who crosses the line and is leading the way. 57.8 is the first gap, and it's 4.2 seconds actually. So it's 4.2 seconds. Hosker in P2, Ems in P3. And by the sounds, we may have had an incident somewhere out on track. Hopefully everything is all okay. But it's Williams from Hosker from Ems, the 26 from the 127 from the 76. And I think John Keats has had an off somewhere because they've dropped, that number 89 has dropped down to a P8, which is not what they would have wanted, I'm sure. Again, they're only joined in about halfway through this season. They've only been to 3 rounds as well, and they've got big plans for the future, and it's really been a trial by fire for them. But they've been pushing very, very hard on board that number 89 machine. It's not been the bike that they would have wanted. They were saying to us again last night, they're not happy with how the bike's working. They're not happy with they've got a problem. You can see there. It's going slowly, and I can that's really not running too well, is it? It's awkwardly trying to make their way. Shaking the head there as well for Keats on the bike in there. They're not happy. That could be their day done, I'm wondering.
Well, like you say, we're speaking with the Keats camp in they're parked right next to us in the paddock here, and they were saying they have got big ambitions, but they were also talking to a bit about Chris Impey and David Hartley. Chris Impey literally hadn't ran that sidecar until this morning. That's the first time he's ever run it on any track anywhere, and so he's doing quite well. He's up to 8. He's holding himself up a little bit in this race. He's, but as it's his first ever race, he's just going to be out there to enjoy it. He's going to be enjoying being on that sidecar, getting himself around and letting himself around, and that's phenomenal. And we've got a bit of a bike, it seems. It looks like a tin of beans almost. It's a tin of beans and a loaf of bread in the middle of the circuit somewhere, but I think that might be the cause of the Keats issue, and it looks like they might have been to the pits as well.
Yeah, they just pulled off there, so they're
on the circuit anymore, which is really good for him. But quick time check on Mick Williams. He's now 11 seconds clear of John Hosker in second place, so he's having a great time at the front, absolutely cruising. But we've got a bit of a race on our hands now because it's Adrian Ems and John Greenstreet, I believe, that we're looking at here. That is absolutely side by side. Greenstreet.
And they've just run into that debris.
I think it must be a bit of hard metal, but it looks like it's not deformed at all, so that's a little bit worrying. But there we go. John Keats, Jason Greenstreet and Adrian Ems going hard as they get through into this final tricky sector of the circuit. In fact, behind Greenstreet, we've got Mark Parker in there as well, so these three are going tooth and nail. They're going pretty hard throughout the middle sector there, and there's a pass straight away on Jason Greenstreet, who we saw Jason Greenstreet have a bit of an issue this morning. The car didn't, the bike, I don't even know what to call one of these, the sidecar didn't quite sound right, did it, as they were coming through this morning? There was a bit of a deep rumble that wasn't sounding quite healthy.
It was not happy, was it? Again, yesterday it was sounding off and it looked slow, but it wasn't too bad. And then this morning when they headed out for practice, that's very wide, almost into the tyre barriers there.
Ems?
No, that's Mark Parker, I believe.
It is Mark Parker,
That
right.
is Mark Parker, yeah, so very wide there from Parker on board the number 230. Hopefully he's able to catch back up, and that allows Green Street back up to challenge the Ems pairing, and they're right there, and they're running into the metal again, and there's a big skid and a big clang as they run through that. But as I was saying, the Green Streets, this morning, it was making noises it wasn't supposed to make as they get a bit of a wobble on, and then coming into the end of the session, it seemingly lost all power, and they did a lap at about 3 miles an hour. It was quite sad, to be brutally honest.
I am slightly wondering maybe they did an engine swap with John Keats out there now, because it looks like they're running fine. John Keats, who was running fine this morning, is now having the issues.
Yeah, potentially, but it's great to see that they've resolved the issue nonetheless, and that they're able to give the Ems pairing a bit of a go as well. You know that the Adrian Ems, he's a very, very quick rider. He's giving it his all, and it's great to see the Green Streets out there. Inside wheel of the bike, picking up there through the final turn, and I can also confirm that the Green Streets bike is the loudest out on track by a country mile, and they'll be wanting to stake that claim by getting onto the podium here in race 1 as well. Actually running a bit of curb there through the hook, and again, again up onto 2 wheels. The bike almost wants to go over. They're super, super aggressive, running the curbs through the hook and trying to go around the outside into the left-hander, and they're having it.
That was a trick of the camera. That was a trick of the camera by the looks of it. Oh no, it wasn't. That is Adrian Ems, I think, going slowly behind them. Is it? I'm not sure. There was another orange car behind, sidecar going slowly behind them. I don't know what to call them. And that's. It looks like, I think, that we're looking at a bit of an issue here. We've got the last lap flag out for Mick Williams. I think we're having a bit of an investigation into something happening on circuit, someone being hit by someone else. I'm not entirely sure of the details of it, but yeah, I don't know if that was a bit of a trick of the camera we saw with Adrian Ems and Jason Greenstreet.
Got all excited, didn't we?
We did get a bit excited now. I wasn't sure exactly what happened there, but as they come across the line, it is Adrian Ems still ahead of Jason Greenstreet with Mark Parker behind. Trick of the camera.
Unfortunately, it would have been a fantastic overtake if it was. But as you said, trick of the camera. This isn't a trick of the camera. The gap that Mick Williams has, it was 12.5 seconds at the lot. And you can see they're just taking it easy. You can hear they're not even pushing. Half throttle. They don't care. The passenger is not even getting anywhere near the floor. They're just checking behind, seeing what's going on. They don't need to. They don't need to. They're so far ahead. They're already champions. I was a bit surprised. And that's the 86. That's Chris Impey, who's having problems there. But it doesn't really matter because they're onto the final straight, still at half throttle for Mick Williams. They're already. I was surprised they turned up this weekend, to be honest, because. I'm not sure if it's a problem or half throttle, but it doesn't really matter because they're rounding the final corner now anyway, and it will be Mick Williams taking race 1. Who else would it be in the Mini F1 sidecars? Another fantastic performance. And at the line, Green Streets and the Ems very close. Hosker came home in P2, but the Ems just pipped out the Green Street pairing. Unlucky for them.
I think Mick Williams has got a problem there because they had a huge gap, and that came down to 2 seconds as they crossed the line.
Yeah, they're actually
maybe we said they're just taking it slowly, but they could have had a problem. But luckily, they had the advantage.
Yeah, I mean that's how good they are. Is that they had a problem, they still won the race.
They still are our winners, that is for sure. But Chris Impey there, who did have another problem at the end. We saw him pushing the bike a little bit. Unfortunately, coming home in 8th. They were, though, that's the first time they ran that this morning. So a rundown of your order then, of course, is Mick Williams. Who else would it be winning the first race here this weekend? John Hosker takes 2nd place from Adrian Ems in 3rd, who just pipped Jason Greenstreet with 0.143 across the line. Very, very close. Mark Parker takes 5th. Vince Bailey in 6th with David Harley moving to 7th. Chris Impey, with that unfortunate issue, drops down to 8th on the last lap, and John Keats unfortunately having to retire very early in that race with an unknown issue that looked like the same issue Jason Greenstreet was having this morning. Like I say, maybe they just did him a favour and stopped engines. Who knows? I'm sure it wasn't as simple as that, but yeah, that is probably a completely unrelated issue, but it looked very similar to what we saw this morning.
Yeah, it did indeed. Very bizarre, but again, still won the race. It doesn't really matter, does it? Fantastic performance. Now moving on to a championship where we're not quite sure what's going on. LC40 Elite. The problem here is that one of the championship contenders, Archie Gibbs, had a tumble this morning. it looks like he's not here today. He might be at hospital potentially. We're not quite sure what the situation with Archie is. Hopefully he's able to come back tomorrow, but we simply don't know how he's doing, if he's okay or not.
Keep our eyes open.
So we'll have to see what's going to happen, and we can see some of the 70s riders looking at the ground. That's Ollie Horner and Philip Soroviak, and I believe that's Ben Jolliffe on the left there. Is inspecting the. Oh no, actually no, it's Roddy Harris. Apologies, but just inspecting the ground for some reason.
A little bit of a spit into the ground as well there. Lovely thing for the cameras to pick up. But there you go, a little into behind the scenes of what our riders get up to when they're not on the bikes. I'm not even sure what they've been looking at there, but something at least. But here we go then. For the formation lap for the LC40 Elite. We've got a simple grid here of just 6 riders qualified. It's Archie O'Brien, of course, once again taking pole position. Luke Fitcher, though, following up with a close second place from Austin Johnson in 3rd, Finley Polehill in 4th, Harrison Day 5th, and Byron Johnson in 6th.
Indeed. Now, back to that issue. Archie O'Brien cannot mathematically win the championship today. If he does win, and obviously Gibbs won't score, he will be 99 points, and he'd need 1 more point 2 more points to guarantee the championship. But again, if Gibbs is not okay and doesn't turn up tomorrow, obviously fingers crossed that he is able to compete tomorrow. Unfortunately, no one else is able to catch him, and if Gibbs is not competing tomorrow, then he won't have won it mathematically, but he will have won it. So all he has to do is really finish one race tomorrow, and that's his. So a big shame. Obviously you don't want to see your championships being decided by injuries. I'm sure Archie would be the first to agree with that. Yeah. But if that is the case, now it's a big shame. But of course, Archie still had a fantastic season. Archie O'Brien, that is, both of the Archies there. But Archie O'Brien's had a fantastic season anyway. He's been right up the front all season long. And we're just waiting. We just have to see, does Archie O'Brien put one hand on the trophy today? We'll just have to wait and find out as they're out on the grid now. The flag bearer steps away. Lights on, lights off, and we're underway. It's a great start from O'Brien. Perfect start from O'Brien away in the Spider-Man helmet. He was already wrapped up 1 championship today. Can he wrap up a 2nd as he pulls away into the lead? Luke Fitcher as well in at P2 with a very nice start. In fact, the only position change we saw out of that first corner was Byron Johnson and Harrison Day swapping positions down in P5 and P6. Apart from that, everyone got a pretty decent start and has maintained position. So it is O'Brien from Fitcher, from Austin Johnson, your top 3, followed by Finley Polehill, Byron Johnson and Harrison Day to find a bit of a cluster of bikes there at the back. But Archie O'Brien, I'm sure he's going to set out to do what he does best and just absolutely ride away at the front of the pack.
Absolutely. A wonderful start for him. That's exactly what he wants. Like you say, we've already seen him be an absolute superhero today in the pros this morning. So doing it here in the LC40 Elite is going to be spread about for him as well. But that is a problem for somebody towards the back. I can't quite make out who that is, but they're coming straight into the pit lane. Archie O'Brien takes first place. Luke Fitcher still in 2nd. I think it is Austin Johnson that now falls all the way down to 6th. The problem with his bike, he manages to get it to the pit lane though, and you hate to see it when things like that happen.
It's a big shame. Another reliability issue for Austin Johnson. He's just really not had a good time on that bike over the last few rounds. A big shame for him. Hopefully they'll be able to get that repaired. But then there were 5, shall we say. Archie O'Brien does lead this race from Fitcher, from Day, from Byron Johnson, the 1 remaining Johnson brother in this race. And then Finley Polehill dropping down to P5. Polehill seemingly prefers the air-cooled bike to the liquid-cooled. Of course, the LC40 bikes are liquid-cooled in comparison to the AC40s, which are air-cooled, so they have slightly more power. We'll be getting a replay of the start. But you see how well Archie O'Brien got away there in the left, in the middle of the shot. You can just see lights on, lights go out, and he just pulls away absolutely perfectly. In fact, whoever was at the back got a fantastic start. I think that was Harrison Day, who's now in P3. But yeah, absolutely perfect start. And Byron Johnson's now fallen down to P5 as well. So and he's a bit of a way back. So I'm wondering if he's no. Actually, I'm lying. I'm looking at the wrong time on the screen. Byron Johnson's still on the back of Finley Polehill, who's starting to make up some places after just initially losing out ever so slightly on the opening lap. And he's back up to P4 where he did start. And as I was saying though, yeah, I don't know. It's just Polehill, I think he just doesn't quite enjoy these LC40 bikes as much as the AC40s. It's I can't describe why. Of course, I haven't exactly ridden either of the bikes. I'm 6'2" and 75 kilos, and I'm not 6 years old, so it's a bit difficult for me to squeeze onto these things. But of course, the liquid cooled bikes, these LC40s, they've got no exhaust restriction in comparison to the ACs, and they've got more torque and they're liquid cooled as well, so they can go 56 miles an hour, which is pretty pacey for a Mini Moto. But yeah, obviously with more torque, they are going to ride differently. So clearly, I'm not sure if Finley Powell just doesn't quite like that, just can't quite get the hang of it, or something along those lines. But he always just seems to have more success in the AC40 categories than the LC40s. But nonetheless, it is still Archie O'Brien that leads this way. Spider-Man himself, if it finishes now, he will essentially be putting one hand on the trophy. And again, even if Archie Gibbs does turn up again tomorrow, as it stands, all he has to do is score in one race and he'll be champion in this as well. So realistically, even if Gibbs does turn up tomorrow, this is essentially making him champion-elect, which is, unfortunate. We didn't want to see that, going this way, of course. I'm sure both the Archies wouldn't have wanted to see that either. You never really want a championship to be deemed by an accident and by a rider missing a race. So it's a big shame, but at the same time, again, O'Brien's been fantastic in this LC40 class. He has been mercurial, and he'll be, as far as I know, he'll be the only rider, if he does win this championship, the only rider to win 2 championships this year in FAB. Here we can see, though, Harrison Day and Finley Powell getting pretty close. I know I've just spent the last few minutes saying Powell doesn't like his bikes, but he's clearly liking it at the moment, because he's riding pretty well at the moment, and he's gaining a lot of ground on Harrison Day in P3, and he's all over the back of him, Tom.
Absolutely. As they crossed the line last time, it was only 5 tenths between them, and he is getting closer and closer and closer every single lap. He's pulling it in, and now that looks almost within a tenth of each other. They are absolutely flying, and now as they come down this very long back straight, he tucks all the way down. Look how close he is getting into that bike as they then brake, put their leg out and get ready for that turn. He can't quite get into the final corner, but now he's lost a bit of ground because of that, and he's going to try it again on this lap as they come across the line. 2 tenths between them, but it was closer, so sorry, they are going to try and get closer to one another. I'm getting so emotional about this incredible racing. I'm sorry, but they are racing absolutely brilliantly. Pole Hill on day here. This is for the final podium position, and it is absolutely great to see.
Indeed it is, and they're going to give it a good go anyway, is Finley Polehill. It's very, very close. 3 tenths of a second was the gap last time out at the line, and you can just see he's pushing him really, really hard. He's well in that toe now, surely, as they're coming through the Spitfire chicane. If he gets a good exit here, this could be a move for P3. As they're now coming down, you can see right in that toe getting well tucked in. Is he going to have a look to the inside? He does have a look to the inside. Does he get late enough on the brakes? No, he doesn't. And unfortunately, Day just slams the door on him. And so we'll remain in P4 for the time being with 3 laps to go. And he's very, very close, though. Is Finley Powell to earning himself a bronze medal? Actually, I think they're all silver here in FAB. But the term's still the same. A 3rd place, of course, you do get a medal if you finish on the podium at any of the races, and then your championship winners do actually get a trophy. So Archie O'Brien, who we are watching now, Mr. Spider-Man himself, you can see him there, absolute focus through that clear visor, coming across the line now with 2 laps to go. He's already got 1 trophy today. With this, he'll be putting one hand absolutely on a second, and it's been another fantastic performance so far. 6.5 seconds to Fitch it behind. What else is there to say? We've already sung his praises today. He's already wrapped up 1 championship. It's another great performance. He's essentially wrapping up a 2nd here.
Absolutely. He's been absolutely phenomenal all weekend. Like I said, when he wraps up the Pros Championship, I said, he's been a superhero all season, and he's continuing to do it with his Spider-Man helmet. He's been absolutely phenomenal. But let's not forget about this battle for P3, because they're still going at it. Harrison Day and Finley Polehill, wheel to wheel, and there we go up the inside. I think he might. He's just been squeezed out there by Harrison Day, but Polehill is really hungry for this position. He's coming at it for everything he's got, and as Archie O'Brien then comes now round to start the final last lap, we now see Harrison Day and Finley Polehill once again coming through as they get into the chicane section here now. This is where it has to count. If Finley Polehill makes a mistake here, he loses all the toe he'll get on the back straight, and that is going to count for so much time around this lap. So he does well by the looks of it. He stays close, but here he is then. Archie O'Brien on his last lap. This is what we're going to focus on, because this has been another incredible performance for him. 2 races he's done today, and both of them he has been absolutely phenomenal in. He's been unstoppable, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. And again, presuming he doesn't tumble in the last few corners he's got left, that's a 99-point gap in the championship. All he has to do is finish the next race, and he will be champion. And if Archie Gibbs, unfortunately, is a no-show, then he will be eventually champion. But rounding the last corner anyway, he's already got 1 championship today. This is putting a hand on the second. Archie O'Brien wins race 1 of the LC40 Elites. Another shake of the fist, and yet still under the visor, cool and collected. He's looking for the camera. Where is it? Oh, he doesn't give the camera wave this time. That's boring, isn't it?
He's missed it.
He's missed the camera. He can't see where it is. That's a shame, but it's a fantastic performance once again from Archie O'Brien. He's looking around thinking, where is everyone? I can't see him. The battle for 3rd place. Finley Powell is going up the inside to the last corner, and it's Finley Powell who gets to the last corner. Going to get the straight back. Oh, it's Harrison who's going to get into the line. Oh, it's just Harrison Day at the line. What an ending to the 3rd place battle there. Harrison Day pips Finley Powell to P3 by 0.071 of a second. Wow, that was superb.
Phenomenal. And we've been saying it all day long, that final corner is going to cause so much stuff like that. People coming in, people going out, inside to outside. You can get the inside, you can get the move done on the entrance to the corner, but on the exit, if you can't hold that line, if you don't make it stick, then that is exactly what's going to happen. And Harrison Day managing to pull it back and just grab P3 then. So your final rundown from that, Archie O'Brien, of course, taking an absolutely dominant win. Luke Fitchett, as you saw him just giving him a fist bump there, takes 2nd place, and then it is Harrison Day in 3rd from and it's gone Finley Powell in 4th. I don't know who was 5th and 6th. I've lost my timing screen, but absolutely dominant. Brilliant results. Really good from them.
Indeed, interesting to see Finley Powell was racing really smart there. A bit of a hug between the top 2. Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? Nice. But yeah, Finley Powell through turn 4 was really using the camera of the corner to try and get a big launch on Harrison Day. It didn't quite work out in the end, but very smart racing from a very, very young rider. So it's good to see these guys developing their abilities at such an early age. But now, we got the big boys. It's the loud ones. It's the pit bike 140s. And this is going to be one of the races you want to watch. These guys, of course, on the pit bikes, absolutely on it with their big bikes. They can really hound the curbs. They can run the grass if they want to. And again, these guys are not afraid to get their elbows out if they really want to. You can see them there just pulling up onto the dummy grid. And boy, oh boy, this is going to be a race to remember. I am very much sure. You can see them now pulling out onto the grid. Front 2 are also the front 2 in the championship battle. Rossi Banner in P2 in the championship has pole, and Taylor Lawrence in P1 in the championship coming home in 2nd. Taylor did have a tumble in the 2nd qualifying session right at the end, but looks like he should looks like he's managed to get the bike sorted, because he's out there now. The 2 18 and 17-year-olds getting a wave as well in the commentary box from Rossi Banham. That's nice of him, isn't it? Thanks, Rossi. So you may have seen that there. Just gave us a look up, shot us a wave. Hello, mate. How are you doing? He's going off pole. The young 17-year-old looking to try and close the gap to Taylor. Is a 122-point gap at the moment. So actually, Taylor could be wrapping up the championship in this race if Rossi Banham doesn't outscore him by a decent margin. So Taylor, if he finishes 2nd, he's in for a good shout. We'll just have to wait and see as we're waiting for the green flag lap to get underway. We've got a big grid here as well. We've got 20 pit bikes out there. This is sure to be a absolutely phenomenal race, and we're still just waiting. A bit of a nod there between the 2 front row sitters as well. Friendly rivals is the term we've been using all day, and this is another pair indeed. Rossi Banham 2nd in the championship, goes off a pole position. Taylor Lawrence is 2nd, and he's your championship leader with a 122-point gap. Then it's Ryan Hitchcock and Chris Wells, P3 and 4. Reese Peacock and Jay King, P5 and 6. Then it's Ben Jolliffe and Darren Anderson are 7th and 8th. Carter Brown is P9. Jack Andrews is rounding out the top 10. Then Toby Parry and Max Perry, don't get those two confused, are 11th and 12th. With Sean Whittaker and Matthew Lindley 13th and 14th. Dan Katz is 15th. Paul Coombs is 16th. Then it's Sam Shaw, Andrew Graham, Jake Sir and Madison Martlew rounding out the grid. And again, Taylor Lawrence, all he has to do is finish 101 points ahead of Rossi Banham in this race, and he wins the championship. But he did have a tumbling quali and he's going off 2nd, so potentially his confidence might not quite be what he wants it to be.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been wonderful all season. 3 wins from the few 6 rounds we've had. He's been absolutely unstoppable. 6 rounds, so he's won over half of what he's done this season. It's been absolutely brilliantly. And as the grid now reforms behind, everyone gets ready. The flag man at the front holds it up and says, "Stop. Let's not move. Let's get ready for the lights." And he gets ready. He's holding the flag. He's still stood there. We're waiting for him to go. We're waiting for the grid to be clear before we can get something underway here. But it's going to be Rossi Banham on pole and Taylor Lawrence watching what these two do.
Chat on the grid. Look at
turn 1 is going to be absolutely crucial. I mean, when you have a grid of 20 bikes like we do here, it takes a while to get it all sorted. But it looks like we might almost be ready as Roger Keys, the organiser of this entire event, gets into the box to get the lights ready. He points to the lights. The lights come on and they go off, and off they go, and it's a great start for Rossi Banham. Taylor Lawrence getting bogged down a little bit, but it's third place, then jumps all the way up into the start and out of the lines. Who was that? Was that Chris Wells,
I believe?
Chris Wells takes the lead with an absolutely wonderful start.
Yeah, great start there from Chris Wells. Taylor Lawrence, Rossi Banham just missing out. Unfortunately, someone else got ahead as well. So it's Chris Wells, I believe. I'm not quite sure he's in P2 at the moment, but we've had an absolutely crazy start on the front two. No longer on the front two. Taylor Lawrence and Rossi Banham both missing out big time down into turn 1. I think Jay King may have made up a few places as well. Just trying to look out. That's the number 62. So Chris Wells does lead this race, and it's Taylor Lawrence is in P2, I believe. No, P3. No, he's in P. No, he is in P2. So that's Taylor Lawrence.
It's all changing.
It's all changing. So Taylor Lawrence is P2. Rossi Banham is P3. Chris Wells leads this race. We've got to dive there into the final corner for someone. Oh, and Rossi Banham's giving it a go on Taylor Lawrence. Isn't quite able to get round into turn 1. Chris Wells leads though, and it's Ryan Hitchcock, Reese Peacock, Jay King, Ben Jolliffe made up a place on Darren Anderson, and Max Perry and made up a place on Jack Andrews and Toby Powers. And that's Lawrence in the lead, and Banham goes through as well. So Lawrence and Banham both back through into P1 and 2. So Wells has made a mistake, and Banham and Lawrence back through. It's Lawrence from Banham, your championship leaders.
Absolutely. Wells will be absolutely furious at himself for making that mistake, because these guys are not here to mess around. Look how close they are now. Lawrence and Banham going so hard. They dropped it to Wells at the start. Wells had track position, but that slight mistake, and straight through they go, and he'll be so furious that he made that mistake. But now look at this back straight. We've been talking about it all weekend long. Can Banham do it on the inside? He's going to try it, but can that line work outside? No, it doesn't. Lawrence comes back as they come down to the final line. It's Lawrence that's through into turn 1, and that line in that last corner is so crucial. If you get the inside line, you need to hold it.
Indeed it is. The switchback is superbly powerful out of the final hairpin, and you're going to be seeing that all race long between these two. I'm sure they are great mates off track, but they're going to give it a good go on track nonetheless. And well, they've been fantastic to Roger Racing all season long. You know, they are just such a mercurial pair. It's important to note as well that Rossi Banham has missed 2 rounds of this championship. Taylor Lawrence has missed none, so that might be a contributing factor into the current championship standings. But nonetheless, they're going to give us a great on-track display. If we finish as we would, Taylor Lawrence would be your champion. And actually, Banham having a look to the inside of Lawrence now as well. So Banham is going to go up the inside into the final corner. So Banham now leads this race from Taylor Lawrence. Lawrence is going to try again though. So it's Banham who leads out the line. Lawrence is almost to the inside. Banham just holds the lead. The 17-year-old from the 18-year-old. Absolutely nothing between them. This is phenomenal stuff here.
I cannot believe that Lawrence and Banham did not touch wheels going into that first corner there. That looked, from my perspective in this commentary box, like they were going to take each other out, but no. The skill of these riders is shown once again as they absolutely finesse it and take it around once again. These two though at the front, separated across the line of that last lap by 0.046. They are so close together, and look, there you go again. They're already a good second ahead of the rest of the pack, and they're absolutely flying up there. Chris Wells though, who started our first lap as our leader, will be absolutely furious as they come down. Will Taylor Lawrence have a look? No, he doesn't this time. He keeps himself there. He tries to get a bit closer. Will he have a look into turn 1? I don't know if he's going to be close enough this lap. No, I don't think he is. So for the first time, I think that's a full lap led by Rossi Banham.
Well, it's important to know that if they finish like this, Lawrence is still champion. Banham does not gain enough points on Lawrence. He needs to gain at least 22 points. So if Banham wins, if my maths serves me correctly, Taylor Lawrence would need to finish 4th even for this to go to the next race. So Lawrence, that being said, Lawrence did have a tumble in at the end of qualifying, quite a big tumble. Bike was okay, he was all okay, and he still went away from P2 as well. But it's just important to know that has happened. That could have consequences once again. Ryan Hitchcock and Reese Peacock have both made moves on Chris Wells in the last few laps. So Chris Wells Wells goes from the lead down to 5th now. Peacock is, Chris Wells having a look on Ryan Peacock. A big step out in front as well. Peacock side by side through the final corner onto the grass goes Reese Peacock, and as we can see the leaders there coming through turn 1. And Rossi Banham almost off the bike there in turn 1, had to manage to pull himself back onto the bike. Chris Wells sits and there's Lawrence down the inside. What a great move down the inside from Taylor Lawrence.
Oh, that's absolutely phenomenal. We saw Banham have that little moment there, and Lawrence, like we say, they're not messing around here. They saw the gap open, he went for it, he made the move, and he's already got it stick. Rossi Banham now drops down to 2nd place, and Lawrence moves up to 1st. These two are going so hard at the front, and once again now, look, they've swapped positions once again, and he's got a nice bit of a lead coming into the back straight, but Banham straight away closing it down as they come into the back straight, side by side into this final corner. He's already cleared him off as they go into it. I cannot believe this is absolutely phenomenal racing from Banham and Lawrence. Absolutely crazy. And as they come across the line, Banham gets it back, but Lawrence just misses out into turn 1, and Banham continues leading this race. He recovered from his mistake, and wow, this is incredible racing.
Much like Archie O'Brien. And Lawrence to the inside again. Lawrence to the inside again. Does it all this side by side through the left hand. Lawrence gets the position once again. These guys are going to be changing positions for the 6 laps we have remaining, I am sure. As I was trying to say though, like Archie O'Brien, these guys have got clear visors. You can see exactly what's going on inside, and as they're neck and neck, you can see there just exactly so much focus, so much commitment from these two. It is absolutely phenomenal stuff. You cannot get a paperclip between them. They are that close. 0.086 at the line last time round, and once again Banham to the inside of Lawrence. Does he get him on the brakes? He tries, and we're looking at the battle behind now, but you'll see as they come to the line on the timing screens who is ahead. They're still neck and neck
by side. Lawrence has him into turn 1. Lawrence takes Bussy. That's a happened again. Banham over Lawrence. Lawrence is leading. Banham falls down into 2nd place once again. These guys, they are trading places. I see what, I'm glad I've got a cocoa potato, because I'd have passed out by now with the amount of screaming and shouting. This is absolutely phenomenal. What a racing between this top 2. But to be honest, what a racing across the entire field. Just these two are going at it hammer and tongue, but behind them it's just competitive, and Chris Wells having an unfortunate fall down the order now.
Yeah, indeed, Chris Wells, he did take the lead earlier on.
Banham's ahead again.
Banham, do you know what? Just get used to it. They're going to be swapping places. There's going to be 4 laps to go at the line this time. Just get used to it. They're that close. And again, Lawrence even in the slipstream probably pulls out to the inside, probably gets the move. I don't even know at this point. He probably does. But yeah, Chris Wells is just really struggling. No, it is still Banham in the lead actually this time round. Somehow they haven't swapped places. But yeah, Chris Wells just struggling out there. I think he went to the lead at the start and now is just down in P5. He's now got a Jay King for company behind Jay, trying desperately to try and get past Chris. He was back at Rara, if you remember. He was running our Motorsport Radio onboard camera, and which he subsequently immediately destroyed when he had a big off and broke the bike into a million pieces. But he's not got a camera this time, so hopefully his fortunes fare a little bit better. Here is Banham and Lawrence once again out the front. This has been a phenomenal race so far. Still 3.5 laps to go now onto the back straight. Lawrence in the toe of Banham. Nonetheless, if they finish like this, even if they swap places again, Lawrence is still champion. So Lawrence does need to come off if Banham wants to hope, but I'm sure he won't want that, because these two are going to race it to the end. They are such good mates off track, and they are, I'm sure, having a lot of fun on it right now. You can see the commitment that Banham has through the left-hander at the hook. Knee well done. And Lawrence having a look to the inside, not close enough this time. Another trick of the camera, unfortunately. But wow. This is superb stuff from these guys. And he's almost going off the bike again.
Look at that, sticking a leg out for balance as we hear Borat saying wow to my side here. It's absolutely phenomenal racing, and this is Banham once again leading over Lawrence. But like you say, he's sticking a leg out for balance. In fact, before you might have seen him coming down to the hairpin, putting his foot on the floor to slow the bike down, and we've got somebody stopped just at the side of the track there.
Oh no.
I'm not quite sure who that is. I think that might be the 28. That's
that is red flag.
28.
Red flag out.
That is the red flag. That is
a red flag, yeah.
That stop there. We've got 2 laps to go, so I'm not sure if they're going to count that back, or if you will see those final 2 laps. You probably won't.
Toby Parry's gone off somewhere. I'm not sure what's happened.
As they crossed the line, Lawrence was leading. So as they crossed the line, Lawrence was leading over Banham. I don't know whether they're going to count that back or if they're going to count that, but kind of regardless, like you say, that means we've got a champion, I think, in the pit bike, if that's how it finishes, because Taylor Lawrence is 122 points clear over Rossi Banham behind him. So either way, 50 or 40 points, it'll be one or the other. Then you imagine that could pretty much sum it up, and that could be the sum of all its parts. You can see now all of the riders pretty much coming together, and there we go. That looks like he's all right. He's got up, he's walking away from it there, which is always a wonderful thing to see. As soon as they're on their feet and walking away, you know that's always a good sign. So that's wonderful to see.
Yeah, the paramedics going over there. Obviously, we've got a very, very quick medical response here at FAB-Racing, as always. And just checking out to make sure he's okay. I think he's just a bit winded.
By the looks of it, he's getting right.
Yeah, big tumble. But he seems to be okay. He's up and walking. I can see Lawrence and Banham just having a talk outside our window, just having a chat. And that will be the race result. So it will be Rossi Banham winning the race, but at the same time, Taylor Lawrence is your PB140 champion.
Wow, absolutely amazing. Taylor Lawrence, he's been wonderful all season, like you say. Maybe for Rossi, he missed a couple of rounds there at Clay and at Rowra, and that must be a bit frustrating for him, because that's where he's lost the championship realistically, because Taylor Lawrence went there, he took 75 points from one, 38 from the other, which wasn't wonderful, but that 75 points has been enough now here later on in the season as we come into the final few rounds, the final round for him to sum it up, and a wonderful performance for Taylor. He'll be really chuffed with that.
Yeah, exactly. Now those two guys can just go out there and have a big laugh coming into the last two rounds, and you can see they're a bit of a way from Lawrence as well, as he knows what he's done there. And awesome stuff from those two. Nonetheless, a bit disappointed there was a red flag, to be honest, because that was a fantastic race we were getting there. Absolutely amazing stuff in Pick Bike 140s. But it is Rossi Banham winning the race. Yeah, P2 Taylor Lawrence is your PB140 champion. So we're getting yet another champion decided in race one here. And that's silver helmet there. That is Lawrence there, just getting the fist bumps
helmet, I think that is, isn't it?
From his compatriots out on track, but it is Banham from your champion Lawrence. Hitchcock will come home in P3. Reese Peacock is P4. Chris Wells is a P5 after he fell down in a big wave to the camera there from Taylor Lawrence. He knows. Jay King is a P6. He's getting a bit of a dance move on as well. Obviously a huge congratulations to Taylor. What a race you've just seen between him and Rossi. But it is, as I was saying, Jay King in P6. Ben Jolliffe comes home a very respectable P7 as he gets a hug as well from all his mates. Obviously these pit bike guys, such a strong community, like the senior Mini Moto teams. They are all just so close off track, and it's great to see the respect they have.
Even the marshals.
Even the marshals give me a hug. This means so much to these guys, of course. Darren Anderson, meanwhile, come home's in P8 as Jack Andrews is P9 with Max Perry coming home in P10, and Sean Whittaker, Matthew Lindley, Dan Katz, Sam Shaw and Paul Coombs down to 15th, and then Andrew Game is 16th, Jake Sir is 17th, and then unfortunately we did lose Toby Parry there at the end. It was the cause of the red flag, Carter Brown and Madison Martlew, but it will be Taylor Lawrence. You can see there just getting a fist bump from absolutely everybody. He is a super popular guy, again, we were talking to him yesterday. Super nice guy, super confident. He's got plans for the future as well. He knows he's confident in his own ability, he's confident in himself, and even if he didn't win that race, it was a fantastic performance and a fantastic display of racing between him and Rossi Banham as well. I'm still struggling to get over that. They were switching places every corner.
It was absolutely phenomenal. I think I almost blew my voice out shouting about that, because it was absolutely wonderful racing, and that's what you love to see, and that's what you do get here at Fab. Real hard racing like that, and that's great to see. Now, you were saying how good mates Rossi Banham and Taylor Lawrence were. That marshal I'm hearing, the marshal that we saw him hug there in the pink jacket, that was in fact Rossi Banham's mum. So that shows how good mates they must be, because Rossi Banham's mum's her son's just lost the championship, but it's still someone she's very happy to lose it to. So
I can tell you, if I was in that situation, my mum probably would have punched him, to be honest. That's just my mum for you. But again, these PB140 guys, and Fab in general, it's such a wonderful community.
It's a brilliant community, isn't it?
You can come in and be brand new, and me and you, we've done that this season. We've come in and be brand new commentators. I mean, again, yesterday everyone was asking, where's Gareth, where's Tristan, the normal commentators, because they're not around. And but we feel right at home, and it's honestly a fantastic championship to be involved with. And here at the Fab finale as well, there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers in this double points championship decider. And there we've seen Taylor Lawrence taking the win of the championship. And now we will have the first of our Metrokit classes. We've got the Mini GP50s to look forward to as the rest of the pit bikes just make their way into the pits. And we've got a very nice championship battle to look forward to in that one as well. except in this one, I can guarantee you we won't be having a championship decided in this race because it's only a 21-point gap between championship leader and pole sitter Clayton Edmonds and second place sitter Marco Holt. Those guys have been on each other absolutely all season. First, it was Edmonds. He came away with the most points from the first two races. In fact, he swept all first rounds at Lid. Took all of the race wins there. And then it was a 3-round winning streak for Marco Holt for rounds 3, 4 and 5. He was the one coming away with the more points. But then last time out at Ella, we saw it go back in the way of Clayton Edmonds, and 21 points is the gap. This is anybody's guess at who's going to win this championship, because Clayton and Marco, they are a fantastic pair of riders. Really looking forward to this race as well, because that pit bar race is going to be one that's hard to live up to, but at the same time, these two are super, super close. And again, another thing I noticed in that pit bike race as well was absolutely everybody driving along the road stopping and watching in their cars. Again, if you haven't noticed, along the back straight there is the tyre barriers, the Armco, and then behind it is a road, a public B road. And the amount of people that I've been seeing coming and just stopping and having a look all day, and that was definitely the most I've seen all day in that pit bar race. I must have seen about 3, 4, 5 cars all coming, just stopping and just going, oh, what's this going on? Oh, that's quite exciting, isn't it? Meanwhile, back to the action. There we can see the GP50s pulling out onto the grid. Clayton Edmonds on pole, as I said. Marco Holt in the Minions helmet alongside him. Quite hard to miss him. And then Clayton Edmonds has got the multicoloured bike, so it's very easy to tell who are two. And away they pull. So as I mentioned, it is Clayton Edmonds on pole position. Marco Holt, meanwhile, is alongside him in P2. Then it's Harry Payne, third in the championship as well, will be P3, followed by Bill Harris in P4. Luke Fitcher is P5. Isaiah Devine is P6. Then Archie Gibbs qualified P7, but unfortunately, of course, he is not here today. So it will be Bailey Lawrence coming in P7 and rounding out the grid. So only 7 riders out there today, of course, unfortunately, due to Archie Gibbs not being here. Hopefully, he'll be back in the action tomorrow. He is at P4 in this championship, and he could be looking to try and make an impact and try and get up to Harry Payne in P3. But we'll just have to see what the outcome of his fall earlier is. Hopefully he is all okay. But as I said, your championship lead is Edmonds from Holt, making up your front row. Well, this is going to be one of the tensest races of the weekend, I can tell already.
It's absolutely going to be brilliant to see. This is one of these championships that we say, and the Metro kits all over, to be fair, have got a really close battle at the top, but this one more than any of the others. 21 points separating our 2 title contenders, and both of them now starting on the front row are going to want to have a good fight for it. As Mark Holt a bit late pulling up to the grid, but there he is, he pulls in now. And we get ready. They're patting on the back from a couple of the dads as they run to the side of the circuit, getting everyone ready. Everyone is looking good. The flag bearer steps to the side of the circuit. They look to the lights. The lights come on and the lights go off, and off they go. And it's a great start from Clayton Edmonds. Marco Holt falling a little bit back, both of them getting away cleanly in 1 and 2.
Indeed, wow, Clayton Edmonds absolute rocket ship away from the lights there, just got it perfect. Drop the clutch, bang, go. That was as simple as that, and he was away. Mark Holt, though, still P2 behind, and there's still a fair few laps to go. 11 laps left in this race, so don't be afraid, it's not all over just yet. And again, this championship is so close, so you will not be deciding it, will not be decided even in this race. So it's Edmonds from Holt, from Harry Payne, from Isaiah Devine, who also had a great start, made up a few places there, from Bill Harris, from Luke Fitcher, and then Bailey Lawrence at the back of the grid. Can just see there coming onto the main straight. Edmonds from Holt, from Payne, your top 3, and then the other 3 behind. And then Bailey Lawrence, I'm sure, just turning onto the back stretch now. Well, it will be Clayton Edmonds leading this race on lap 1 for the Metrokit Mini GP 50 category. Of course, the lesser, or the slower rather, of the 2 Metrokit classes that we run here in FAB, but don't get it wrong, these things are still quick. They can hit 80 miles an hour at full chat. They are absolutely rapid, and well, it is considered to be the second most prestigious junior class here in FAB, behind the GP70s, who we'll have later on after the Extreme 200s, which we have up next. See a bit of a move going on there between 2 of them, but it is still Clayton Edmonds into the Spitfire chicane that leads. Marco Holt right behind though, so Holt is a very smart rider. He's going to be biding his time, he's waiting, he's going to put the pressure on Clayton Edmonds, because that which he does. He isn't a rider who there we go, I've said it, there we go, he's done it, did it eventually. He isn't a rider who immediately jumps out as supremely talented, supremely quick, but what he is, he's a very smart racer. He sits, he waits, he observes, and then he pounces when the moment arises. That's what he's going to do here. He's happy in second, he's happy letting Clayton Edwards just do his thing, and then when the moment comes, bang, he'll jump straight in, and if it does arrive, he will be in the lead of this race before you even realise.
He absolutely will. I mean, Clayton Edwards has got a 4/10 lead as he crossed the line last time out. He has been absolutely phenomenal, but like you say, Margot Holt cannot be forgotten. You know, he's a serious competitor in this championship, and he's not one that you're going to want to forget about. 10 points is the difference between first and second place here, with a double points up for grab. 50 for the leader, 50 for the winner, 40 for second place. So he can either close that deficit quite nicely or have it extended. That's what Mark Holt's going to be thinking. It can either go down to 11 or up to 31. So here we go. Look how close they are now. He's going to want that to go down to 11 points as they go into the last couple of rounds here and keep chipping away at Clayton Edwards, because he wants that title so badly. And look how much now he's following him. He's right down behind him, getting every bit of toe he can and every bit of straight. He's making him as much time as he can. Chucking his helmet in, and now Edmonds goes wide and Holt gets through. Brilliant. Absolutely phenomenal. Edmonds there making a mistake as it goes into turn 8, and we know that's a tricky corner. We've had a chat with a few of the riders. They do not like it down there, and Holt straight through, getting himself up to P1.
That's exactly what I said.
Phenomenal.
It's exactly what I said. He's going to wait and bide his time, and now the tyres are warm, the brakes on the bike will have come to him, so he's got the ability, he's got the confidence of the bike. Now it's all warm and ready, and he's seen the gap, bang, and he's gone, and now he's in this race. Exactly what I said from Mark Holt. He is so smart out on the racetrack, and now Edmonds has it all to do, because he's Edmonds, don't get me wrong, he is maturely quick, but Holt is again superb at defending. He will shut the door when he sees the opportunity to, and he is very stoic. He is very strong at absorbing pressure. So we just have to wait and see what Edmonds can do from P2. But it is now Holt that leads this race from Clayton Edmonds. Oh no, someone. The red flag's out. That's a red flag.
That looks nasty.
That was not nice. No.
That's not what you want to see. Red flag straight out, of course.
I believe that may have been Isaiah Devine.
Yeah, the riders are what we're all here to think about. You know, red flags are straight away stop the race there, because we're not going to want to see anyone injured, unfortunately. So red flags. I think we're going to try and get back into the pit lane now. By the looks of it, that's a lot of marshals shouting, clearing the way, because here come the medical cars. Marco Holt pulls back round now onto the start-finish straight. He is currently the leader with 7 laps to go, though. You think there's still a lot of this race left to be explored, so I'd be surprised if that's where it was called. But 7 laps to go, red flags are out, and hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. You could see the medical team straight out. Once again, a fantastic medical team that we have here with us at Clandau here for the FAB finale. It'll be obviously we don't want to see a race end under red flag. We had the end of the pit bike race cruelly snatched away from us with a red flag, and it'd be hate to see the same thing happen with the Mini GP 50s. But of course, the rider safety is absolutely paramount, and it absolutely comes first here. So fingers crossed. I believe it was Isaiah Devine that went down. Fingers crossed that they are absolutely okay. But we don't know if the race is going to continue or not. But as it stands, it is Holt that leads, or it was Holt that led at the time of the red flag. Clayton Edmonds did cross the line. Of course, the transponder is still going, so it says on your screen that it is Edmonds from Holt. But at the time the red flag came out, it was Holt from Edmonds. So if the race ends there, then it will be Holt closing the gap down to 11 points in the championship. See there, some of the riders watching along there. I think they're just wondering what's going on, just the same as we are. But hopefully Isaiah Devine is all okay. A few of the riders just sat on the grid there, just kind of not having many conversations as the Pick Bike 140 guys, which is not as entertaining for me personally. But
one of the riders we're looking at out the window on the grid is that of Bailey Lawrence. And I want to talk about Bailey Lawrence a little bit, because she's not been she's not been at the front, she's not been competing massively, but she is a really interesting rider to look at. She's only been on a geared bike like this, on one of the metric geared bikes, once this season. That was back at Clay Pigeon, where she managed to get a respectable 11th place she managed to get some points on a bike that she was unfamiliar with. And this is again once again she's come here to the last round of the season to learn, to try and get a bit more knowledge on one of these bikes. So she's back here today, and you hope to see that she will
hopefully, I think, progress more into these bikes next season. She's just learning her way on these gears, and she's doing well out there, and that's definitely something we've got to be very, very proud of her for, because she's doing very well out there.
Yeah, exactly. We've just had in our ears that we are going to get a full race restart with one lap, and there we can see that is as Air Divine went down, and they are up and walking. That is fantastic to see that they're okay after that big off. That was so fantastic to see that they're up and walking over there with their dad as well. So great to see. Thumbs up to the crowd as well. Awesome stuff to see that they're all okay. As you were saying though, with Bailey Lawrence, we spoke to her yesterday. She said, her plan is next season just do a full season on the 50. She wants, she's got getting this experience now, getting the time on the bike. She's not too concerned about results. Next season, she's going to do a full season on the 50s, maybe a couple rounds on the 70s as well. She said she didn't want to get too much into the 70s, obviously the faster bikes, until she has done a full season on the 50s. But we've just got to, wait and see what she does next season. Of course,
she is the sister of Taylor Lawrence, who we just saw win the Pit Bike Championship. She's got racing pedigree in the family, that's for sure. So she's got some good talent behind her. She's got some good stuff to do. She's very passionate about it. She wants to find a good result. She wants to get good on these Metro Kit bikes, and hopefully she does. And that's we do hope to see that next season.
I'm sure the Lawrence camp's going to be very, very happy tonight. I'm sure obviously they've got one championship and one someone learning and getting their way through and putting in a very, very nice performance, I'm sure. Just to reiterate, after the red flag, we're going to have a 1 lap warm-up and then a full restart. I'm not sure if that's a restart from the amount of laps that we had to run, or if it's going to be a full apparently we've just had an hour that they're going to go and refuel, actually. So they're going to go back in and refuel, so we'll be seeing them pulling back into the pits. Not sure what's going to happen. We're just as in the dark as you are, unfortunately, here in the commentary box. You can see there. Yeah, we can see there some of the bikes just being pulled away by the marshals and the parents. Marker Holt with a bit of a shrug of the shoulders. He's not really sure what's going on. Looks around a bit disappointed. Another rider with a clear visor. I can see through that, even though he's got it up. Looks a bit disgruntled, to be honest. He's a bit annoyed.
Leading that was my race to take away, and now. What, we're restarting from... I've got to start from second place again. I've got to redo all that beautiful start and stuff. But no, this, we saw it in the pit bikes, how close Taylor Lawrence was to his rival. And that was, 120 points separating those two.
Yeah.
So here, it really, really matters. 20 points separating this top two. This is really important. It really is important, because if Marker Holt doesn't make it count, and if Clayton Emmons does get the jump, he's going to say, well, hang on the last time I was ahead and it all went wrong. So they're going to want to try and do it better, and hopefully they can. And you can see on your picture there, wheeling the bikes back into the pit lane where they will get refueled and do something down. It looks like we might have had a bit of a problem on the circuit as well, maybe a bit of an oil leak or something along those lines. They're going to maybe get some dust down. We can see Dale Baldwin, the official photographer of FAB, there with Rob Keys as well, one of the directors of the championship, just having a bit of a circuit inspection over there, having a look over what's happening. And you can see maybe a bit of cement dust will go down there just to soak up that oil and hopefully stop any slippages. That's definitely not the right word, but it's the word
We'll go with it.
from happening out there. So hopefully that'll do things up. You can see them all refueling there, and that is Baby Lawrence, who we were just talking about, of course. Her second ever chance on a geared bike, and it's a beautiful livery on that bike, I will say. Lovely pink and purple with lightning on it.
Yeah, lightning's really cool.
Yeah, that's a very cool bike. It's one of my favourite liveries that I've seen this weekend, that's for sure. So hopefully she, we were just talking about her. Hopefully that she can come back next season and really do something well. She's had some good chances at 5 points. She picked up 5 points at Clay, and hopefully we'll see something similar again. And that, I'm sure, is indeed a bucket of cement. It's a Hellman's mayonnaise bucket, but
mayonnaise
I don't
cement.
think it will be mayonnaise they're putting down on the circuit. That's not one I've heard of before. So I'm assuming that's a bucket of cement powder that they're going to just pour over the oil or whatever the spillage is on track, just to stop the slippage.
Yeah, of course. That's a long walk from there, though. It must be said. Not quite sure he's on camera either, but he's carrying a Hellman's bucket of cement. I didn't realise they were selling cement. Clearly, I don't do it in my local Tesco.
No.
Bikes now are pulling back out onto the grid by the looks of things.
Where do you get a bucket of Hellman's mayo that big? I don't think I've ever seen one.
That is a bit. It must be like one you can get for a kitchen, like an industrial kitchen. And going over to talk to Rob there as well. So that's
it's not mayo.
Yeah, there you go.
Mayo. It looks like almost, is that even cement dust? It looks like brick dust or clay or
brick dust
like
or clay.
Potentially, though it's sand. It's something along those lines. It's going to stop.
It's not mayonnaise, is it?
It's definitely not mayonnaise. I've seen mayonnaise. and that's not it. So
I would have made my sandwich this morning very interesting if it was.
Yeah, put some sand down in your sandwich. It would be appropriate,
true.
So it's not far off, but here we go. So we've got they're already off of the green flag lap, but the circuit is
there's people out
not
there.
clear over there, but they will be restarting on grid order, which, just as a reminder, is going to be Clayton Edmonds, our championship leader, on pole position with Marco Holt just behind him, or alongside him, in fact, in the circuit in second place. Harry Payne takes third from Bill Harris, in fourth, with Luke Fitchett coming in fifth, with Azir Devine, who took a little tumble there, where maybe I was thinking he won't be on the restart, but he could well be. Archie Gibbs also we don't think is going to be here, so Bailey Lawrence then will technically inherit sixth place, which I'm sure she'll be quite happy with, but she starts on the grid in eighth.
Yeah, I'd assume that I'm not sure what the procedure is here. If she'll start from the 8th grid slot or start from the 6th grid slot, I guess we'll just find out when she pulls up outside our window. Yeah, that's well, we'll just have to wait and see. Then there were 6, I suppose, the same, but that's not going to take away. And they're still doing track repairs by the looks of things. So I'm not quite sure we're going to be going green just yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's been a bit of a breakdown in communication there, and they sent the bikes out certainly before, because we had it on our screen. We saw them putting the brick dust out. There's the bucket of brick dust, all mayonnaise, coming back towards the pit lane now, and looks like that's more or less done. So that will be the warm-up lap done, I think. I don't think they're going to have another warm-up lap, even if that one wasn't quite right. So this is going to be our race start. The flag bearer is lining up. He's getting all the bikes back in position, and that is confirmed now that unfortunately Azir Devine will not be reforming for this grid. So Bailey Lawrence starts 8th, but will quickly inherit 6th. So they get ready. I'm not sure still what's happening. He's looking behind him.
Well, I mean, there's Rob and Roger are still stood on the track there, so
doesn't quite look like they've.
Yeah, you can see they've just done pulling up there. Yeah, the 2 race directors. There you go. Roger's just and that's a very unhappy Clayton Edmonds as well. What's going on? He's saying, waving his hands up in the air,
saying, "What? The bike's getting cold. The tyres are getting cold. Everything's going cold." Right, here we go then. So Roger's back. He's saying, "Well, I can't get really started. I don't know what's wrong." I don't know. I'm not going to say what I'm saying. No, what's Roger's saying. I haven't got a mic on Roger. So it looks like some of the dads are coming over to the bikes as well. No, this is an absolute mess, isn't it? We were ready for a restart, and this certainly is not a restart just yet. People are angry. Look at that. Clayton Edmonds, hands
Clayton,
up,
he's
flying.
furious,
He's
isn't he?
He's saying, "Why are we not going? I've got a championship to win." They just can't get the way.
I mean, Marco Holt is just like, and then Clayton Edmonds is really not happy. He's going full.
Feeling the tyres. All the dads bending down, have a good feel of the tyre temperature, saying this is.
I assume and that's someone being pulled back there as well. That's a Bill. Who's that? Yeah, Bill Harris getting pulled away there.
Bill Harris been pulled off the grid.
Well,
but thank you very much for tuning in to FAB as always. Right, hang on, sorry. I think we're going for another green flag lap. Is this now? I'm not. Yeah. This is another green flag lap. Okay, so we've already done the other grid. So thank you for tuning in. If you get a bit confused what's happened there, this race has already started, but unfortunately we had a bit of an incident, so they came down. So we're restarting again. They're going for one more green flag lap just to get the bikes back up to temperature. You thought that might happen when all the dads started reaching down, feeling the tyres, saying this isn't quite up to temperature. But yeah, no, they're coming back round now, and hopefully this time we will have the start.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Third time's the charm. So we'll just have to wait and see, as we can just see them on the green flag lap. Of course, we saw Clayton Edmonds and Marco Holt, our 2 championship contenders, getting very upset there on the grid that they weren't going. Edmonds is leading by 21 points from Holt. It is super, super tight in this 50s championship on these metric hit bikes. But it's these guys, they want to be out there and racing. When you're in the zone like that, even at such a young age, and when you're in the zone and you're ready to race, and then you just kept getting disrupted and keep getting things delayed, it really starts to play tricks to your mind, and you get frustrated because in your head you need to be out there on track, and then you're not. But we're riding the final corners now anyway. Final brake warming, a little stoppy there from Clayton Edmonds as he pulls us to another slow formation lap from Marco Holt as well. Very interesting.
This looks like we might be looking at it this time. They've lined it properly. The flag bearer looks like he's ready. He's putting it up. He's stepping to the side. He's saying, "Look to the lights." They look to the lights. The light is on. The light is off, and off they go, and it's a better start for Clayton Edmonds, but it's also a better start for Marco Holt, who, as they get into the first corner, Holt has already got Edmonds into turn 1 as they go through turn 2 and into turn 3. Holt, a perfect start. That's exactly what he'll have wanted.
Oh, perfect. So he's started where he left off just a few moments ago, back into the lead of the race. Clayton Edmonds must be furious under that helmet, but oh no, he's going for a big dive up the inside.
Wow, very brave. What a move. Absolutely amazing there. So Marco Holt left the door open a little bit and Edmonds came in, but now as they go down into turn 8, I can't see it on the picture, but the Marco Holt's back ahead. So Edmonds and Holt, they're going to be going wheel to wheel here. We know what is at stake here so much. These guys are not going to be letting anything go. They're going to be holding on to everything they've got and making everything they can out of this race. So here comes Edmonds now up the inside of Holt. He's going to try it again into the hairpin. Can he make it count? He takes the inside line. We've seen it not work, but he has made it work as he holds off Marco Holt across the line. Edmonds is leading from Marco Holt, and that's the first time we've seen that hairpin work and be counted.
Exactly, but I'm not sure how this is going to go, because I think you've got one very, very frustrated Clayton Edmonds under that helmet who needs to keep his head cool. That was Harry Payne running very wide there in the background, I think. And then Marco Holt is going to be desperate to get into the lead of this race. You've got a frustrated, almost angry Edmonds who's going to be desperate to win this race. And then you've got a less frustrated, but still a bit annoyed at Marco Holt in P2, who doesn't want to win this race. He needs to win this race. He needs to close that gap to the 11 points that he so desperately needs. Because if he wins race 2 as well, that's then a 1 point gap in the championship. Absolutely. And all the pressure is on Edmonds.
We said this last time out for Holt. If he loses, it's 31 points. If he wins, it's 11 points going in tomorrow. And he's going to want to make it 11, not 31. So he's got to make it count here today, because Edmonds and Holt, this is going to be your top 2, and I can tell you why I think that, because every single round so far this season, first and second has been held by either Edmonds or Holt. They have been absolutely flawless all season long, so I'm almost willing to put money on it. This will be your top 2 as we cross the line later on, but in which order they cross that line is definitely up in the air still, and Holt, like I say, he's going to want to make it 11, not 31 as they go into tomorrow.
We could be seeing a very similar scenario to what we saw when we were trying to run the race a few minutes ago before the red flag, where Holt just waits, bides his time. Again, he is one of the smartest riders that you will see in FAB-Racing, and there he is going for a dive down the inside. Does he make it work? Clayton Edmonds does get the switch back on, so Holt backs out to second, but he gets a big launch off the corner. But no, it will still be Edmonds leading the way, but Holt has got the pace. He knows he's got the pace. He's just waiting on that 58 machine. He may have a silly helmet with the minions, but he's not like a minion. He actually can think for himself, and he's going to be pushing, but he's going to be gentle. He's going to be calm. He's smooth on the bike. He's clever on the bike. And this Fab finale, this double championship points round, which is provided such an opportunity for him, he's not going to waste this. As you said, it could be 31 points after this race, or it could be 11 points after this race. And well, let's be honest here, Holt's not going to let it be 31 points, is he?
He's definitely not going to want that at all. That's not even on his mind right now. All he'll be thinking is win this race. He probably isn't even thinking about the championship. He just knows what he has to do, and there he goes up the inside again, but he can't make it count. Edmonds has absolutely finessed that final corner. He's done it twice now. He's made an overtake count on there, and he's held position on it twice now as well. So he's absolutely worked out his lines perfectly on that final hairpin, that wonderful corner, on how to make it count and how to hold that position. And now look at this. He's already got the lead. He's holding it. He's doing everything right. But like you say, Holt is smart. He knows one mistake, one little wobble on those handlebars, one little, not quite perfect corner, and Holt can just slide it up the inside. And that's exactly what he's going to be looking for as they come down now, once again, through the back sector into the Spitfire chicane, I think it's called, as they come now back onto this long back straight. Holt, he's been dummied out twice with the inside line. Can he make it stick this time? He's a lot closer as they come down to it. Holt is going to be the first in there. Can he make the line count this time? He's going to be trying. He's just done it, I think. No. Edmonds, he has. As he goes to turn 1, Holt is ahead. So that time he said, no, you're not getting me back up on the inside. I'm making it count this time, and he has. And Holt is now leading this race from Edmonds.
Again, smart from Holt. He realised what Edmonds was doing and using the switchback momentum. So what he did, he just stood on the brakes for longer, killed all his momentum. He was happy to compromise his exit from the last corner, because then when Edmonds came to do the switchback, suddenly there's a bike in the way. So he has to lift off the throttle. He loses his momentum as well. So Holt takes the lead. Superb overtake there from Holt. really, really smart, and now he's in the lead of this race, and now Edmonds, again, is going to be frustrated under that helmet. He needs to keep it cool. We were seeing him getting frustrated on the grid, so we know he's going to be carrying that emotion into these races. There we can see they're going to be coming up to lapping Bailey Lawrence in a minute. Hopefully she gets out the way, and she's going to be holding up Holt actually out of that corner, but he will make very quick work for Ijo's, and Edmonds through as well, so she very politely does get out the way, which is great stuff from her. But yeah, Edmonds, he's going to be feeling lots of emotions under that helmet. He just needs to keep it cool. If he can keep it cool, he can try and get back round Holt, but Holt, again, very cool, very collected customer. We can see, again, another rider with a clear visor. You can see just dead focused. He isn't worried about what's going on behind him. He's just keeping his eyes on the road, keeping his eyes in front.
And that's exactly what he's got to do. He just needs to keep it on the road now and keep it ahead of Edmonds. But like we've seen already, Edmonds knows this hairpin very well. He's been caught out there now, but before that he was absolutely solid there. So that is where he's going to be probably looking for an overtake now, because he knows what to do. And as they come down to it now, down the back straight, he's going to be right on his tail. He can't quite make it in though, and Holt now, he's starting to get a nice gap. And as they come across the line, I'll tell you what that gap is. He's pulled it out to 0.3 seconds now, but once again, one mistake, one wrong line into a corner, one little wobble of the handlebars, and that will just come sliding back down, and it will be right on the back of each other again.
Yeah, exactly. On the subject of gaps, there is actual other riders in this race. Harry Payne, 7.5 seconds off this lead too. That's how dominant they've been so far this race, with 4 laps to go. These guys are just so quick out the front. And Clayton had
getting on the curb a little bit out there, almost throwing his bike into the barrier. But they're going to be smart about this, aren't they? They're not going to overthink it, because one of them is dropping 10 points either way here, but at the same time they're not going to want to drop that even further. If they end up going off, if they end up losing more points than they could, and that's just throwing everything tomorrow up in the air. So they're not going to want to make too many mistakes. Yes, they both want to win this race, but neither of them are going to risk everything to do that, I don't think.
Yeah, exactly. Edmonds is pushing very, very hard, though. You can tell Holt is just keeping it cool, hitting his marks, doing what he needs to do. Or Edmonds, you can see with that last lap, just that little moment, just pushing a bit too hard in some of the corners. Obviously, you don't want to throw it away, but again, at the same time, he wants to win. He's a racer, that's what he wants to do, and he knows the championship as well. He doesn't want that gap to drop to 11 points, because if it does drop, then the pressure's on him, because then Holt has the momentum moving into Sunday, moving into the 2 races tomorrow. And he was close there, and that's some smoke coming from one of the from somewhere apparently, but not sure what's going on there. And a bit of a shake of the head there for Marco Holt, just trying to keep his head in check, maybe just trying to clear his mind. He's not thinking about the future, he needs to think about now, and he's keeping Edmonds behind him at the moment for the time being. And as they come through, it's still Holt that leads this race with 2 laps to go.
Absolutely, and he's done everything he needs to do, Holt, here. He just needs to keep Edmonds behind him, and Edmonds is hot on his tail. He's not letting him get ahead, he's not letting him pull a gap out, but he just can't make the move stick. And I say that, and he does it! He goes up the inside of Holt. I say he can't make a move stick, and he's done it right there. And we were hearing yesterday how much they love that little section of corners. It's one of the best, and he said, you know what, I'm going for it. He guns it up the inside and takes the move. Literally, as I said, he can't make a move stick. He made it stick.
Slightly stood Holt up in the middle of the corner, so a little bit of a nudge to the front wheel. And now Holt, surely though, he's got the momentum behind him, and he's already drawing alongside Edmonds into the hairpin. Who's going to come off better coming onto the final lap of the race? This race is going to go to the wire. Wow!
As they come onto the last lap, Holt beautifully taking that hairpin, and it has been a key corner in this race so far. Holt has been absolutely phenomenal, but as they come through this section now into the last lap, this is where Edmonds absolutely loves making a little move. We saw it last lap. Can he do it here? Edmonds on Holt as they come through into the final section. We look behind, it's Payne and Bill Harris behind, over 9 seconds back now. So this is the top 2 you want to have a look at. Edmonds is having a look into turn 8. He's got him. Edmonds is past Holt again. So it's all going to come down to this final corner, you really do think, because this is where this race has been made. If it happens, they come down the back straight. Now this is going to be absolutely crucial.
Who's braver on the brakes?
You've got to keep a look at this. Yeah, can Holt do it? Edmonds takes the inside line. Holt tries it round the outside. It's not quite going to be enough. And Edmonds, absolutely wonderful racing from both of them as they come across the line.
Oh, wow.
Edmonds wins it from Holt. 0.168 separates them. Absolutely phenomenal racing there. All race long though, those two went at it hard, and unfortunately for Marco Holt, that means tomorrow he's walking in with a 31-point deficit.
That might be the most delightful race win that Clayton Edmonds, the most satisfying race win that Clayton Edmonds has had all season. You can see just how delighted he is there. But it is Clayton Edmonds who wins race 1 of the Metrokit Mini GP50s class here in the FAB finale at Clandau, extending the gap over P2 of Marco Holt to 31 points in the championship. It's Harry Payne who comes up in P3 with Bill Harris in P4. Then it's Luke Fitchett in P5. Bailey Lawrence crossed the line in P6. After a fairly decent showing for it, must be said. And well, you can see there, just delighted is Clayton Edmonds. Unfortunately, again, we did lose his air divine, and Archie Tibbs did not start this race. But wow, Clayton Edmonds delighted, and Archie Holt, I can see out my window, he's devastated. I think he actually might be in tears, to be honest. He's got his head in his hands as he's riding down the back straight. And well, it's sheer elation for one rider and sheer devastation for another.
But it's not over yet. 31 points is one of the smallest gaps we have in this championship. So yeah, he's got a 31-point gap now, but tomorrow anything can happen. And like I said, 1-2, these guys have finished every single round so far. They've been in the top 2. So they got to keep chipping away at it. Yes, 2 wins tomorrow with Edmund in second isn't enough for him. But if Edmonds has an issue, if he has an off, anything can happen in this, in FAB Racing. We know that anything can happen. We've seen it all season long. So anything is still on the cards. And he can't feel too dismayed because 31 points is a gap he can close.
And again, it is a double points round as well. As I said, 50 points on offer for a win. So all it takes is for Edmonds to go off and for Holt to win a race. And suddenly he's leading the championship. So this could go down to the last race. And Holt could still win this, even though he's a long way behind. But anyway, thank you for joining us here at the FAB finale for the Nova Racing Round 7 of the FAB-Racing Championship here at Clandau, the South Wales Karting Centre. And we've still got a few more race ones to go here on this Saturday afternoon. And then, of course, we'll be back tomorrow with your race 2s and 3s. We've had a few championships decided already as well, which has been a pleasant experience. And now I believe we have the, I want to say that we have the Extreme 200s.
The Extreme 200s.
There we go.
Yes,
so we've got the Extreme 200s up next. We've got a fair few guys out on the grid. We can see them pulling out there. You'll notice Ollie Horner's out there. Not quite sure why, because he's in on a 70s bike, but he's out there anyway. And on the pole, a very familiar face to anybody who's watched bike racing in the UK and anyone who's watched FAB Racing before. It's the one and only Casey O'Gorman, back for one time only here at FAB. Alongside him as well, another British Talent Cup returnee. It is the one and only Johnny Garness. Ollie Horner, meanwhile, starting in P3 with Greg Marshall lining up alongside in P4. Then it's Reese Peacock in P5 with your championship leader Dylan Mellor, only in P6. Owen Mellor alongside him in P7. Then Carter Brown, another BTC returnee in P8. Then Jack Andrews and Jan Gullery make up your top 10. But yeah, 2 returning faces to FAB in Casey O'Gorman and Johnny Garness on the front row. And well, what a story that is. Those 2 guys, they've had a phenomenal pair of seasons over in the British Talent Cup and as well in the European Talent Cup. And they've come back to FAB here today for a bit of fun, for a bit of track time. And well, this championship is so close in the Extreme 200s that technically, probably not realistically, but mathematically, Casey O'Gorman can actually win the championship here, which is just absolutely obscene.
Yeah, well, our championship leader is Dylan Mellor, who's starting in 6th place, so he's already on the back foot. And it is, like you say, Casey O'Gorman, who only came in the last round at Ella Park. He is taking 70 points straight away. He won everything there, and now he's coming here and he's going to give it a good go again.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see what they can do as they are all now pulling up on the grid. The flag bearer, goes away, and the light goes on and the light goes out. Oh no, hang on, no, there's still someone making their way around. Aborted start. I think that might be. No, there's still a few.
I must say, I was looking at the grid thinking that looks a bit empty. I don't think
I have my eyes on the lights. So we've got a few riders not in place yet. Oh, well, this is quite bizarre.
It's a bit of a patchy grid.
Yeah, very patchy grid. Well, we're going to get going anyway, nonetheless. The flag bearer once again moves out of the way. We're going to get going nonetheless. And it is, of course, light on, lights off, and we're underway. It's a great start from Casey O'Gorman. Fantastic away. Johnny Garness gets away in P2 as well, so they're holding place. Ollie Horner keeps P3. But who else would it be? Casey O'Gorman leads the race. Greg Marshall, Owen Mellor made a place on Reese Peacock there, so he's gaining. Dylan Mellor down to P8 away from the line. That is really the start that he would not have wanted. But it is Casey O'Gorman that leads this race.
It really is, and not the start that Dylan Mellor and championship leader will have wanted. It's so close to this championship that in fact the top 3 are separated by only 7 points, so anything is on the cards and up for play here. But like we say, Casey O'Gorman, who is leading this absolutely phenomenally, he's come in at the last round and he's been passed. Who's that? It's just
that's Johnny Garness.
Johnny Garness. He's had a go past, but then Casey said, actually, I'll have a go at the inside again. But now they're coming side by side, and we're seeing so much racing at the front now. Casey holds it as they go to turn 1, though. And, okay, Johnny isn't going to let this be an easy one for Casey. That is quite clear straight away. But, yeah, Casey technically could take the championship here. If all goes right for him, he's got 70 points. It's a 60-point deficit to Dylan Mellor's 130 points, but 150 points up for grabs. If everything goes right, he could be the championship after just 2 rounds. It's amazing.
We're going to have to go back to the hotel later, Tom, and get a calculator out and figure this one out, because this is going to be an interesting one. It is O'Gorman from Garness. These guys, of course, been fighting out all season in the British Talent Cup. Casey took a fantastic championship last time out at Donington after missing a few rounds with injuries as well, so it was awesome. And he's also been selected for Red Bull Rookies next year as well, which is fantastic for him. But Johnny Garness, no disrespect to him, he is a fantastic rider as well. And of course, these guys, they know each other superbly well, both on and off the track. They've been with each other through FAB, they've been with each other through the British Talent Cup, so they know exactly how each other work. And we saw there Garness giving O'Gorman a bit of a go into the last corner, and they know exactly what each other is going to do. And actually, Garness, was watching him practice and qualifying earlier. He is perhaps the rider I've seen pulling the most drifts into the final hairpin out of anybody, which A, is not what you're supposed to do on a bike, and B, well, you shouldn't really be drifting on a racetrack anyway, because you want to be going forwards, not sideways. But the amount of times I've been seeing him putting on some opposite lock into the final corner is just ludicrous. You might be seeing it here as I know he does actually keep him pointing in the straight direction this time. But he's just been absolutely mental on that bike out there today. He's just been so much fun to watch as well. But these two guys coming back for the British Talent Cup, it's great to have them here at the FAB finale, of course. And the fact that Casey O'Gorman can win the championship, it's a bit weird. It would highlight his talent, and also be a bit questionable for the rest of the Extreme 200 grid, wouldn't it?
And just for anyone at home watching, going, well, Johnny Garness is giving Casey O'Gorman a good run for his money. If Casey can win it, what can Johnny do? Well, unfortunately, from what I can see and looking at my notes, Johnny Garness isn't in this championship yet, which means this is his first event at FAB, or his first event in the Extreme 200 this year. So unfortunately, he could be in the title fight because he's only 130 points behind the leader. If he won everything and scored all the points, he would be the champion, assuming no one else scored points, but it's extremely unlikely.
I love having double points rounds. It just makes our job a lot more difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Makes it really exciting, but then we have to go do maths, which I don't like to do. I don't know about you, but it's not my favourite thing in the world, it must be said. But yeah, Casey O'Gorman and Johnny Garness. Obviously, Casey was at Ella, just getting a bit of track time, and then, the British Talent Cup season has ended, so basically the entire grid almost, it feels like, has just descended on Clandau today, just to get some track time, have a bit of fun as well. And is that me? Or was that
just
Bernie
spotted that?
Hook?
Yeah, that's Bernie Hook on the 51, who is not in the Extreme 200. He's meant to be in the Moto Team. He's not on my timing screen as being out there, but that definitely was the 51 of Bernie Hook on the circuit. So I don't think he's actually timed in this race, but he's definitely out there racing. Has he gone out for the wrong category, or I'm not entirely sure what's happened there. I don't know if that's just maybe a shakedown for the bike, getting it ready for Moto Team, or just in general, but yeah, very interesting that he's out there. That's a bit of a weird one.
Well, hello Bernie, great to have you out on track again. Bit of a weird one, but not gonna judge you for anything. Not sure what's going on. I guess we'll find out later. But anyway, back to the action. Casey O'Gorman is still leading the way from Johnny Garness, but these two, you could barely fit a sheet of paper between them. They are so close. Look how aggressive Casey O'Gorman is on the change of direction of the bike. He is so fast, getting it all the way back over to that right. It is awesome to watch. The big slide on the rear coming in. Had to stick the left leg out just in case. Oh, this is superb stuff to watch. These are two of the most up-and-coming hot young talents in Britain on a motorcycle. Of course, Casey O'Gorman winning the British Talent Cup this year. Been selected for Red Bull Rookies this year. We have seen, riders from FAB going on to Red Bull Rookies in the past, which is fantastic to see Casey O'Gorman joining their ranks. We've talked riders such as Eddie O'Shea was in Red Bull Rookies this year. He came from FAB, of course. We've had riders from FAB going into the top. Scott Reddy, for example, he's an absolute household name. He came from FAB-Racing. These guys, Brad Ray as well, coming from FAB-Racing. We've had some fantastically big names coming out from FAB-Racing, making their start in motorbike racing. And another slide for O'Gorman. They're coming into the last corner. These guys are probably having more fun than we are in the commentary box.
Sorry, this is great racing, but I think Bernie Hook just came into the pit lane there. I'm not sure if he just realised, oh wait, I'm not meant to be in this race. But
we'll have to ask him later.
Bernie Hook did come into the pit lane there, but now, come back to this, because this is absolutely wonderful racing at the front from Casey O'Gorman and Johnny Garness. We saw Casey in qualifying. He was absolutely blistering fast, but we didn't know what Johnny had to offer. As I said, this is his first race this year in FAB, so to be able to come back and still hold his own up against Casey O'Gorman, it's great to see, because we thought potentially this could be Casey O'Gorman running away with it in this race, but no, this is 3 races on the bounce from pit bikes. In fact, more than 3 races. It feels that we've had so many races with proper close racing at the front. We had the pit bikes, we had the 50s, and now they come down again. That is, Casey's going to try it, and just slips him off round the hairpin. And this hairpin, we were walking down there yesterday, weren't we, Ross? And we had a look at that hairpin and we said, this is going to be so much fun to commentate on, because there's going to be so much happening into this final hairpin. Speeding down that huge back straight. It's one of the longest back straights I've seen at a karting circuit in a long time. Into that massive hairpin straight across the line. It's absolutely brilliant to see, isn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely overtake city if you're brave enough and good enough on the brakes. Absolutely fantastic stuff to watch. We've been seeing riders there changing places all day long, and tomorrow I think that's going to be the prime overtakes. But there is Ollie Horner currently running in P3. Of course, he's one of the usual 70 riders. He's actually heading straight out after this one. The 70s race one is immediately after this. So I'm not sure how well he's going to do that, because he's going to be quite tired heading from one 12-lap race immediately into another one. But fair play for giving it a go. I'll give you that. Ollie Horner, of course, typically you're at 70s riders, but he's been entering into the Extreme 200 classes the last few rounds as well on board that bright yellow 70 machine. Very easy to tell who he is, because he's got that kind of like Bumblebee style livery. It's very easy to spot as well, because it's bright yellow. It's brilliant in the rain, because you can actually see where he is. A lot of the riders running the darker, thinking Mason Sparks, for example, or Ethan Foster, they come to Mason Foster, apologies. Got there in the end, but not both Ethan.
Did you do Mason Sparks and Ethan Foster there?
No, I went Ethan Sparks and Ethan Foster as well. But in the 70s, riders like Ethan Sparks and Mason Foster, they run very, very dark liveries. When it's wet on dark, you just can't see where they are at all. But Ollie Horner, very easy to spot out on track, that rider, really. And he's running a very, very respectable P3 as well at the moment. I'm just worried about how tired he's going to be for the 70s race immediately after this.
Yeah, he's done absolutely wonderfully to get up there, and I'm sure he'll take any sort of position he can. But it's these front two, Casey O'Gorman and Johnny Garness now, who are absolutely flying at the front. And we just spoke about Ollie. Ollie, as he crosses the line now, is 17 seconds behind this front two, which is absolutely wonderful to see. What you got on your screen now is Greg Marshall. He's currently 4th place as he comes across the line. I can tell you the gap to him is 26 seconds, so he's at 8 seconds behind Ollie Horner ahead of him. So, these front two, Casey O'Gorman and Johnny Garness, are absolutely unrivaled at the front. They've absolutely run away with it. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's great to see. These two guys who've come in from BTC once the season's over, and just out there for a laugh, really, more than anything. Obviously, you want to get some track time, keep your skills up, keep your mind active as you're going into the winter months. But at the same time, just go out there and have a laugh with your mates, isn't it? That's part of the reason we love racing, is because it's just so much fun, not just to watch, but to take part in as well. The thrill of racing is something I don't think you get elsewhere in the world. But with 1 lap to go here, and just half the track left for Casey O'Gorman to traverse, he's got 7 tenths back to Garness. Glances behind just to make sure that Garness is not going to have a very late lunge coming through the last half of the track, but he's all good and well. Casey O'Gorman, he's come back and he's set FAB on fire, that is for certain. As he heads onto the back straight, it's been a wonderful performance. It's been a wonderful race from both of these guys, to be fair. Johnny Garness is going to give it one more go into the final hairpin, but I think it's still going to be Casey O'Gorman. They're neck and neck to the line. Who's going to beat the line?
That was
oh my word, just Casey O'Gorman by 0.015 of a second.
Wow.
My goodness me.
That was absolutely wow. I think Casey just sort of had a bit of a wobble coming out of the hairpin. Opened himself right open to Johnny Garness there to literally finish, and that is the closest finish I think I've ever seen.
Wow.
0.015, absolutely. I can't believe it. That was such a good finish, and I think I think Johnny Garnes thinks he's won that because he's coming back round waving, thinking he might have done it. I'm not sure he's quite aware.
That must surely be the closest finish in Fab history. I think O'Gorman knows he's won as well.
Pulls a wheelie.
It is your BCC star, Casey O'Gorman, on his Fab return at the finale, who wins race 1 of the Extreme 200. His BCC compatriot Johnny Garnes comes home in P2 with Ollie Horner in at P3. Greg Marshall is P4. Then it's Owen Miller and Dylan Miller P5 and 6. Carter Brown is 7th. Jack Andrews is 8th. And then Reece Peacock and Jan Guillory rounding out the field. We're going to have to go home and do some maths.
We've got a lot of homework to do. We've got a lot of homework to do.
With Casey O'Gorman winning that, and championship leader Dylan Miller down in 6th, and Jack Andrews who's 2nd in the championship finishing in 8th, and then James Dutton, who's 3rd in the championship, isn't here this weekend.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff to do, a lot of maths to work out, and yeah, that's going to be the one to watch tomorrow, especially because Casey O'Gorman could do this. I think Casey O'Gorman could win it if, of course, he's not given too much of a hard time by his fellow BTC rider there.
Yeah, indeed. Wow, that was just awesome, wasn't it? Unbelievable stuff there. Wow, what a finish we've just seen. However, I think it's time that we moved on and talked about the one that we have all been waiting for.
The big one.
That's right. It is the Metrokit MK GP70s out here for race 1. And well, this is the championship that we're all excited for. This is the race that we're all excited for. Who is going to come out on top? We'll just have to wait and see, because boy oh boy is it going to be tight.
Now, we did say when this happened before that Filip Sorowiak had qualified 5th, but I think he might have moved up to 4th, so I don't know if that's us calling it wrong or if he's gone up a bit, but there you are, on your screens right now, a little bit of a behind the scenes if you want to see what the riders look like out of their overalls. That is indeed Josh Burke in there in the senior Mini Motos paddock, and here we go. This is the MK Mini GP 70s, the Metrokit senior class. This is really the title, the biggest one out FAB. This is what everyone wants to be a part of, and this is where our closest title is. 42 points separating our top 3 here. Ethan Sparks, Nathan Foster and Filip Sorowiak. Keep your eyes on all of them because they're all going to want to win this race.
Oh boy, this is going to be a good one, isn't it? This is the one that is the gateway into the British Talent Cup. This is the one that is the gateway for the stars of the future, this 70s category, and it is going to be absolutely phenomenal. But your grid, looking forward, we've got championship leader Ethan Sparks on pole position, and one of his main rivals, Mason Foster, on the number 88, P2 in the championship. He's P2 here as well. Then it's Ronnie Harris with a fantastic P3, and then Filip Sorowiak, 3rd in the championship, bumped into 4th place. Let's see what he can do away from the line. He'll be looking for a good performance as his late resurgence in the championship continues. Then it's Ben Jolliffe in 5th with Clayton Edmonds in 6th. He won a very enjoyable 50s race earlier. Then it's Charlie Huntsford in 7th with Harry Payne in 8th. Ollie Horner just coming off of P3 in that Extreme 200 race. Now it's straight back out. He starts P9 with Greg Marshall rounding up the top 10. Then Samuel Munson, Ollie Sims and Noah Gullery rounding out the 13 riders we have on the grid here today for race 1 of the Mini GP70s. And boy oh boy, this is going to be the one to watch. Sparks, Foster, Sorowiak, all there in the top 4 with Harris just kind of thrusted in to keep them a bit of company. And it is going to be a race to watch, I can tell you that much. The racing this season in this category has been phenomenal all season long. And well, I think the racing this weekend as well, it's going to be just fantastic.
It really has. And I mean, every single podium position we've seen this season between the top 3 has been shared, apart from in round 4 at Clay Pigeon, where it went to Ben Jolliffe. So these guys are very familiar with being on the top 3 steps, but which order they finish on has been up in the air all season long. So it's going to be one you're going to want to keep an eye on, that is for sure. It's actually Ronnie Harris who starts in 3rd place, who's 4th in the championship. So he might want to cause a bit of an upset as well, just to make sure that everything goes a bit askew with. Now here we go, the lights are on, the flag bearer is ready at the front. There looks like there's a bit of a confusion at the back. Someone's getting pushed through to get up into position. Something not quite right. There we go. We're getting it all ready now. Everything is ready to go. The flag bearer walks to the side of the track. He points to the lights. The lights are ready. Do they come on? They're on. And the lights are off and away they go. And it's a great start from 4th place, by the looks of it, or 3rd place even. And as we get into the first corner, that is Ethan Sparks that leads off of pole, with Mason Foster holding it in 2nd.
Yeah, what a start we just saw from Ronnie Harris, almost squeezing up into 2nd place. But it will be Ethan Sparks taking the lead with Mason Foster in P2 for the time being. Ronnie Harris keeps on to P3. And well, looks like Tom's decided to give up because I've been joined by a very special guest.
Yeah, my name's Johnny Guy. honest. I just finished my race in the Extreme 200s. It was a great battle with Casey, and yeah, I'm just coming here to commentate in the 70s and have a watch of this race.
Well, thanks for joining us, Johnny. You gave us a great display out there in the Extreme 200s, and now I'm sure you can give us a great voice as well in the booth. And well, as they're coming around to end the first lap, it looks like it will be Ethan Sparks leading the way on lap 1 of race 1 of the MKGP 70 category. Mason Foster in P2. Soroviak's down to 5th. So Soroviak, actually no, he's just gained that position back through turn 1 that I've just seen out the window. So Soroviak crossed the line in 5th place. Really not the start that he would have wanted, but it is Sparks that leads the way, your championship leader, looking to extend the gap over Mason Foster, who just pokes a nose up the inside maybe. It isn't quite close enough. There's still 11 laps to go in this race. It is one of the longer races of the day, so there's still plenty of action to enjoy here. But Sparks from Foster from Harris is your top 3, and Soroviak in 4 really needs to get a shift on if he wants to capitalise on this double points weekend. As they're heading down the back stretch now, and into the final corner is still Sparks that leads this way. Now, Johnny, obviously you've been off doing things this season, such as the British Challenge Cup, but you're a familiar face to the FAB Paddock. Why don't you just run us through what you've done here, what you've done this season, and how things are going for you?
Yeah, I've joined this paddock since the rookies, and I've worked my whole way up, and I think a lot of the riders in the 70 category are going to move up to the British Challenge Cup next year. I think that's definite. Yeah, those people are going to go to the British Challenge Cup, and I think it's a good jump, and yeah, it's just really nice to watch what I was riding against last year, and hopefully they can all do well and make it to the British Challenge Cup like me.
Well, be fingers crossed that they can join you in the future. We saw there Foster having a look on Sparks, and Soroviak is right on the back of this leading trio now as they head into the final hairpin. You cannot separate them by inches. This is unbelievably close. Your top 4 separated by, what is that? Not even, I think just over a second separates the top 4. And then you've got the 2 behind as well of Jonathan Edmonds very, very close. Huntingford and Payne are also looking to get involved with that. This is awesome stuff here for the opening race of the FAB finale in GP70s. And remember, double point on offer this weekend. So a fantastic opportunity for all of these riders to capitalise in this 3-way fight for the championship. Sparks from Foster from Soroviak is your championship lead at the moment. Sparks on 360, Foster 15 back on 345, and then Soroviak 27 back there on 318. So it is superbly tight at the top of this championship, and we can see there Sparks maybe having a look. Let's have a look inside, and well, nothing at the moment yet from Foster on Sparks.
Yeah, I think Sparks could pull away, but I think Mason and all the front group have got the pace, and they're going to have a great battle. Anyone could win this race, to be honest. They're all really close together. It's just going to probably be a last lap battle, and then
oh no! Oh, Sparks goes down! Unbelievable! Foster's been oh my goodness, Foster stands Sparks up. Sparks goes down. The throttle was stuck open. You need some help getting the bike back up. But that is your championship leader, Ethan Sparks, going down in race 1 of the Mini GP 70s. He gets going in, but in a double points weekend, that could be possibly one of the biggest moments of the weekend. Unbelievable!
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Ethan Sparks. I didn't know if that was a dirty move or not. Mason had to get the job done, and he had to go up the inside, but unfortunately he clipped. But yeah, I think Ethan Sparks' race over, unfortunately.
Well, he might be able to work his way back through. He is P9 at the line, so he's still positioned to make, and he will still be gaining some, enough championship points, but it won't be what he wanted. Foster, this is a perfect opportunity for him to make up some big places. P9 is 14 points this weekend, but P1 is 50, so that'll be a big jump for Mason Foster in the championship. I think he did slightly stand up Sparks there, who just went over into the right-hander. That's just so unfortunate. And I mean as well, Johnny, you've just come off an Extreme 200 race. It's a hard track to race at. It's a hard track to overtake at.
Yeah, it is quite tight. Really bumpy at the back. It's going to be quite hard for the 70s. I remember a couple of years ago, but as the tracks go on, they get bumpier, so it's going to be quite hard for these guys.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. So your current top 3 at the moment with 6 laps to go is Foster from Harris from Soroviak. After Sparks at that time, he's now fallen down to P12, I think. So it may be going from bad to worse, having problems. Yeah, I can just see him out the window down to P12 is Sparks. So that is really not what he would have wanted. There might be a few exchanges of words, shall we say, between Foster and Sparks after this one. And it's all going to be wide open once again tomorrow with race 2 and 3. Of course, this is just race 1 of 3 across the weekend here at FAB-Racing as always, but it's just even more tense because not only is it a three-way fight for the championship, but it's double point weekend here at the FAB finale. There is 50 points on offer for a race win, and here in the top category in the Mini GP70s, well, we've just seen possibly one of the most controversial moves of the season as well. Foster sends it up the inside of Sparks into the right-hander, and Sparks goes to tumbling. And that's Edmonds over. Edmonds having problems into the final corner. I think he gets it going again, but Clayton Edmonds, unfortunate, after winning the 50s race earlier, he'll drop down there. Big shame for him. And actually, he's gone straight on, actually. So I think that might be him, because I've just seen him out the window go straight on at turn one and throw his hands up in frustration. That'll be him out of the race. But it is still Foster leading this one, and Harris actually potentially closing in on Foster.
Yeah, I reckon Harris is going to give it all, and there's only a couple laps left. You know, Ben and Philip could try and catch them, but I think, Mason, I think it's just Mason's might win it, but I think Ronnie could.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. 4 laps to go that time around. Foster from Harris, Soroviak. Jonas actually caught up to the back of Soroviak, who's fallen away from the leading duo, so we could potentially have separate battles for first and third going on here in the last few laps of this race. And as it stands, Mason Foster on that 88, still holding strong from Harris behind. Harris, who's putting in the performance of his season so far, running in P2. He qualified formally, got a superb start from P3 on the grid, and now after that tumble for Sparks earlier on in P2, just keeping, I think he did just have a bit of a moment there in the last corner. He's just dropped back. You can visually see just dropped a couple of tenths of a second there, and again Jolliffe very, very close to Soroviak. I mean, coming through, Johnny, I mean, when you know there's a rider behind you, surely the pressure, it just starts to play tricks to the back of your mind. Is that what Soroviak's going through at the moment?
Yeah, well, that's the problem that I suffered with in the British Talent Cup when I kept on crashing quite a bit at the start of the season. It's because I was so stressed about the riders behind me.
That's a big dive there.
Yeah, I was so stressed behind the riders behind me, but you just need to focus and try your own thing and just forget about the riders behind you.
Yeah, exactly. It's just kind of keeping your mind straight. I mean, of course, it's great having some rider insight in the comms booth. It will be 2 laps to go this time round. Foster from Harris from Soroviak. Jolliffe has actually dropped back a little bit across that last lap, but this is massive for the championship. You'll see your championship leader Ethan Sparks scoring very, very poorly in comparison to his rivals. He will definitely be dropping down to second, if not third, in the championship after this race, and they'll be having a big point to prove coming into the 2 tomorrow. So it's all absolutely wide open. And I mean, Johnny, you've been here at FAB before. I mean, it's tough, even at this level. When you're looking at the motorsport world above you, and unfortunately, we have actually lost Clayton Edmonds officially. So Clayton Edmonds is officially out of this race. Here in FAB, it's a fantastic championship, but you are at the bottom of the motorsport pyramid. But it's still so tough out there.
Yeah, this is the really tough championship, especially in the 70s, because this is the championship where everyone moves up, and all the fast riders from the whole FAB categories go into this class, and it's such a competitive class.
Indeed it is. A final lap of race 1 for the Metrokit Mini GP70s, and Mason Foster leading the way by 0.6 of a second from Ronnie Harris in P2. Soroviak another 8/10 off in P3. So at the moment, unless anyone can do anything drastic or someone makes a mistake, this could be your final order. And this could be potentially huge for Foster, huge for Soroviak, and huge for Sparks and what it means for the championship.
Yeah, Mason's pulling a little gap, 0.6 now. Ronnie's, I don't know if he's got enough time, 2 corners to go. Yeah, I think Mason's won it by now, unless Ronnie can do a big lunge on the brakes. But yeah, I think it's Mason's race now.
Well, it was one of the most controversial moves that we've seen all season, but it's Mason Foster who wins it, race 1 of the Metrokit Mini GP70s category, and crucially takes the championship lead. But boy, oh boy, I don't think that one's going to go down too well with anybody, because Ethan Sparks has been very hard done by there, and it will be Foster taking the win of the championship lead. Ronnie Harris with a fantastic P2, it must be said. Philip Soroviak makes it up to P3 with Ben Jolliffe in P4, Charlie Huntingford is P5, Harry Payne is P6, Ollie Horner, after running the Extreme 200s race and coming 3rd, finishes in P7. Ethan Sparks, he is not going to be a happy boy down in P8. I think he might be going to have a few words with Mason Foster, shall we say. Then Greg Marshall is 9th, Samuel Monson is 10th, and then Ollie Sims and Noah Gully round up the field in 11th and 12th. Unfortunately, we did lose Clayton Evans in the latter stages of the race. But boy, oh boy, Johnny, that is a potentially crucial moment in the championship.
Yeah, it's going to be a big moment in the championship for Ethan Sparks. You know, there's not going to be a lot of friendly faces in Paddock anymore. But yeah, Casey wasn't really looking at Mason that well, or yeah, well, you know, it was a good race. I don't know if it was a fair overtake or not, but he just had to do it, get the job done. But unfortunately, they clipped.
Yeah, Casey Gorman there, giving the evil eyes to running around the corner. I know him and Ethan are. Well, him and Mason, apologies, are running essentially out of the same area. That's where they've got their paddock all set up. So and there is Ethan Sparks giving
he doesn't look happy.
No, he is very, very upset, very frustrated. You can see there, and you know that is potentially a very, very heartbreaking moment for him. I'm sure the emotions are running high. But not only is it heartbreaking, but that's also crucial for the championship as well. That could potentially be a championship deciding move and a championship deciding tumble. And whether there was contact, I'm not quite sure. But do not forget, there is still 2 races to come on tomorrow, on Sunday as well. So Ethan Sparks, he's still got plenty to prove. He will be going off pole position for those as well, don't forget. So he's still got plenty to prove. But my oh my, well, we just have to wait to see. Thank you very much, Johnny, for joining us. He has taken the microphone off. I want you to give you a handshake anyway on the way out. It was a pleasure to have you in here, mate, as always. And welcome back, Tom.
Good one there, didn't I? That was a huge. I can't believe I missed it. Wow, Ethan Sparks, absolutely gutting for him. I feel so bad for him, but you know, the thing about FAB is it moves pretty quickly. So we're going straight into Moto Team. They're already out there on the grid getting ready, but that is, heartbreak for Ethan Sparks. But the thing is, 100 points still up for grabs tomorrow. Yes, you know, we're 8th place, I think it was in the end, which is 16 points or something I think he'll take away from this race. But tomorrow he's got to come back with a vengeance, and you know he will. Oh, definitely. And then we tried to speak to Fosty this morning, and he was just having none of it. He was dead focused. He just wanted to get on with the job, and he did get on with the job there. Whether it's controversial or not, you cannot deny that it's 50 points in a race with him. But as you said, moving on to Moto Team now, and it's a very, very healthy grid that we've got lined up here. And it's a familiar-ish face lining up in front, and it's not on the bike that he qualified on. It's not on the bike he qualified on. You're right. That is the number 0 bike of Bernie Hook. He qualified on the 51 of the FAB-Racing bike, which he then raced in the Extreme 200 race. And now he's pulled a different. Okay, I'm not going to question it, because we've said already, this Moto Team category is designed to confuse us commentators, to make us all very confused. But off they go nonetheless. The last race of the day, Bernie Hook on pole position on the bike he didn't qualify on. Darren Anderson alongside him. Then it's Will Howarth and Jay King making up row 2 with Jason Pugh and Ian Jackson in P5 and 6. Vince Bailey followed by Phil Mapplebeck with Mark Pollitt and Philip Joyce rounding out the top 10. Then Charlie Ems, Madison Martlew, Iona Glover and Elliot Newton rounding out the grid. Again, the riders' names that we're reading out, that corresponds to the bike, not them. It may very well be a different rider on the bike than the names connected to. We know that Bernie Hook and Darren Anderson and Jay King, potentially Jay King, we'll have to find out when he gets out there. He's one of the ones that he's Team King, we shall call it, because he quite often runs a competition on his YouTube channel to let other riders have a go on his Moto Team bike. And it wasn't him on the bike in qualifying. I'm not sure if it's going to be him on the bike. No, it's not him on the bike at the moment. Hang on. The 51 is out there. Wait, hang on. Will Howarth's running 2 different bikes. So Will Howarth is on the 51, but the 51 isn't on pole position. Bernie Hook is on pole position, but he said it on the 51. Yeah, so there's the 51 FAB bike there, which is what Bernie Hook qualified on. I can see it. And right, I'm not going to put you know what, let's just go racing. Let's just go racing. Here we go. Then they line up in one way or another in some sort of order. I'm not entirely sure. We've got a few different people out there. Darren Anderson, though, with the similar Minions helmet to Marco Hull, but that is Darren Anderson on second place. I do know he is the one on the bike, as far as I'm aware. So they look to the lights. The marshal steps away. He points to the lights. The lights come on. And the lights go out, and off they go, and it's a great start from Bernie Hook. He gets a little wheelie off the line, but he gets it safe into turn 1, and Darren Anderson follows him through as well, into turn 2, turn 3, and so on, but he's not going to let him have an easy one. Look, he's already right on the back of him. Indeed, great start there from Hook, really good getaway. The second phase wasn't as good on the launch, and that was where Anderson was able to gain. Actually, when they got to the transponder line, Anderson was slightly ahead, but Hook was just able to get away quicker, so maybe just a slightly better reaction for Anderson. But it is Anderson from Hook, from Team King, who
we're not sure who's on the bike, but it's somebody on the 76. Ian Jackson in 4th, and Jason Pugh is 5th as well. And a few riders big time losing out. Charlie M's lost 3-4 positions there, I think. Erna Glover made up big time though. She gained up 3 positions, I think. So we've got some big gainers and some big losers on the first lap, but it is now Bernie Hook leading the way down the back stretch, and he's already got a big gap visually. That must be about a second surely as they come to the line now, rounding the final corner. And it is Bernie Hook now crossing the line from Darren Anderson. Oh, and that's Jason Pugh and Ian Jackson have both jumped Team King there.
Absolutely, they have. Now, Will Howarth, I'm sorry, I'm trying to work out still what's going on with this 51 bike, because it qualified on pole. Do you know where it started? Because it's already managed to get itself up to 6th. I didn't know if it was it even on the grid that we had?
4th, but he wasn't there. It was supposed to start from 3rd, but it wasn't there. He was all the way at the back, so I guess started at the back and see what the bike can do.
But, well, they've already got up to 6th, but that's pretty impressive. I mean, this is very confusing. 51 qualified on pole, I thought, with Bernie Hook. Bernie Hook rocks up on a different bike on pole, but then Will Howarth is now in 6th place with the 51. But either way, he's having a great job. And this 51 bike, we spoke about a little bit in qualifying. It is the FAB-Racing bike that they've put together to take to a endurance championship later in the year. And they're just giving a bit of a run this time in Moto Team to see what they can do from it. It also had a little feature in the Extreme 200s before.
Yeah, exactly. We see that Team King getting back past Ian Jackson on the number 7 there. Oh, that's a big off. That's the Team King bike.
That is the Team King bike.
That's the Team King bike that's gone off down at the first section. So coming into turn 1 at the hook has just gone down somehow, and they're going to drop big time. And that's a big shame for them. They just got back up to P4 and now down they go. That's a big off. Looks like the bike is okay. Managed to get it going, haven't fallen immediately back off, which is usually a good sign. There is Ian Jackson and Will Howarth now having a bit of a do. Jason Pugh there in P3 on, I believe they're in the Moto Team stock class, I want to say. You know what, let's just forget about that. We won't focus on the open stock classes because it's even more confusing than it already is. The 51 and the 7 lurking at each other. There goes Will Howarth up the inside of Ian Jackson on that FAB-Racing 51.
He's made it stick.
And that was a very nice move up the inside. And round he went, or down the inside he went rather, and up to P4 he moves.
Well, if Will Howarth did start in 4th place, then that is a very phenomenal start to get. If he started in last place, to get up to 4th. Now, I will say the timings, if they go wrong, that is out of our control. We're not the ones controlling the timing. So if you see them disappear from your screen for a little bit of time, or look wrong when they are on your screen, that's just because we're trying to get it fixed, because it is completely out of our control, and we're trying to reach out to the people that are controlling it and see if we can work things out. But I'll let you know the rundown as it is. It's Bernie Hook leading from Darren Anderson, although Darren Anderson is being absolutely brilliant out there. He's putting the fastest lap so far with the 52.9. But Bernie Hook, as far as I'm aware, unless that's Bernie Hook there falling back, I'm not sure. Oh, that's back Marcus. It's back Marcus.
It's okay,
sorry.
calm down.
That's Bernie Hook. That is Darren Anderson in the Minions helmet, not far behind him though. I don't know if he's borrowed that from Marco Holt or if he's got his own similar helmet, but
I think it's actually one of the riders in, I'm not sure if it's BSB or the Super Sport 200 or whatever it's called, the junior BSB series has a Minions helmet.
Right.
And I think it's just a replica of that.
It's an inspiration.
It's just a popular one. It's like how I remember back in the early 2010s, everyone of their mum was rocking up to a car track with the Lewis Hamilton helmet.
Yes,
similar thing, I guess, with bikes nowadays and the Minions helmet. It does escape me whose helmet it is. I think it's a BSB rider. Do obviously let us know if we are wrong. Drop me a message or something, and I'll correct myself tomorrow. But it's definitely a replica of someone's helmet. I remember seeing it somewhere out there. But nonetheless, it's a Minions helmet, and it's bright yellow, so it's easy to spot. So you know who it is. But it's Bernie Hook leading anyway from Darren Anderson in said Minions helmet, and there is Will Howarth on the FAB-Racing 51, having a look at Jason Pugh, not being able to move it up the inside just yet. That FAB-Racing 51 is looking mightily faster there, trying to go around the outside. Not quite able to do it, but I believe as well that 51 might actually have the fastest lap of the race.
It does, and it did well. It did last time. I don't have the data right near. 53.724 is what it's got, and that is the fastest lap of the race so far, which is brilliant for them to see. They'll be very happy with that. But it looks absolutely on wheels, I should say, on tracks though. But it looks absolutely brilliantly. It's doing really well up at the top, and it's already cutting through the field. Now it's challenging for 3rd place. It's doing very, very well.
Indeed it is. Jason Pugh, though, is putting up a stoic defence against Will Howarth. And that was a nudge up the inside, though, from Will Howarth. He's drawing alongside, down the back stretch, side by side into the final corner. We've seen him pull off one move here already on the brakes, turning in, and Jason Pugh tries to switch back. Oh, maybe Jason. Oh, he is going to get the position into turn 1. So up to 53 goes Will Howarth. Darren Anderson that time with the fastest lap of the race, so 52.842. So it's fastest lap's been traded. The track has been getting faster and faster all day long. And as the and that's someone that's gone off there. That might be Mark Pollitt potentially. I think Mark Pollitt stopped, so I think it might be him.
Timing up. We're seeing Mark Pollitt, although I think he's come into the pit lane either. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to wait for them to come around and do another lap of racing for them to cross the times, and we can see who falls down. Madison Marlew. Could well be. They've just dropped right to the bottom of the timing tower, so it could be them having a bit of an issue. But we've got 6 laps to go in this race. We were just over halfway through, I believe. 6 minutes into this race, and they've just passed our window again. Bernie Hook and Darren Anderson going still very close out the front. As we go down, Will Howarth now on that 51 is up to 3rd, and he's closing the gap quite quickly. He looks very comfortable on that bike, as Bernie Hook did this morning. So be sure to keep an eye out for what Will Howarth can do from that in the endurance race they enter it into later in the year. That's definitely one you're going to want to have a look at. But either way, they're absolutely flying, doing very well out there. And what do you think of it so far?
Well, I mean, the bike's looking phenomenal. I mean, Darren Anderson must just be said setting another fastest lap of the race. He's really Bernie Hook in. But the FAB-Racing 51 looking very, very nice. The riders clearly seem to like it. No one's crashed it yet either.
You could say it's looking pretty fab.
I was waiting for something.
It was going to happen, wasn't it? It was happening eventually.
Yeah, of course. It's a FAB finale and it's a FAB bike. There you are. But it is looking pretty. It's looking nice out there. It's looking easy to ride. It looks pretty stable as well through the corners. Hook now with the fastest laps. So trading fastest laps is Hook and Anderson at 52.496. Now is the new purple lap time from the number 0 bike out the front. But that 51 is just looking super smooth out there. It's looking easy to ride. Doesn't seem to be harsh. It's quick as well, which is good. And there's a bit of debris there on the track somewhere. Not sure where that. I think that's
turn 1. I think just after the hook as they come out of turn 2. Looks like someone's just dropped a little bit of, I think it's plastic or something on the track. It doesn't look anything too dirty. I think that'll just get swept out of the way as the bikes pass it. But no, here you go then. This is close between Hook and Anderson. He's going to be close. He's going to try around the outside. He can't quite make it stick, but can he now? As they go through the first section, there's a bit of traffic in the way, which I think is going to interrupt his plans as they go into turn 1. Bernie Hook still leading this race.
Indeed he is. That was the closest Anderson's been all race long. That was a very dangerous and brave move. He went for it. It looked like he was for a very quick moment. But Anderson did poke a wheel there coming out the final corner. And then I think he just had a bit of a kick of oversteer. And then, or just a kick of throttle, maybe just too much throttle perhaps. And then just coming out as well with the traffic. I think he just decided against it, let go of the throttle a bit, and let the bike ride itself out. And you can see there, actually, was that just dropping back a bit there? Was it? No, just a camera shot. Ignore me. As they come back into the split. So he is well within the toe of Bernie Hook. So he'll be getting that toe down the back straight. And we know he's fast as well. His tyres are obviously running very smooth at the moment. He's got bigger rims than Bernie Hook. It's a bigger bike. It's got bigger tyres and bigger rims. So that's obviously going to come into effect about how well the bike handles around here. But Hook's just withstanding the pressure at the moment. 2 laps to go. So it will be the yellow and black.
Oh, he's got it. The same place. We knew he was going to make a move last time, and this time he said, I'm not waiting around, and he's gone for it. That is Darren Anderson up the inside of Bernie Hook through, I think that's turn 3. Not a place we've seen many moves today at all. An absolutely wonderful overtake. We saw him think about it last lap, and we said, oh no, he's backed out of that. And this lap he said, no, that's where Bernie's weak. He knew it, he learnt it, and he said, I'm going there again. And what an overtake. Brilliant performance.
That was superb.
Wow.
Superb from Darren Anderson. Very, very brave to make a move there.
Look at the gap he's already pulled out on Bernie Hook. He's got his lead and he's saying, I'll stick with that. He has a look behind him, has a look over his shoulder to see where Bernie is. He says, I'm pretty clear of that. Bernie's not going to be able to have a look into the final hairpin. And as they come then across the line for what I believe to be the last lap, it is indeed. There is the flag. This is going to be the one that counts. Can Bernie Hook have another look up the inside into turn 3, or has Darren Anderson, as he sets a fastest lap of the race on that last lap with a 52.3, he doesn't make a move into turn 3 like Darren Anderson does. Bernie Hook dropping back now with 0.4 between them across the line.
Wow, I'll let you finish the lap because I'm running out of breath. But yeah, this is a phenomenal race to finish off
Hook's
today.
closing, Hook's going. Hook's gone!
He's done it!
What a move up the inside! Will Darren Anderson have that though? I don't know. Last lap manoeuvres galore here for the final race of the day in FAB-Racing. Will Darren Anderson have a look though into the hairpin once again? He's going to get the toe down the back straight. He's going to be there. We know that bike is quick in a straight line visually. I think he's too far back. He's going for it anyway. Does he move Bernie Hook the other way? No, he doesn't. Bernie Hook holds on to win in the Moto Team class. The final race of the day here on the Saturday of the Fab finale. But my oh my, and they're giving each other a wag of the finger. They knew that was a fun race between the pair of them.
I tell you what,
we
Darren,
saw.
we've seen some incredible racing today, but that move from Darren Anderson on Hook in turn 3 is one that will stand out. But then Hook to come back through turn 8 there in that tricky corner. We know it's tricky. It's very, very impressive. So yeah, very well done for them. And the marshal having a bit of word with Darren Anderson there and Bernie Hook. They've stopped. I don't know if everything's all right. Just having a handshake. Yeah, well done, mate. Good race, great race. Really enjoyed that. And wow, what an end to the day. We've had some wonderful racing at the front today, haven't we? And that is no different. So our rundown for there, as you didn't get your timings, I'll tell you how that finishes. Bernie Hook, who finished first, and Darren Anderson in second. Will Howard takes third place from Jason Pugh. Ian Jackson takes fifth from Jamie King's bike. Philip Maffelbeck in seventh. Vince Bailey in eighth. Philip Joyce in ninth. Charlie Ems takes 10th. Elliot Newton 11th. Iona Glover 12th. 13th and 14th. Unfortunately, Madison Mark Liu and Mark Pollitt both not making the finish. A lot of M's in that sentence. But yeah, that's your top 12 and your 2 non-finishers, unfortunately. I will just also want to say, I've said the names of the people that ride these bikes. I don't know that they necessarily were the people that were riding those bikes. So yeah, as we said before, if you're not familiar with Moto Team, the number is all that needs to enter, not the rider. You can have anyone you want riding it as long as it's the same number bike that's racing, then it's okay, unless it's the 51, which seemingly was changed. But I'm not going to go into that.
Yeah, we won't touch on that.
That's a bit of a tricky one. Right, so there we go then. That's a full day of racing here at Clandal. What a great day it's been. We've seen some really good stuff. What have you thought about today?
Well, it's been a phenomenal day's racing. Obviously coming through qualifying, qualifying's always exciting. You want to see who's where on the pace, and then coming into the races, we've seen some championships decided today. That pick by race, my oh my, just Rossi Banham and Taylor Lawrence going at it for lap after lap after lap. That was absolutely brilliant. And then again in the 50s race as well and the 70s race, we saw drama. We've seen accidents. We've just seen a fantastic day's racing, and it's just a showcase of what's due to come for race 2 and 3 tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I mean, if you enjoyed it today, you're going to enjoy it tomorrow so much more, because that's where it's all at stake. You've seen a couple of championships wrapped up today, but it's all going to come down to tomorrow. We'll see all of them wrapped up tomorrow. So make sure you come back if you have enjoyed today, because there's going to be even more wonderful racing tomorrow. That is for sure. So yeah, definitely one to watch tomorrow. We've got some wonderful championships. I mean, I got to admit, I missed, unfortunately, because we had our guest commentator in on that. I was stood just here talking, watching as you guys were there commentating, and yeah, wonderful racing in that Metro Kit GP70s race, and that is going to be one that is going to really come down to the line tomorrow.
Oh, definitely. Of course, a big thanks to Johnny Garness for coming and giving the comms alongside me. Of course, no offense to you, you're fine. But, Johnny, big shout out to Johnny. Did a great job, mate. Well done. But yeah, the 70s tomorrow, it is all to play for. You've got Ethan Sparks going off pole position. He's going to have a point to prove. He's going to want to bridge that gap in the championship, because he's no longer in first place after that one, I can tell you. Not sure exactly where he's dropped to, but he's not in the lead, and he's going to be angry, and he's going to have a point to prove, because it was clear to see when he came back into Paddock, he wasn't happy with Mason Foster.
No, absolutely. And we're going to go home. We're going to do some maths. We're going to work out a championship. And hopefully tomorrow we can bring you the accurate gaps and talk you through exactly what is up for play, because there's going to be a lot of stuff up in the air, especially Moto Team. That's going to be a really interesting one, because Johnny was in here talking about that a little bit. There is so much stuff to play in that category, so we just need to keep an eye on it. So yeah, I think that's probably a good day to round up our wonderful day of racing we've had here at Clandal. It has been phenomenal, some brilliant fights, all of them pretty much for first place in a lot of the races here today, which is wonderful to see. So Ross, thank you very much for being here alongside me today. It's been wonderful as always.
always, to be alongside you, and I'll let you do the honours.
Well, thank you very much. Well, of course, thanks to you, Tom, as well. It's been a pleasure. But thanks for joining us here for day 1 of the Double Points Fab finale. And of course, don't go anywhere, because tomorrow, same time, same place, and actually slightly earlier, because we have the morning running as well. Races 2 and 3. We've still got a lot of championships to get through. A lot of racing to do. So make sure you're not going anywhere. Make sure you're still watching along, because boy, oh boy, if that was anything to go off, tomorrow is going to be absolutely amazing. And hopefully it'll be sunny as well, which would be nice, because it was sunny this morning and now it's cloudy. But we'll look past that. But again, thanks, Tom, for coming along. Thanks to you lot for watching along, and for everyone for just putting on a fantastic day's racing. And make sure that you don't go anywhere, because tomorrow you can't miss it. What a day of racing it's been. Make sure you're back tomorrow. See you then. Bye.
On the road to MotoGP, this is FAB-Racing.